So I'm trying to fill that role today. Less than. I'll think of something to talk about, but at the moment I'm just stating my goal for it.
Well, tell you what, may I give you some 2 minutes of assistance?
Yes, please.
Here are some suggestions for you and anybody else who wants to come on stage but doesn't know what to talk about.
David Muir, ABC's World News Tonight, America's most watched newscast, now streaming same day with all the breaking news of the day on Disney Plus. Most watched, most now on Disney Plus every night.
Tonight, breaking news, the wildfire emergency, the largest fire in the nation right now, burning unchecked, destroying thousands of acres, forcing families from their homes. Critical fire danger across the Southwest and beyond. Fears about fireworks for the 4th of July amid drought and bone-dry conditions. Utah banning them for now. The dangerous and now deadly flash flood threat for multiple states. Triple-digit feels-like temperatures on the way. Our weather team tracking it all. The desperate scene in Venezuela. Earthquake survivors pulled from the rubble. The death toll soars. Rescue teams arriving from the U.S. and around the world, along with much-needed aid. The U.S. and Iran trading strikes over the Strait of Hormuz 1 week after President Trump signed that deal. Is it already falling apart? A dangerous close call on a busy tarmac. A passenger jet aborting takeoff when a jet crosses the same runway.
You just crossed an active runway. Hold short of A runway left.
The two aircraft just...
You know what? I interrupted the news. I have something I want to talk to you about, Caleb. Caleb, are you there? It sounds like you're in your car. Caleb, are you?
I'm here. Yes, in the car.
I would like to ask your advice, and I would also like to ask Reverend Scott's advice as well as the mod squad. Firstly,
No Bibles in school.
Right, exactly. There is a hypothetical family, and we could even say like Rosh Hashanah dinners, Passover dinners, Thanksgiving dinners, Christmas dinners. Will the family changed, and that being that forget about the dynamic of the family changing. So the member of this family who had been going forever, decades, way throughout the dinners, and that he's been talking the same style, same topics of discussion throughout the family dinners. The host family, where these dinners are happening, wants that behavior and that discussions will no longer want to come to that dinner, and they will simply start hosting their own. So the hypothetical family with the member has a choice. The member can either go to the family dinner, but then no longer practice the behavior. You might ask what the behavior is. The behavior is joking, kind of loud, kind of verbose. And also curtail and or edit the conversation that they normally have. And you could refer this to anything. You could refer this to talking about Trump. You could refer this to talking about flat Earth. You could refer this to talking about anything controversial. My question to you, and then I want to ask Reverend Scott after you, and throw it around the mod squad. Does this hypothetical family with this hypothetical member decide to no longer
Say they're not coming if he's going to be there?
Correct. And also what's contributed to that is the other family members have grown up. The other family members who used to be in their teenagers and early adulthood are now getting into their early to middle adulthood, which is why they are saying, we're tired of, we're tired of this shit. If this behavior is not corrected, we're not going to come anymore. Correct.
Yeah, look, these are all sort of choices that balance between commitment to family and wanting to sort of maintain those connections versus it's annoying, right? And it's like, it's tedious, and who wants to put themselves in that position and all of that and whatever. So like, I think it's an okay choice to say, I'm not going to come if he's there. It's just too much, and I can't do it. I've been doing it for so long, and I think it's an okay thing to say. It's also okay to say, I mean, has he been approached directly, this person?
By one person, but that one person.
There's got to be, and I think there's an opportunity for conversation between family members, right? We love you. We want to spend time together. We want it to be pleasant. We like having you here, but here's a thing. And then there's a conversation, right? I think if it's in a real relationship with a family, that kind of stuff can get worked out. It's still family.
It's done with kindness. That's a very good point. Done with kindness, respect.
For this, I think you have to do it artfully, right? But I mean, I think Caleb's right. There's opportunity for growth. I mean, it's a tough situation, right? But I mean, and you've got to be willing, if you're going to confront it, to risk it going badly, right? I mean, you have to be willing for some alienation to happen, right? But I mean, but again, like in any relationship, these points of conflict can often be growth points. It can make or break these sorts of experiences, relation points. You got to assess them.
You know, there's an old saying, and not that I endorse it, but there is an old saying that once you've lost everything, you've got nothing left to lose. Violet, do you wish to give a response to the scenario and the comments that were presented?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of see the two things that they want him to stop as separate arenas. Like the annoying, loud joking, I think is kind of a different realm than the more controversial topics. Because, I mean, I was thinking about my own experience. My grandfather, having grown up in Alabama from 1927 to whenever he went off to the war, had a lot of ideas that, you know, me as a child in the 90s was like, okay, Grandpa. But I was able to see that whether he wanted to keep his view or not, that was not acceptable to voice it, to keep the family together for occasions. And I'm pretty sure he, quote unquote, grew out of it as time went on. I mean, from the early 90s to the others want to leave.
I personally know some families that have banned all political talk during Thanksgiving. Just saying.
It's not like offensive jokes, you know, calling people fat or what, I don't know. But, I mean, you kind of have to deal with your relatives' annoying habits. Like, again, my grandpa, habits like that don't seem like as big a deal to me. So it seems like it would be more important to correct.
Well, he wasn't taking a match and lighting his farts on fire, was he?
Things that are controversial.
There was an issue of family getting together, Thanksgiving, Christmas, Passover, Rosh Hashanah, where the head of the household, the host, came to a member and said, you know what, even though you've been here for decades, you've come to everyone, you've invited everyone, we need you to stop doing what you've been doing this entire time.
Family member, you must respect the host that's hosting the gathering, and if you are doing something that's offensive and those, but a family should be able to prevail over those issues and hopefully overcome them. So yeah, that's my.
Anything else?
I think that was a great interruption. Keep it rolling.
You got it, buddy. Thank you. And if you're in the audience, you want to come up, please do. New on my stage.
No idea that he's an atheist, right?
Oh, closet atheist. Okay, go ahead.
And I'm like, so will you tell them? And he just simply said, why? I mean, it's not like going to church like is just the worst thing in the world. I mean, he just looked at a cost-benefit analysis. He says, I just see no benefit to me telling them I don't believe in God. Because I know what it's going to do to me. It's going to destroy my grandparents.
Internship that time was paid down. I was just lucky to get that internship all the time because it's
going to
charity.
treat it like a worry. It'll be like they think I'm going to hell now. You know, and it'll be like walking around in my own funeral, and they'll be scared, and they'll be sad, and you know, my parents will start crying, my grandparents will start crying.
Yes.
They would be completely destroyed, right? So it wouldn't be like they would disown them. It would just completely destroy their whole thing, because it's like their son is going to go in a car accident. So he's like, you know what? I love him. He just says, I just see no benefit to telling him. I was like, I kind of get what you mean.
I think he's right. But we can throw that one around the Mod Squad as well. Violet, any thoughts to the scenario that Elvin I love these hypothetical scenarios on Ask the Atheist with Reverend Scott and the Mod Squad. Violet, what do you think about that hypothetical scenario?
To, have that for now. So yeah, I agree. It's just not worth the cost.
Still alive to worry about me going to hell for the rest of their lives. I wouldn't want that. JCC, what say you?
Yeah, almost objectivity that if you don't hold a belief in a God or gods, that you will suffer a hellish like ending of life after life. So if that person knows that it's really going to cause upsetness amongst you, it's sad that a family cannot just accept other family members and be open about it. Like, okay, yeah, it's our belief. You don't believe it, cool, but I get his point to where he thinks it's going to instill fear because they hold it to be so true that this family member, if they say, I don't believe,
Facilitate the best of conversational or relational vibes.
There you go. Alvin, did you have a follow-up before we go to Joshua, or are you?
No, I think that's it. It would be interesting. I should have asked. I'm asking this now. I'm like more of this seismic shit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he's married, so
it's also possible that being gay, if he says that, they may lead to them thinking he's an atheist.
Yeah, I wonder which one.
You can also be gay and not be an atheist.
No, I know that.
Would be more of an emotional response.
Well, it sounds to me like they both have the same effect, and that would be that the grandparents would think he's going to hell.
Right.
They would be thinking that for the rest of their life, so it has the same effect on the grandparents, no?
Where it's like,
yes,
you go to church. I would say maybe 15% of the people that go to church don't believe in God, but they're kind of going through the motions.
I would agree with you. I would say easily 10 to 15% of family members are in the closet regarding something. Whether it's being gay, whether it's being an atheist, whether it's being that they have a gambling problem, an alcohol problem, a drug problem, and they don't want the other family members to know. Yeah, they're in the closet about something, sure.
Because that's my cousin.
You're right. It's just a thing. And please stay on stage. I appreciate that. These are good comments. Topics also, if you're in the audience, you want to come up, please once. Joshua going twice. Okay. Oh, hi. Welcome.
Sorry.
What would you like to talk about?
I'm just trying to get things ready.
That's okay. What would you like to talk about?
I had my sandwich argument that I wanted to bring forth and see what is exactly wrong with it and how it can be improved.
Well, that's great, considering I've never heard the sandwich argument. Go ahead.
Awesome. So, as an atheist, I would like to disprove God with the sandwich argument. It goes as follows. If nothing is better than God, then something is better than God. Therefore, something is better than nothing. Therefore, something is better than God.
And what you want my... I'm glad Caleb understands it, because I have no idea what the hell you're talking about. It makes no sense to me whatsoever, but I'm a simpleton. Let's throw it around to Violet. Violet, what did you think about the sandwich argument?
I may have said it wrong.
No, hold on, Joshua. Hold on. We'll come back to you. Violet, what do you think about the sandwich argument? I have no idea what the hell he's talking about.
If I'm getting him correctly, he was trying to, that nothing is better than God, and so the nothing is something that's better than God, so therefore nothing is something. But I don't, see how that can be called a sandwich theory. I was really expecting some sort of belly analogy.
Yeah.
With that.
I was expecting to hear like tuna. Hang on. We'll come back to you, Joshua. Don't worry. You're gonna get plenty of time on this one. I promise you. Yeah, I was expecting to hear like a roast beef, turkey, tuna, lox and bagels with cream cheese, but we didn't hear any of that.
Yeah, so I was a little confused about the title, and then it seems like a semantic argument, I don't really see how it's a strong argument. It just seems kind of like a semantic throw-off.
Let's go to Reverend Scott.
That something could be better than God. That's kind of what I'm getting at.
Now that I understand. Last but not least, Reverend Scott. What do you think about the sandwich argument? Now go ahead, Joshua.
Okay, yes.
Now go ahead, Joshua.
Okay, yes. Everybody is absolutely right. I absolutely said it wrong. My nerves got to me. I spoke too fast.
Buddy, close your eyes. Take a deep breath. We're friends here. We are not going to slam you. We're not going to slam you.
We ain't friends, Steve. But yeah, we're all friends here.
Okay, so you and I have not.
I'm messing with you. We friends.
Okay. Well, if you want, I can mess with you. Trust me. But go ahead.
So I'm so sorry. It's a P1 and P2 is what I'm trying to develop it as. The P1 is nothing is better than God. The P2, a sandwich is better than nothing.
Do you mean premise?
Yes, premise, P1.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, P1 stands for premise, Steve.
That's why I asked that. Yeah, go ahead, Joshua.
Right on. So, I just meant the P1 is nothing is better than God. The P2, be a sandwich, is better than nothing.
No.
And then the conclusion would follow is that a sandwich is better than God.
Okay. I'm happy to respond to it if you're done. If you're not done, please continue.
Oh, yeah. No, that's pretty much it. I would just like it up for review and...
we'll give it to you. Go on mute and we'll come back to you. Don't worry. You're going to have plenty more time.
Let's ask around, too.
Go ahead. And by the way, David, I see you. You'll be next in about 5 minutes. So firstly, premise 1, premise 2, this clearly falls under the category of philosophy. No question about it. Anytime we use P1, P2 premise, you're involving philosophy, and in a manner of speaking, you're involving geometry. Some mathematicians would disagree with me, but that's fine. And I'm not saying you are part of this group, sir, but you are raising a philosophical idea, consideration, premise. People have heard me say hundreds of times, and again, this is not you. People have heard me say hundreds of times that my trials and tribulations with the clubhouse philosophers are well documented.
Documented well.
The clubhouse philosophers generally don't get along with me, and I generally don't get along with the clubhouse philosophers. Why? I am a simpleton. This is not an excuse. This is no bullshit. Why should I talk at a master's level vocabulary when I can say the exact same thing at a... Is that premise? How does that help my life? How does that sandwich theory help your life? How does it contribute to making your life better? That's what I'm interested in, not whether or not the premise or the scenario is true or accurate. I'm more interested in how can it benefit my life or your life. Let's go to Violet. Violet, what do you think about P1 and P2? Violet might be busy. She might be feverishly pushing on her phone buttons because She is visually challenged. We'll go to JCC. JCC, what do you think about P1 and P2?
It's a silly syllogism, and I agree. Yes, sandwiches are better than God. I'll leave it at that.
Very good. Reverend Scott, what do you think about P1 and P2?
Like I said, it's not going to play it on. It doesn't have a great beat, and I can't dance to it.
There you go. Okay.
And Steve, you're absolutely right. I couldn't get to my buttons in the right way this time.
And see, Violet, and everybody knows, okay? Everybody knows that Violet, it's very important to push your buttons. Yes, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm echoing you guys. A hot pastrami sandwich with Swiss cheese is sounding better to me right now than anything else.
Joshua, we'll give you another minute or two to follow up, and then we'll go to you can when you get your next Fresh Five. Absolutely. Take a couple of notes, and you can go back and have a Fresh Five either at the end of this hour or coming up very soon. Joshua, final thoughts. Joshua, going once.
Yeah, I got you. Man, these rules are crazy. But yeah, I guess
No. Actually, they're very simple.
Hey, 45th Board, we are in the heart of
They're simple, but they're well enforced. Yes.
stern, but fair.
Stern, yes, stern and enforced, but they're simple.
Stern, but fair.
Yes. No, we do our best to apply them equally to everybody. Yes.
Yes, yeah. Okay, I can't lie there. Okay.
No, and the reason is because we don't, then this show, this thing that we've been doing for 6 years, going on 6 years, just becomes like every other clubhouse room on Clubhouse. You have a tendency to have people speaking over each other, you have people insulting each other, yelling at each other, and then nothing gets done. So yes, we have our handful of rules, but we enforce them very, very strictly. Yeah, go ahead, Josh.
Perfect. Yeah, I try really hard not to try and build that argument into a best sandwich, possibly argument. Like if there is a best sandwich, then it kind of goes into the idea of disproving the best God, because if an all best God can be imagined, then if we can imagine a best sandwich, then therefore that it goes along down a deep line, I guess. I need more time. I don't have it, but that's it.
Thank you, Joshua. Go on mute, but stay on stage. I want to comment very briefly. It sounds to me like you're not completely convinced about your own argument or scenario, and maybe you do need more research, or maybe, and again, just maybe, you should consider expressing the ideas in a lot more simplistic fashion. There are no philosophers up here to impress. We talk about anything. We never put a restriction on content. We love to get both sides of the coin, regardless of if we agree with you, disagree with you, like you, don't like you. It sounds to me like you are somewhat ambivalent about the validity of what you're talking about, and no disrespect, I mean this from the bottom of my heart. It sounds like you're really unclear.
America, they would be arrested.
Or it seems to me like you are very clear that you're not saying it as well as other people have said it to you. And therefore you have two choices. You can go back to those other people, you could record them, and then you can basically repeat every word that they say, or you can find a simpler way of expressing it.
Uncle Steve.
That choice.
Yes. Steve, my teacher, Jeffrey Stout of Summer at Princeton University, said one time in a seminar, this guy was pretty good, had a pretty strong background in analytic philosophy. And he said one time that when we were 5 years old, and our mother came to us and said, your sister said you wrote on the wall with crayons. Is that true? He said, you knew exactly what your mother meant, and a century of analytic philosophy has not improved on what you knew when you were 5 years old. So So take that to the bank.
Yeah, and I'll just add one more thing that I was thinking of before we go to David. When you're 5 years old and you put your hand on a stove and it burns your hand, you don't need a reason why your hand was burned, but you know not to put your hand over the stove again. It's simple. David, good morning. Welcome to the show. It's a pleasure to have you here. What would you like to talk about? David going once. David going twice.
Sorry, Steve.
That's okay. No problem, buddy.
I'm looking for buttons. I couldn't find them. No.
That's okay. Sometimes it's very important to press the right buttons.
Yeah, no, this is I don't usually come in here because a lot of these arguments, they're like dead horses. Everybody wants to keep beating the dead horse. I put forward to the room that I think the answer, Steve, is Buddhism. I think Siddhartha got it right. In the 5th, 4th century BC, when he had to answer questions. And I think it's not so much that it's a belief system with an outcome or a finality. If you don't follow, you don't believe. But it's a tool. It's a tool to help us get from point A, Buddha talks about in his writings. But whether or not there's a God or not is irrelevant. I think it's how you passage through life. And where did I lose you?
Because it was when you said, well, it doesn't matter if you believe in God or not. The question is whether or not you are or not going to hell. If you don't believe in God, then there is no hell.
That's not what he said.
That's not what I said.
What did he say?
He said that like how you live determines whether or not you have your personal heaven or hell.
Okay, I will. Romero, go on mute. We'll come to you. We'll come back to you. I'm sorry, I misinterpreted what you said. Can you repeat what you said just to make sure we have it clear? I have it clear.
Yeah, that's basically what I said. I said our
heaven
is between our ears and how we pass through life, and whether or not how we battle the stimuli of life, and how we address and get through.
Now I understand. I apologize. I humbly apologize. I misunderstood you, and I thank you for the correction, Romero, and I apologize for misinterpreting you. Thank you, David. We'll probably get one more in, Carlos, and then Romero will probably be first up in hour number 3. Carlos, good morning. Welcome to the show. What would you like to talk about? Carlos, good morning. Welcome to the show. What would you like to talk about?
Hey, how's it going?
Hi. Do you care?
Yeah, I was going to respond to the syllogism argument, but I
Go
can't.
ahead. You mean the sandwich argument and the P1, P2?
Yeah, it's a bit confusing. I think I've actually forgotten what I was going to say to be honest.
Sorry about that.
But maybe, I think is it that God is better than nothing, the sandwich is better than nothing, the sandwich is therefore better than God.
That's pretty much, I think, exactly what was said.
Yeah, I'm not sure that that's right.
Well, couldn't you apply that? Couldn't you apply that to a car, motorcycle, or spaceship?
Well, it sounded like what he wanted to do is to do some version of the ontological argument. Yeah, sounds like
Definitely philosophy.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to get you anywhere, to be honest. But I don't think the ontological argument is that convincing anyway. I don't think it's a good argument.
Well, once again, the question is, how does it make your life better?
The question is, how does it make your life better?
That was my question to him. You can take all of these psychological premises.
I feel like I'm a retard. Talk to me like I'm a fire hot.
If you take
Talk to me as if I am retarded.
you're gonna sit down and enjoy a sandwich, right? And you got your favorite sandwich of all time.
P1, P2.
That's happy. That's your mom brings home your favorite candy. Well, in that moment, you've met God. You've met your heaven. You've met your bliss. And as the Buddha would say, well, I might look at that sandwich as God because it's feeding me and I'm not going to starve.
Okay, this is the first thing that I just thought of, and maybe it's completely stupid. What if you're an audience participant at the Oprah Winfrey show and she offers everybody, including you, a car? Does that mean Oprah is God?
It means Oprah brought you to heaven and you're gonna come with Oprah. I'm sorry, what was the question? What makes your life
Well,
better?
first,
Is Oprah God?
Jeez, okay.
No, yeah. Well, I tell you what, I can say it completely differently. General, it's the first time we've seen you today. We're almost at the top of the hour. Unfortunately, you interrupted a conversation that I was having with somebody else, and I'm sure you wouldn't want the conversation with you interrupted. So if you could be so kind, just please stay on mute for another few minutes, and then we will get to you. Does that sound better?
I just wanted to know what the question was because I wasn't clear.
Sure, if you go on mute.
Steve. I'll help you more. I'll kick you. What's this?
Condescension right there, Steve.
Well, I'm a condescending type of guy. I'm a rude son of a bitch. Okay?
Okay.
I occasionally fly off the handle. I occasionally am nasty. I am occasionally hypersensitive, reactive to people.
And you know what? That makes you human. And
I was just going to
all
say,
of us that.
and it makes me human. And to General, I apologize if I treated you like shit. It's coming down to the end of the hour. And if you would have come in during any other time, and that's not on you, that's on me. I wouldn't have treated you like that. But I feel like I'm up against a wall, not with you, but with the top of the hour break.
The break must go on.
The break must go on. And yes, Reverend Scott, I can send that to you directly, no problem. So rules. So I do apologize. And I think, sincerely, the show would be better if you came on stage. You won't have to, because Reverend Scott, Violet, and the rest of the Mod Squad will be, well, actually, it's Reverend Scott, Violet, and JCC will be running the show for the back with Reverend Scott, Violet, and JCC.
State of human consciousness would believe in the supernatural, and those of us who decline this particular invitation need to account for our apostasy. But let me turn that assumption on its head, if I may. The real question, the one that actually demands an answer, is not why I'm an atheist, but why anyone would be anything else. Why, given everything we know about the universe, about psychology, about the origins of religious belief, about the transparently man-made nature of every holy text ever written, would anyone choose to organize their understanding of reality around the claims of Iron Age mythology? I'm an atheist for the same reason I don't believe in astrology, homeopathy, or the idea that Elvis is still alive and working at a gas station in Memphis. I'm an atheist because I care about what's true. And religious claims about the nature of reality are demonstrably, provably, embarrassingly false. Not metaphorically false, not poetically false, but actually false in the same way that claiming the earth is flat is false. The universe was not created in 6 days by a deity who then needed a rest. Humans did not spring fully formed from the clay. The geological record is not evidence of a global flood. Prayer does not cure disease. The dead do not rise. Virgins do not give birth. These are not matters of interpretation or faith. These are factual claims about the physical world, and they are wrong. But it goes deeper than mere factual error, doesn't it? I'm an atheist because even if I could somehow be convinced that a God exists, and I can't imagine what evidence would suffice, but let's grant it for the sake of argument, I would still refuse to worship such a being. The God described in the Bible, the Quran, the Torah. This is not a being worthy of admiration, let alone worship. This is a celestial dictator, a cosmic Kim Jong-il who demands absolute obedience, who punishes thought crime, who established a system whereby we're created sick and commanded to be well, then held responsible for our inevitable failures and threatened with punishment for finite sins. What kind of moral monster creates beings capable of suffering, designs a world filled with disease and disaster and cruelty, then demands gratitude and praise for the occasional respite from the misery he himself ordained?
This almost feels illegal to know.
Point of view and a little about what's bothering you. Got a question that's on your mind. Before break courageous. Come on up and get you fresh fired. What does that mean? Well, listen up. Have a take and just don't suck. Be
then what is the point you're making?
And somebody seized on some point and decided to try to chew it to death, even though it was not a point that I had made. And that's what we're doing now. We're talking about different kinds of revolution. No, it's fine. Doesn't bother me. We'll find it.
Okay, let's just stay on the topic. The capitalist economy, yes or no?
You can answer your own questions. We both know the answer.
Yes.
Yeah. Good. Keep going.
Oh, yes. And so capitalism had its own failures in Russia, correct?
Did the capitalism have the failures in America or United States?
Feel free to make your points. I've been hanging out with you guys for too many years to play this game.
Okay, so here, you don't have to hang out with us at all.
It's
Do it the hallway. Fine. You don't need to hang out at
I
all.
would
Bye.
say, yeah.
There you go.
Now
We don't have
we
to hang
have a
out.
conversation. You can ask me this.
Since he doesn't want to hang out with us for too long, we don't have to have him suffer. He can have liberation. He can find Canaan himself. That's the promised land. El Normo's Canaan, his promised land is the hallway. Okay?
So answering that question, about capitalism in America, and I would say yes, it has its problems, especially again looking at it from the lens of Black Americans. I would say it has a serious problem. Yeah, so let's sum up what Ben and we are speaking. So Norm is incorrect that Bolshevik
My friend!
is a fabulous, that is historical fact. You would consider otherwise, just for the people who want.
Good morning, my friend.
And that's the only reason why I came off the mic, because it was just so close.
Shavuot. Well, my last name has the word tov in it, so I know what tov means. But Shavuot, my Hebrew and the verb, and I'm not so sure. Maybe like go have a great new week. Have a good week, bro.
That's exactly what it means.
Shavuot. Kitov. That is good.
Well, I haven't been, maybe you've seen, I still haven't done what you've asked me to do. So, I failed you.
Dude, you're not failing me, bro. You're failing yourself.
I'm failing myself. But I have, I bought that phone to film myself doing baskets, but I also bought a dash cam. Have you seen my driving videos?
I have, yeah.
I think they're good. I mean, I think that, whatever, it's just about driving, but that's adding value to the world in some way.
You see, my friend, I don't know who I am or what it is that I do for a living, but I am a filmmaker, and when I go and I see how many videos I have up on YouTube, so all I'm trying to say is you are not who you think you are. You are a filmmaker in the waiting. And one day soon you will say that John Kitover was right. I started making my little dash cam videos. Now I started making these little videos, and holy shit, I'm addicted now to making videos. And you know what? It's the only alternative. There's no other alternative than to be creative and to make videos. It is the way. I mean, who runs Hollywood? Who runs Hollywood? Who runs Hollywood? Who runs the world? Who runs the world?
Exactly.
Well, a lot of people on this app, as you know, are fully R-worded out. Totally R-worded and F-worded out, like Steve Apple. I got a room open right now called the Steve Apple Atheist Show for lonely IQ, lonely bored tards. And, if they took their atheist show and they put it on YouTube as opposed to this one platform abyss, they could have a shot at actually...
Why doesn't he, make an actual show and put it, on Spotify or something?
Maybe like YouTube, the biggest platform in the planet. I don't know if you know, YouTube is bigger than television now. And in fact, YouTube is the biggest platform on TV. I know you don't actually look at numbers and metrics. But yesterday or 2 days ago, I saw the metrics. YouTube is the biggest thing on the planet. The biggest thing in terms of total watch, platform,
I guess I should
etc.
post on YouTube.
You know, you should probably use YouTube in the morning instead of hanging out with Serendipity and screaming fat ass Monica. Yeah! That's what Monica does every morning. You know, try to create a video of you doing something, being productive. It's just some advice. If I was like your intern advisor and you were at the YouTube video creative seminar, I'd be like, Zach, we really like you, but you're not creating anything, so we can't really help you. All we can do is just keep encouraging you. Hello? At least you're receptive. I got a lot of friends who just want to call me and talk to me, but never create anything. And then I say, hey, it's great talking to you, but you're not creating anything. But they still want to talk.
Create things. I just know that I could be creating much more. I could be creating all the time.
What are you creating right now?
Well, right now I'm burning a pile of wood in my backyard.
I know, but you're on 20 YouTube channels. If you have the Tao Te Ching, you could just read it. If you have anything creative, you could just read it, and then you'd create right there. You'd synthesize immediately.
Well, I do have this. I have an aphorism memorized, and they say, before enlightenment, you should burn a pile of wood in your backyard. And after enlightenment, you should burn a pile of wood in your backyard. That's what they say. The wise masters have said.
I heard it said a little differently, like before enlightenment, the blue mountain was blue, the sky was blue, or and
chop wood, carry water.
Yeah, and then
have you ever heard? I mean, I don't know if you have any.
Let's see. I want you to text me a link on YouTube. Text me a YouTube video and say, "Hey, John, I just created this basket video. It's of slow motion, or it's of a time delay, and it's very artistic, and I think it's great. Would you?" But it's actually just accurate ad hominem. You can't talk about really the LGBTQ trans is the most and black, obviously. So we get back to N-word, F-word being the two protected classes in clown world.
Watermelon rainbow.
Watermelon rainbow. Watermelon rainbow.
Yeah, watermelon rainbows. All right, well, I'm just going to burn this big pile of wood, I think. And that's what I'm going to do. I hope I don't get in trouble with the city for burning wood in my backyard. Do you think I'm going to get in trouble? The cop is going to come and say, you can't burn wood in your backyard.
You sound to me like a man on a mission.
Well, it's time for me to burn this wood in my backyard.
Repeat after me. This is what I was put on this earth to do.
This is what I was put on this earth to do.
If I walk in the thick of danger, you will preserve my life.
You will preserve my life.
From the anger of my enemies.
From the anger of my enemies.
You will extend your hand.
You will extend your hand.
Your right hand will save me.
Your right hand will save me.
The Lord will fulfill his purpose for me.
The Lord will fulfill his purpose for me.
Lord, your love is eternal.
Lord, your love is eternal.
Do not abandon the work of your hands.
Do not abandon the work of your hands.
Psalm 138.
Psalm 138.
You might create a video of you making a wicka wicka wacka basket and, putting that little thing because it deals with the hands. And I know sometimes a lot of your customers, their hands are so weak, they can't interweave these difficult, thick sticks that you could call F words. But you see, if you mix in the Bible, you become irresistible.
That's true.
for men that burn piles of sticks. There's a chapter here on dealing with stress. Would you like to repeat after me?
Sure.
God is our refuge and strength.
God is our refuge and strength.
A helper who is always found in times of trouble.
A helper who is always found in times of trouble.
Therefore we will not be afraid.
Therefore we will not be afraid.
Though the earth trembles,
Mountains topple.
into the depths of the seas,
Into the depths of seas.
though its waters roar and foam,
Though its waters roar and foam.
and the mountains quake with its turmoil.
Mountains quake with its turmoil.
Psalm 46.
Psalm 46. That's good. It's a good one.
Trouble and distress terrify him,
Trouble and distress terrify him.
overwhelming him like a king prepared for battle.
Overwhelming him like a king prepared for battle.
Job 15.
Job 15.
Show us favor, Lord, show us favor,
Show us favor, Lord. Show us favor.
for we've had more than enough contempt.
For we have had more than enough contempt.
Psalm 123.
Psalm 123.
God,
God,
hear my cry.
hear my cry.
Pay attention to my prayer.
Pay attention to my prayer.
I call to you from the ends of the earth.
I call to you from the ends of the earth.
When my heart is without strength,
When my heart is without strength.
lead me to a rock that is high above me.
Lead me to a rock that is high above me.
For you have been a refuge for me,
For you have been a refuge for me.
a strong tower in the face of the enemy.
A strong tower in the face of the enemy.
I will live in your tent forever,
I will live in your tent forever.
and take refuge under the shelter of your wings.
And take refuge in the shelter of your wings.
Then I will continually sing of your name,
I will continually sing of your name.
fulfilling my vows day by day.
Fulfilling my vows day by day.
Psalm 61.
Psalm 61.
This is the day the Lord has made.
This is the day the Lord has made.
Let us rejoice and be glad in it.
Let us rejoice and be glad in it.
Lord, please grant us success.
Psalm 755.
Psalm 118.
Psalm 188.
I
How many
exclaimed,
psalms are there?
hundreds. I exclaimed, this is my intense suffering, but I must bear it.
That relationship with Trump. Trump doesn't want to lose the world economy, the American economy. He doesn't want to lose the votes in November, to get this new voting deal that he wants to erect on behalf of the American people, which is not very popular. So,
so much. And David, what better person to weigh in on theological matters than someone who is a relative of Justo Gonzalez, great church historian who I read. It was Andrew Tully, our friend in the north, always giving a Canadian perspective. Andrew, would you like a fresh five to talk about Tucker Carlson, Donald Trump, the Antichrist, or anything else, Canadian football, whatever you'd like to talk about?
I'm not going to throw Canadian football in there, mate. Good afternoon. Because my team lost this weekend, so I'm a little bit. However, this morning I've been reading articles out of the Atlantic, very thought-provoking. One of them was called about
a book called Two Ships, I think it's called, talking about the formation of the United States. One ship, Mayflower, which landed in Plymouth, and the other that is referenced is, I think it's called the Lost Lion, which was a slave ship, which I believe it landed in Jamestown or somewhere in the South Virginia area. And it really highlighted the dichotomy that the United States has always had between the North and the South, and just where those roots come from historically. The Mayflower, I believe, left the Netherlands initially. At least that's what I understood from the article. But anyway, it's a very interesting article. The Atlantic was full of them this morning. The other one that was very interesting on Mel Brooks, who celebrated his 100th anniversary or 100th birthday yesterday. Very, very funny. And Donald Trump and his allies. So I just posted that for anybody in the room who is interested in artillery to push back on the election denialism. Only elections that Donald Trump wins are good ones, and anti-democratic, fascistic tendencies of Donald Trump recently. And I think it's a good read, and there should be some good information there for people to take home to their own areas and maybe set up similar programs to educate your population, your fellow neighbors, on just what is happening and how to circumvent those efforts as best as possible. So I'll land it there, and everybody have a great day.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Always great to hear your Canadian perspective. Let's go to somebody out on the southwest portion of the United States.
Hey,
Dr.
Scott.
Francine, yes.
Elijah's been on stage for quite a while and hasn't gotten his fresh five yet.
You know what? We'll go to Elijah right after Dr. Francine. We'll go Dr. Francine, then Elijah. Dr. Francine, come to us from the Grand Canyon State. Would you like a fresh five to tell us what you're thinking about?
Yeah, I've been thinking, I've been thinking so much. This morning I drove out to the place in Arizona where they're building the new TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor Company plant. And it's huge. I mean, it's unbelievably huge, and it's huger, if there is such a word, of a construction site, because there are now 3,500 people there, and there are going to be 6,000, but there are also 12,000 construction workers building it. Because when you build a factory that big, you also build houses. You're almost inadvertently building a factory town. So there's like people building houses and people building, supermarkets, all kinds of stuff. And so I'm thinking how badly we are going to. That's enough for me.
Thank you. Great questions, Dr. Francine. Let's go over to Elijah before we hand it back over to Uncle Steve. Elijah, George, how are you? Welcome to the stage, and would you like a fresh five to tell us what's on your mind this morning? Elijah going once, Elijah going twice. I'm not seeing him coming on, so I'm going to go back to my Uncle Steve. Uncle Steve, I'm handing the reins back to you, sir.
Thank you. And I do see Moose on stage. Has Moose spoken
Moose
yet?
has not spoken yet. You can go to Moose.
Then we will go to Moose, and then we'll try Elijah again. Moose, it's a pleasure to have you on the show. Welcome. What would you like to talk about?
He left the stage.
He left the stage. Okay.
Little stage fright, maybe. Little stage fright, quite literally.
Maybe it's Uncle Steve fright. Who knows? Has any non-mod squad, non-green bean, not had a chance to speak on the stage? Apparently, everybody has. Okay. If you're in the audience and you want to come up, please do, because it's going to be very difficult, if not impossible, as it gets to the top of the hour. I guarantee, though, everybody on stage will get a chance to speak. That being said, I see some green beans that have not had a chance to speak. Alfonso, good morning. Thank you for doing the heavy lifting. Would you like a fresh five, Alfonso?
Good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear, sir.
Excellent. Yeah, I'm quite busy today, but yeah, happy to be here as always.
Very good. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Let's go to Yakov. Yakov, good morning. Thank you for doing the heavy lifting. Would you like a fresh five?
Good morning. I have to say, I don't know if anyone else has observed this, but I like watching the videos of foreigners discovering America for themselves and bypassing media descriptions of our country and enjoying the people and the friendliness of Americans. And unlimited refills apparently is a big deal, and apparently ranch dressing is probably going to hit whoever owns ranch dressing invests in that stock. That's going to be big in Europe. I think people touring Buc-ee's and air-conditioned stadiums, and it's kind of nice. You know, maybe we should have this more often. I think I'm not a real FIFA soccer fan, but I've been enjoying it tremendously. I don't know what others think, but good morning, everybody.
Good morning. And next in my queue, or actually in my queue, I show Alvin, David, El Normo, Andrew, Dr. Francine, Joshua, and Elijah. And so since none of them have spoken yet, is that correct, Reverend Scott?
Well, Elijah's the only one who hasn't actually spoken.
Right, thank you. Let's try Elijah. Let's try Elijah again. Elijah, good morning. Welcome to the show. Would you like a fresh five? Elijah going once, Elijah going twice. Okay, well, let's go to then Alvin. Alvin, good morning. It's a pleasure to talk to you.
You know,
That's an Alvin Chipmunk, Steve.
That's why you're the grill master. Alvin.
yeah, couple of things. Y'all call Scott Reverend Scott, but I'm the only one that knows his true religion, but we're not going to talk about that right now.
Oh, yes, you do. Yes, my own friend. My own friend, Alvin. My man.
He is a reverend of a... You think it's something mainstream. It's a very niche religion, but we can't discuss that right now.
But we can discuss that it is a fact. He is not an atheist. We can discuss it is a fact that he is a licensed or reverend preacher of man of the pulpit, correct?
But you don't know which pulpit, Scott.
I understand that.
It's a different pulpit.
The pulpit
I understand that.
But actually, it is a pit. It can't be described as a... I digress. Now...
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
One thing that... Look, I'm not a fan of Tucker Carlson. Rather...
You're in the Matrix, sir.
Oh, I'm still in the Matrix now?
Well, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so... I'm not a fan of Tucker Carlson. However, I will defend the notion. I don't think he's a Jew hater, right? Because it's like I can criticize Kim Jong-un and the North Korean government, and nobody will accuse me of hating North Koreans, right? I can talk about how horrible the Iranian regime is.
You're apparently in the Matrix again. Okay, Alvin, if you can hear me, go on mute. Alvin, if you can hear me, go on mute. We will come back to you. You are in the Matrix again. Let's try David.
I just want to say one thing, Uncle Steve.
Yes.
Tucker Carlson's comments around Judaism, Israel, they don't just stop at the state of Israel. He has made comments on the relationship of the church to Judaism and Israel that are supersessionist, that basically replacement theology. I mean, these are not just political comments. I mean, they are beyond critiques of Netanyahu and the state of Israel. I mean, he's made some pretty serious theological criticisms of Judaism, which a lot of Christians post World War II, post Holocaust would note as problematic.
Well, my problem with Tucker Carlson is that for many years he was like one of the biggest Trump supporters and Trump cheerleaders, and then all of a sudden he got fired off of Fox, and now it appears he's anti-Trump, which is fine, but he never explained why. Now maybe I missed it, but did he ever say what took place during that transitional period, which turned him from like Trump's #1 supporter into no longer supporting him?
There's a long piece in the New Republic a couple years ago called "The Fall Populism of Tucker Carlson," which traces exactly this. Uncle Steve, it traces his move from the ultimate Beltway insider, where he never missed a sort of DC cocktail party with his bow ties, to him sort of nipping at the heels. He's never addressed this stuff, right? But many people find his transitions quite convenient, and point to him, add up like YouTube to X to this, that. His audience approximates Spotify and whatnot.
Downloads for each one of his
It doesn't. It does not. This is an estimate. This is an aggregate thing. But even if it's half that, right? I mean, this is 3 or 4 times.
Well, all you got to do is pop onto one of his YouTubes like a week or two ago and see how many people viewed it.
Right, I mean, but he's definitely got a bigger following than
I believe
sort of more Fox cable.
I believe has 20,000 followers, 20,000 subscribers. But the
20 million.
I'm sorry, 20 million. But the question is, how many people watch each of his YouTubes? And all you have to do is go onto the YouTube and it'll show you, right?
Right. But certainly more on average than, say, the evening news. I mean, the guy is running a media empire out of his house, basically, which is remarkable, what you can do these days.
It's very remarkable what you can do these days.
Am I still in the Matrix?
No, you're not, but we're going to come back to you, sir. We are going to come back to you, sir. I want to go to Leroy, who's new on stage. Leroy, good morning. Welcome to the show. What would you like to talk about?
Good morning, Steve.
Good morning, Leroy.
It's been a minute. I know, right? Good to hear your voice again. You sound great as always.
It's good to hear you too, and the show is better with you than without you.
Appreciate that. So here's what I was thinking. So Steve, I've been navigating my entire life literally of being a self-governed person, right? I'm sort of a visual. How I got there is by being a visual learner, right? I observe how people behave, and somehow I connected to the behavior of good morals, good, treating people nice, having fun, making people laugh, just enjoying love and receiving love and giving love. And so for all my life, I've been able to have a great, not only high moral standard, but I'm really helpful and just all around good guy when it comes to people. I have great relationships. But I find that, and talking about being self-governed around people who are religious, they come across as insecure about me making that claim I just made just now. It just feels like they think that if I somehow promote self-governance as a beautiful thing, somehow it's a threat to religion. I don't know if you've ever experienced anything like that, but I wonder how many people in the world are in America, pretty much, who are self-governed, not by religion, or somewhat, maybe a little bit, maybe the foundation of religion, and maybe culture. But for the most part, they don't say anything about it, fear of making other people feel insecure, right? Not because they question it, because they don't want to be ostracized. They want to be called something that they're not. You know what I mean?
Yes, I know what you mean, and I'm going to respond. I've been working, in other words, providing services for stations. I've worked at bagel shops. I've worked at collection companies. I have had my own business for 5 years, and most recently, I'm working for a statewide law firm in my career, which I've been doing for over 30 years of workers' compensation, employment, and labor law. I bring this up because I have dealt with over in excess to receive money for work-related injuries. I have no debt. I have a 401k. I have money in the bank, and I have a home which I've been regularly paying a mortgage for close to 25 years now. I've also helped my two children not only go through school, but I contributed to my son getting a law degree and becoming a lawyer. I contributed to my daughter getting a master's degree and becoming a social. And I tell people I'm an atheist, the first thing out of their mouth is, "You're fallacious. You're not logical. You're stupid. You don't understand." Now, the response out of my mouth from that is, well, all those claims that you just made against me for knowing me for 5 or 10 minutes, are you saying that I'm fallacious, stupid, not logical, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about after knowing you for 5 minutes, only about God? Or is it about my entire life? And then a lot of the times, well, it's only about God. And then some, well, I don't know about the rest of your life. And I said, yeah, that's right. I've been trained. I'll land in 60 seconds. I've been trained in my 30-year plus career to think logically. Being logical on this one issue, and you've only known me for 5 minutes, who was really the one that's
rightfully? I don't know, probably the temperature to turn down most people. But how do you achieve that? You understand? Like, I love the guy, great guy, but he's not a blue collar man. There's no way for him to ever experience the ability to be a blue collar man. And gets wined and dined and turned into a fucking swamp creature because money is power. Money is influence. And Trump's, I don't know. He's hard. I think, the brain injury is actually helping him see about, but him bonking his fucking head has somehow got him to see a little bit of common sense, which is scary.
I think he's
they want compliance, that's for damn sure. Whatever they want him to toe the fucking line and throw away his values so they can advance the cause, right? But he's not willing to do that, that's odd for someone on the left. They normally, and some I will hand the right to is that we've gotten divided because we have values, and we're willing to stand on values, and it sucks because we'll almost break up our own movement because one value that you don't know if that's good or bad. I think it is good to a sense, but it also is bad. It can be short-sighted because we have the alternative, but you got to stick to your values. You got to stick to what's important to you. And so I will hand that to the right?
Hello.
That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to splinter the right into two factions in efforts to ice out the radical left.
Yeah, well, because
the Democratic Party is all.
Dude, the Democratic Party is in a bad. Did you see what happened yesterday? The left eats their own. Fuck.
That's what happens That's what happens in an internal civil war. They fight each other and they kill each other, right? They annihilate each other. And that's what's happening in the Democratic Party. Because like I said, I think it's like 4 different factions in the Democratic Party that's vying for control. You have the progressives, the moderates, the communists, and the radical leftists.
Yeah, on the right, I'd almost say we have 3. We have the people that are, I hate to say it, but Israel is a dividing line for some people on the right. They're either anti-Israel or they're with Israel, or I don't know. There's like
and Joy Reid agree on the same thing. You get what I'm saying?
Man, that's a sellout. That's some sellout shit. He's Putin because he's afraid of the guy. He fucking treats the guy with kid hands, with fucking, kid gloves. He really did.
He was over there in Russia for the
That's true. I was gonna say, look, to be fair, he could get murdered, but you know, it is, bro. And you're gonna go into him hard and ask him tough questions like, everybody else.
Mountain.
Values because when he says that he's not going to vote Republican because of the Israel situation, well, that makes you a hypocrite. Why? Is because you understood what Miriam Adelson and her donations to Donald Trump meant. You knew what that meant, and you voted for him, right? Matter of fact, you even talked about Miriam Adelson and her donation to Donald Trump and what that meant for Israel. So don't sit here and say that you're now anti-Republican because you're anti-Israel.
Adrian.
We literally laughed about when they brought up, you and your brother laughed when his brother brought up the Muriel Adelson.
Adrian, let me make a point about Israel, if I may.
Start over again?
I said I want to make a point about Israel and Trump and America. The point is that Mountain was breaking down the division within the right or the left based on Israel. But if you just take a step back, if you believe in sabotage and espionage and foreign influence and how AIPAC controls Congress, and you're part of this belief that this is a fact and you're anti that type of influence, you still have to, in my opinion, in the past 26 years, the entire American attention and focus has been subverted. It has been espionage, and we have completely terraformed the Middle East by invading Iraq, by invading Afghanistan, because we went into, 6 countries after 9/11 and the Arab Spring Revolution. So my point is that, Sheldon Adelson and all his money from the Venetian and all of this Jewish influence money, it has actually terraformed the Middle East. And it's not just the Jews, though. It's the Saudis. It's the Qataris. Monarchy. It is a theocratic state, a union of religion and state, church and state. So it is really like this tribalism or gang-on-gang warfare. And America, unfortunately, has played level. My final point that I just want to emphasize to everybody in this room is that America has been operating, has hundreds of billions in debt. The point is that it makes it seem almost as if this is some type of a simulation theory can be proven. It can be proven in the ledger, meaning that we are in the ledger, meaning that we are lucky we were able to create 200 trillion in unfunded debt, 40 trillion in funded debt, and states were able to borrow like this because the world is one huge network and we are borrowing off of it. And China's doing the same thing and India's doing the same thing, but at a much lower level. And it's truly because of our victory in 1945, where we conquered the earth and became the supreme dollar monopolist on the planet. It's our greatest blessing. But the truth is, if we didn't do any of this, the past 26 years wouldn't have been possible. And then before that, the 50 years before that wouldn't have been possible. It is immoral and it is unethical. And we should pronounce judgment on the immoral currency system we have and what we're doing. We shouldn't spend more than what we take in revenue. Businesses don't do that. Households don't do that. But our Congress people do that. They are immoral, they are corrupt, and you have to pronounce judgment, moral judgment. Hello?
Our system's kind of fucked. Our system is kind of fucked, but what do you do, man? I don't know. John, that was a long one, bro. And good, but insightful. I don't even know how to say or respond to that, bro.
Well, I just think today's Pride Fest, and there's lots of people out there looking for dignity, looking for honor. But the truth is, putting up rainbow flags and marching in a parade and saying, give us our dignity, give us our... That's not where dignity comes from. Ethics and virtues and morals have to be studied. They have to be experienced. 4 hours to go look at it. So all I'm saying is, all communication is political, all communication is hypnosis, all communication is spam, and it's your first-person shooter game to determine what type of communication you want to take in and what kind of communication you want to push out.
That's definitely happening, for sure. And it was cool about it. It's like, say you're playing Sim Earth. You just did that, bro. Played as a human, wanted to experience that suffering, but died for our sins, man. It's pretty cool, though. But yeah, we're definitely in a simulation. Made by God. It's cool, too, and I've convinced quite a few people to stop being atheists with the simulation theory. Because he likes video games. I'm like, bro, think of it as a video game. 200 years ago, some guy would have came to you and said, hey, bro, we're living in a simulation. Guy would be like, what the fuck are you talking about? With the power of video games and technology, you can kind of understand that we really are living in a simulation, man. And like this year, he's not an atheist.
Well, the founders, Jefferson and Benjamin Franklin and Adams and Washington, they in their intuition must have told them, oh my God, like this could completely be destroyed and ruined by a superior force coming in and shutting it down. Because it's not just the military, it's the whole communication. The spam changes. And if the socialist communists take over in this country, and Mamdani is running the largest apartment group, on the planet, determining the rent, and he can't be sued because Democrat judges are on his side. There are alternatives for future America. America could be splintered. There could become an alternative currency, an alternative legal framework, an alternative political network. America is not static, it's dynamic. And if you study economics, laissez-faire capitalism, according to Ayn Rand, is always the future economy. And this is what the communist socialists, why they're so disingenuous and hypocrites, is they never talk about the Federal Reserve because they want to keep it. They want their piggy bank, and they want to use that power of inflation to carry out their ideological agenda. Their ideological agenda of altruism is suicidal. It is anti-America first. It's anti-nationhood, and it's all queer ideology at the end of the day. And they're not based in history or reality or law. And when you get to the law, that's the big distinguishing part that they never talk about in the propaganda, is that they are not lawists or jurists or legalists. They want to transcend the law, but that's their plan will never work, because we all know that lawyers, at the end of the day, either hit two buttons, yes or no. It either perceived, manipulated, and it's all about money. And all I'm saying is the communists will never succeed in America because of. Wait, did somebody say retard projection? Says what?
Are going to place all these people's jobs. They're going to be forced to make a universal basic income system. Well, for a universal basic income system. Well, for a universal basic income system.
So they're not going to let you rot in the favela.
Well, yeah, possibly, but listen to me. But as more and more people are replaced by AI, it's going to be products, you know what I mean? Like, there's not going to be enough taxpayers to support universal basic income. So what's going to happen is they're going to task companies or corporations with paying this heavy tax burden to support universal basic income. So then you're going to have like 4 or 3 or 1 company basically tasked by the government or hired by the government to make all these products for the people in exchange for them paying the heavy tax burden required to support universal basic income. So then you have about 4 or 5 companies making everything for everybody around the world. You're not going to get everything. You're going to get less and less. It's got to be approved by the government. It's got to be made by this corporation. And that's kind of your digital or your communism that we're going to be getting there. Because it's going to be corporations making a few making everything for everybody.
Well, see, this is where law comes back into play. Where in Chicago, in Evanston, Illinois, they did the cannabis reparations tax, where they paid out 50,000 to 300 supposedly descendants of African slaves or had some type of property rights slight, and it was deemed unconstitutional and illegal. And so, if you try to put a tax on Google to fund the minimum basic income, that will be determined illegal. So well, that's what I'm saying. The utopian, socialist, liberal, progressive, pluralist economic lies. You have to look at the statistics. What is best for social abundance? Laissez-faire capitalism or hardcore socialist, communist wealth redistribution through taxation? Because the whole scam rests on taxation and theft. Brandon Johnson, the mayor of Chicago, is stealing from the pensions billions of dollars, stealing it, but calling it an investment. It's all in the language and in the way that it's obfuscated and termed and presented. That's why I say all communication is political and it's spam and it's hypnosis. And if you say that he's lying and using words that don't mean what they mean, you're accused of being racist or a homophobe or a transphobe. It doesn't matter. The point is you always have to just remember that you have 2.5 billion seconds in this game called life to exist. Look it up. 60 seconds times 60 minutes times 24 hours times 75 years. It's 2.5 billion seconds. What you listen to is probably more important than what you say in your life. That's one of my observations. And so I'm just saying, try to play the game with knowledge and wisdom and get some books. Look at my name, book. If you're just using this app and you're not surrounded by books spamming you, guys like Steve Appel in these atheist rooms and these never-ending Christian debate bro rooms, they're spamming you. You need to pick up what is the opposite of pride? Disgrace. And most of these pride people are just disgraceful people putting on a spam show. They know nothing about the economy. They know nothing about vaccines and war and spam and hypnosis. But you do, my clown house friends. You do.
Yesterday, BB said that she lost her virginity to a rabbi, and I was about to say before I got kicked out, well, so did Pepe. Anyway, so
Ghetto trenches where he figured out how to say that. If you can't say that in 2026 and you say dat or dis, you've got the greatest computer system the planet's ever created. You are 65 billion years of human evolution, but you failed to pick up a book and read it.
Lordy, lordy.
Lordy, lord.
You know, you could go on eBay right now. I don't want to tell you to do it.
I don't need no books, John.
Well, no, you don't have to read a book. You can get what's called the Great Courses. They're on DVDs. They got math, they have science, they have history, they have religion. Just get the Great Courses on DVD and put those in your DVD player, and you will be amazed at the content. And when you compare that content to this content, you will naturally say that this app and the people that talk on it are just spamming you. Like, go listen to Ban and First Lady's Politically Correct. They are spamming you. It's just spam.
I don't listen to those people. I don't listen to that, John.
I used to throw shit in my face.
Yeah, I get on here, have some conversation, then I jump out. I'm on here less and less, though I'm still addicted. You know, trying to have regular conversation.
No.
Then I run into homosexuals like Pepe and move me down. And that's just like, wow, I'm reminded.
In Chicago on the trains, they did a study. They found 9 out of 10 people that come from the South Side don't pay for train fare. They just skip the fare, go underneath the wheel. And 9 out of 10, they recovered over 40 guns. So these aren't trains to get to work. These are death and theft trains.
Like, wow, that is not a train for me. I'm a white guy.
These are theft and death trains. And the police are finally enforcing it after 20 years because guess what? Trump's going to cut their funding. Daddy Trump. Daddy's home. Daddy's home. Johnny Trump is home.
Itasca, Illinois, dude, just Chicago, finally after the train. And my mom and I looked at that fucking train. There ain't no way I'm getting near that fucking thing. You know what I mean? You can look at it
Death
and be
and
like,
theft
yeah, I'm not
trains.
getting on that thing. If I don't want to get stabbed to death, you know?
Or lit on fire. You know, young girl sitting on a train gets lit on fire by a guy that's been arrested 75 times. 75 arrests, gets on a train and lights a 16-year-old blonde girl on fire. Yeah.
What the fuck was she doing on that thing?
She was just going to her next stop to go have a cup of coffee at Starbucks.
Yeah, don't get fucking dicked down by some black guy.
She's probably going to the Pride Fest before she got lit on fire by a 75-time recidivist. The point is,
I'm sorry, man.
I mean,
people don't like us. I know that. I stay the fuck away from them.
Well, I'm just saying, if we can invade 7 countries, spend $10 trillion, kill 20,000 of our own soldiers to liberate the Middle East for Israel, well, the least we can do is use our own military to liberate our cities from the criminals that are murdering our population and provide security to our population. If we don't do the most basic first-person shooter strategy game skills in our own country, we will not have a country for long. It is falling apart. That people are stealing beyond belief. There's $500 billion a year in federal fraud. There's probably another $500 billion in state-level fraud. I think we really need a period of military dictatorship in this country for 4 to 10 years to get America under control, because
like Nate Bukele?
Exactly. And I think that our sanctuary cities need to be raided by tens of thousands of U.S. Army and Marines and Navy and Air Force soldiers armed with rifles and grenades. Because in Chicago, when you have 60,000 gang members, every single weekend, 15 gang members get assassinated in the streets. Now, I don't care about that population that dies. Let them kill themselves. But the innocent victims of their terrorism, and let's just call it for what it is, domestic terrorism. Americans are committing domestic terrorism every single weekend across all major sanctuary cities. And we need to use our military in the same way that we've used it internationally. Take the pussy communist bullshit. It doesn't matter. What Donald Trump says is what the will of the American people is and what we can do. We need to use the U.S. military to evict the domestic and international terrorists killing our population in all our major cities. And if he doesn't do it soon, he's going to lose his window of opportunity. The Overton window will close, and we will not MAGA. And we will not go into the bunker and say, this is America 2.0. Sanctuary cities are terminated. It's over. I'm sending in the U.S. military into every major sanctuary city in America. All illegal alien residents will be arrested by the U.S. military and brought to securing America for Americans, using the American military power to do it. And Trump, if he doesn't do this, he will lose the government, and it will fall into the hands of the communists, the socialists, the Mamdanis, the AOCs. We cannot, sanctuary cities, we eliminate 80% of the election fraud. Americans aren't voting for suicide and altruism. They're voting.
It depends on what?
Outfit, writer, outfit. AUTH or to go and arrest immigrants.
If that's what it takes, yes.
That is in the book. I want to see the writer of this book.
We're all tired of the bullshit. It's simple. Very simple.
And don't write books from the... Yo, what up? I can't hear anybody. You there? Puff, what up, bro? Can't believe you moved me down yesterday, bro. Can't believe that. I want to know
down there. You gotta give them suck muscles a break once in a while.
Yeah, whatever, yeah.
Like a steam locomotive, man. Once you get going,
yeah.
hard to stop you, bro. Gotta know what the brakes, man.
I don't know, bro. You were the one talking for a long fucking time.
I barely got in, baby.
I was trying to finally respond. I was trying to respond, bro, because you were moving that like 4 different topics and expecting me to respond to that because you were asking, why do I like Trump?
All I was doing was just pointing out the things that I asked you a question, you responded, and then I began to speak. That was all that was happening there.
No, I listened. That's what I was trying to write. I was listening to everything you were saying. I listened to everything you were saying. You were wanting to go on. No, it's all right. No, it's all right, because the conversation was just saying, no, why do I like Trump? And then you responded, why?
You told me, yeah.
But then you went and made a bunch of counter arguments, and I was,
I couldn't finish speaking because, you wanted to jump in and respond. And I get it, I get it.
Well, after 5 minutes, it's hard for me to track what you're saying, bro. If you want me to respond to that, you gotta mute up part of it, The same.
I'll tell you what, I'm gonna give you a very small cue. Not wanting to immediately respond, but actually listen to what they have to say, so you can understand where they're coming from. And then, as you're going,
Puff, is that how you have a conversation?
You'll be able to respond back once you get the opportunity to do so. Like, no, you're doing it right now. No, you're doing it right now. Every time I go to talk, you jump in. I don't do that to you. Every time I go to talk, you jump in. I don't do that to you.
Well, imagine having a conversation right now, and then a guy jumps in and starts criticizing the conversation about a conversation. Then he gets kicked to the goo because he won't stop talking about a conversation. Guys are having a conversation about no conversation. Think about that one. Hello, Puff? Make a point. Come with a point. You got a point? Make a point. Say something intelligent. Hello?
Disappointed because of the Epstein files. You're disappointed because of the fucking war. You're disappointed. What were the other 2 topics that you brought up? Hold on. What were the other 2 topics that you brought up, bro? So that was Epstein. That was the war. What else? Oh yeah, the checks. You were mad about the checks too, about being issued. So that's the 3rd one. What was the 4th one that you also brought up in that 10-minute spiel? What else was it? That was the checks, that was the wars, that was the Epstein deal. What else was it?
You weren't paying attention.
Bro, I got those 3. If I'm not paying attention, why would I? Bro, stop being honest, man. Bro, I remember 3 topics from yesterday. If I'm not listening to what you're saying, how am I remembering all these topics? I'm trying to track what you're saying, but you're loading the fucking question, making it intentionally long, repeating yourself, because you're trying to fucking stop me, bro. So what are the...
From yesterday, but making no points, and you gave 3 variables, and you're worried about a 4th variable, but the guy won't tell you the 4th variable because it was a 10-minute spiel about a lot of generalized shit. And then you're back here on Pride Day, on Sunday, 28th of June, 2026, talking about yesterday's conversation. Hey, Abdul is here. Welcome. Sing us a love song, a prideful song, Abdul Qadir. Take it away.
Every time he comes up here, he gets to be able to sing a song in peace. Thank you.
How does that promote America First?
Yeah. America First should be easy. The demo for volume was
Monaco. Monaco.
Thank you. Appreciate it. We love you, man. We love you. Okay. Good afternoon. I didn't say hi to you either. You're good. You're good.
Yo, you're live. Nice.
And then you secretly collect signatures for Alderman the entire time. Not tell us so until you submit.
That's fucking.
You like it?
That's genius.
And really go hardcore on the mayor stuff.
That's a very,
really go hardcore.
very good idea.
That's the other thing is that the Chicago Republicans try to rig it to make sure no Republicans run. And so I feel like you might be able to walk on the ballot or at least piss off whatever plain Republican they want to like raise money on.
Yeah, that's smart.
Yeah, but if you're running, they'll for sure put someone up. But if they don't know you're running, because isn't your guy a hardcore Republican?
No, he's a Democrat, but he's like a centrist Democrat.
No, it's a firefighter dude. I know him. Gardner, right?
Yeah, he's not Republican, bro. He's Democrat.
He's a dino.
But somebody.
He works with CTU's DSA guy.
To get the
he might lose.
To get the signatures for Alderman, it's only like 750 signatures or something.
You actually can do that.
That's totally possible.
Yourself and not rely on Craigslist people.
Yeah. I mean, this time is going to be. If it's only 750 signatures, that's worth it. Like 15,000.
Outside your house. Like, what do you actually need 20 a day? Like, I know you.
Just imagine getting the money, and we say we get 30,000 signatures for the mayoralship. And they challenge it, and we lose the challenge. Like, could you imagine how fucking frustrating that would be? It would be insane.
Maybe you spend $60K to get the signatures, or $120K, and so much time.
Unbelievable. Oh, you know,
that'd be kind of fun. It's like it's not the end of the world.
Okay, so listen to this strategy. I also thought that if I run as an independent for the mayor, I can create a new party, and we'll just call it Brandon.
No, there is no party.
Well,
there's no party for mayor.
Oh, really? I thought
it's nonpartisan. No, he's not a Democrat or Republican technically.
Or anything. See, I was just thinking, like, when you file, though, on the petition, you have to put the party name. So, if we put,
I don't think you do.
Have you seen it's the same petition every time, dude.
No, sort of. No, for different offices, it's different. I'm like, I haven't seen the mayor's petition in 4 years, obviously. But dude, it's nonpartisan. That's a fact.
I've seen anyways, but my point is, if there is a line for party, we could put a ridiculous name for the party, like Brandon Johnson is a criminal fraudster party.
So someone did Hitler some shit. Like someone's running as an independent, writing like Hitler was right for governor.
Well, see that proves my point. You can use any name for the party.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's an extreme. Like, don't do that. But that proves the point.
Well, I want to do something.
I think that guy might stay on I think that's being debated right now.
Well, anyways, I like your idea there. I like that pivot move. That's like when you play basketball.
But don't tell anyone. You got to keep it. It's kind of like that trick play that you have for the fourth quarter basketball the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
That's the key. And also this time, I think just like, dude, you can just come on and just once in the morning. Like just once in the morning and then once like in the evening, every day for like 3 weeks a month, you'll be good.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think you should do it yourself. There's no other way. And other people like myself will help out, but you want to make sure that you get like 750 yourself, and then other people give you the extra. You know, that's my opinion, and that's how I've always done it for my campaigns.
Mm-hmm.
Is of course you accept extra help, but I make sure I got at least enough on my own.
So, what was I going to tell you about Illinois Record is that, bro, you have to start creating on YouTube, my man. You have to.
I know. How?
You
just read what you do and just read my articles?
Well, either way, I saw that it's the largest platform even on television now. Because you know how people have smart TVs. It's like people just open YouTube.
I only watch YouTube on my
Yeah, so it's like, bro, you have to take Illinois Record to a higher level of creation.
for your consultation. You know what I'm saying? So for the medium, it's YouTube. There's a format like more Lucy podcast. Is it more like investigative, like a 60 Minutes piece? Is it?
I don't know. This is as the president and CEO of Illinois Record. These are all decisions you're gonna have to creatively make yourself.
I know. I'm gonna make the decision.
I know, but you just said you don't. You just said you don't want to be consulted, so I'm pulling back.
No, I literally said I do want to be. Like, no, I said the opposite. You must have heard me.
Oh.
Did you play back the podcast?
Well, I
do want to be consulted.
I have a Jewish friend who lives in Maine, and he does a lot of artistic work. And I said, bro, buy this phone and start filming your process and the work that you do on a time-lapse photo. And he did it, and he's got millions of views now of his artwork. And he's like, John, you are the best communication consultant a friend could ever ask for.
Yeah, exactly. You're a master communicator, and you also understand the modern era more than you're in the ground level. And so, I'm earnestly curious on like how long should it be, and like what should be the angle. Your problem
is
should be more investigative, should be more informational.
I think just like doing the long form podcast is the best way to do it.
Like an hour just on Aaron Del Mar, for example.
Yeah, but just
I'm just like using specifics, like how
in the same
podcast, do I interview someone? Am I talking about a subject? Am I talking about subjects?
Well, let me ask you this: what are you doing right now with John Kitover, the communication consultant? You're talking to him on the phone.
I'm asking questions
while he live streams the convo. This is the work that I'm asking you to do right now.
No, I'm talking about like
you need to be doing what I'm doing.
This is not necessarily the format of my record.
Please hold on 1 second. The communication consultant is speaking. I'm just telling you that until you get a phone up on a tripod, you're worth less than a tripod, my friend. And a tripod is only $4.95. So how much do you cost? Because you got 2.5 billion seconds to spend.
Less than $25 apparently.
Do you have any moral values? Do you ever make a moral pronouncement? When was the last time you made a moral pronouncement and said, I'm worth more than a $4.95 tripod?
I've made moral pronouncements. I've never made that moral pronouncement. Interesting. This is interesting. This is all interesting stuff. But so when's this podcast? But like some of our main questions, interview or myself. So you're right. You prove your point. This is all I need. I can call anyone in this podcast. But do you think I should do by myself and just kind of control everything, or just kind of be like the anchor and have a guest and peek in their mind?
Well,
I've done that before.
Chicago Flips Red is a good example of a team that creates a ton of content, and sometimes they mix in artistic stuff. And so what you realize is every day as you're building more videos, wait till you get to 100 videos, then 1,000 videos, then 10,000 videos, then 100,000 videos, then 150,000. You're so far behind in the film. I'm at over 150,000 YouTube videos.
Let's go, John Kitover. Let's go.
So what I'm trying to, what I'm trying to say is, until you experience creating videos, that's all they do.
I'm not interested in electoral politics.
I'm just telling you that it doesn't matter what you're doing. Is if you're not creating videos, you're worth less than a $4.95 tripod. Hello?
You're right. I need to be creating interview videos too.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Listen, there's a lot of people out there that think their shit is so hot, but they don't even have one video up on YouTube. And I'm just like, I'm sorry, but it doesn't matter what industry you're going to work in. If you're not a filmmaker, you're worth less than a $4.95 tripod.
That honestly should be a book or a TED Talk.
How much are you worth? Well, I ain't even worth a tripod. I ain't even worth. We should make a song called "I Ain't Even Worth a Tripod." It'll be a hit. It'll be a banger.
Exactly.
It'll be a new Drake. It'll be a new Drake song. These girls will be dancing in the club. I ain't even worth a $4.95 tripod. Drake. Just remember, go on Amazon right now after we hang up the phone, and go on Amazon and type in cell phone tripod and buy yourself a $14.95 tripod. Treat yourself a little, and give back and invest in yourself.
Yeah, I hear you.
Invest in yourself. It's the best investment you'll ever make.
Exactly. Because you can't waste it. Treat yourself. Maybe I'll go with $24.95.
That's why Brandon Johnson's always saying we got to invest in the youth, because he's never invested in himself.
He was like Red Kitover. Man, dropping wisdom.
Oh, you're the one that told me that these people are totally self-unaware. It's true.
They are. They really are.
They're like automatons. Like there's no spirit in their machine. It's unbelievable.
You see the full like the 4-minute clip of Tommy McIntosh and Jenny McGuire spazzing out.
I didn't see the full thing.
So funny. They call Rosie on Empanada. She's a freaking loser.
Dude, the fact that they're even talking about him is like the publicity that the person is trying to create in the first place. That's what they don't.
That's why I just put it on my Instagram. It's like that makes me like that gives me a lot of credibility.
Yeah.
Because like you can just tell like the fact that I make this random old dude that angry, cat and tree. He's like huffing and puffing.
He's your best publicist.
To be as a campaign manager and saying demo record was great.
He's the best publicist you could ever have.
I haven't talked to him since. What?
He's the best publicist you could ever have, and you didn't even have to pay him for it.
I know. That could be a good intro to a podcast.
We're doing it right now. We're doing it right now.
He's like, he writes commentary. I'm like, wow, he's doing that great.
There you go.
He writes commentaries, reviews, and for $5.95.
He's like, we are the media. We're coming after you, Max Rice. Because he knows.
You always say that is because I have the Illinois Record has a lawfully obtained footage of his wife beating up dudes. What do you call it? So she's saying, John, tell me out with this. What's the technical term for this? She's basically telling the guy that, she's basically like beating up on him and saying, you want to get laid? I want to ride your, all this like stuff. And she's punching him. And I have the video. But like, what's the term of that? What's the crime? There's battery for sure. But also there's like there's a sexual element.
Sexual physical assault.
But she's like, you want to get laid tonight? I'm gonna get laid somewhere else.
Damn.
I just want to ride your dick. What the fuck is wrong with you?
How did you legally obtain this footage?
Lawfully. You gotta keep that journalist integrity, but lawfully. And then I have other footage of her like beating up. Like she's like, I'm very impressed with her physique. Obviously it's disgusting. I don't condone domestic assaults or whatever. But she was like beating the fuck out of her ex-fiance. And then he's like, I'm filming you, and she was like pussy, and then just like drop kicks him. It's like actually impressive.
Can you text me this video so I can publish it?
You're a journalist and I'm a journalist, so I believe so.
I recently did a YouTube journalism training course that they have on, what is permissible under their policy and guidelines.
Oh, this might get kicked off because she.
No. If you give it journalistic context, everything is permissible as long as there's journalistic context.
She's a trustee.
Yeah, there you go. She's a political figure, so we can publish it.
She has a radio show and she's a trustee.
Send me the footage. Send me the footage immediately.
All right, I'm hanging up.
Okay,
all right, I can call my source. I'll let them know.
Okay, and after I post, I'm going to send you some posts. Please retweet some of the stuff that I create.
But only because we're journalists and you're Jefferson Park News.
No,
Not because they posted that.
I shut down Jefferson Park News. I'm part of Chicago News Incorporated.
I'm not asking you, so we'll be clear about that.
Please, I'm going to send you my LinkedIn. I'd like you to follow me on LinkedIn. It's Chicago News Incorporated. I'm a journalist working for John Kitover News Incorporated.
I've seen you, I've seen you're like actually one of the most hardcore journalists because you get the raw footage and you go, like remember you were interviewing at the Cook County GOP convention? No, I consider you a journalist. That's what I'm saying. I'm sharing it to you.
Thank you.
I'm not sharing it to harm or like, you know, I already deem it newsworthy.
Freedom of the press. Freedom of the press.
Freedom of the press.
Okay, Rabboni Shalom.
Cell phone. You know, we're on this. I'm on this fucking Facebook shit, man. I'm on these random groups and stuff, and I'm on this Bitterroot Declassified and anyway. There's some weirdo, some lady complaining that some sex offender was snapping her kid on Snapchat. That's bad. But lady, what the hell are you doing letting your 11-year-old kid have a fucking cell phone and have Snapchat? Like, I don't have Snapchat. From my understanding, though, it's you know, you can talk to adults on there and shit. I don't know. It's just, I mean, if you're a kid, I think you'd be able to talk to adults pretty easily, right? I mean, I don't know. Anyway, so like that's dangerous though. Give your fucking kid a cell phone and then not know what they're downloading. You know, but my sister gave my niece a cell phone, and she has this mirror app where everything my niece like types on her phone, my sister can see all of her texts, all of her apps, everything to monitor, you know what I mean? And that's important if you do give a kid a cell phone. I'm not advocating for having a cell phone, but if you do, fucking watch your kids, man. You know what I mean? Watch your fucking kids.
So did you see the latest data that's been out? Well, they have correlations between the suicide rates, especially in young girls. And it's always been high amongst boys, but amongst girls, it's skyrocketed since the smartphones, since Instagram, all that stuff. Look at the data that aligns with it. Now they're talking about math and science, and how the proof is now showing that more aligns to data usage from those individuals. So what happened is people became doom scrollers during COVID. It wasn't COVID. It wasn't disease. It wasn't the lockdown. It was the action that they were being parents curfew. It's 11 o'clock.
People might think that's extreme. People might think that's extreme, but I actually support it. You know, I mean, like, let them motherfucking kids be kids. You know, I don't like how addictive social media is, and the reason why I've stayed away from TikTok is because I've been reading that short form content is actually causing brain damage.
You know, 20 seconds, stuff like that. Think about that. Our brain has literally gotten trained to that. You know, our algorithms, they were just trying to, you know, it's 100% about marketing. You know, now they can market to us better because you know exactly what we're looking at online. You know, when we do something. You know, I remember getting my car. This is 9 years ago, and I would just get my phone or car, and it's 43 minutes to home. It's like, how do you know I'm going home? You know, but we're creatures of habit. You know, and I didn't even leave at the same time every day. You know, handle what I had to get done. But you know, it's addictive. The brain is highly adaptive, and now it's being forcefully adapted to short term. And you think about short term, we forget about the promises politicians make, and then they go from again a few years later. It's by design. If they do something and get something done, they have to promise you something else.
Nice.
That's why they run out of things to promise you. You know, so that's why they do what they do. You know. So,
Ice, look at it from the context and the perspective of an outside observer. When you see your population hunched over, doom scrolling on a cell phone, you quickly realize that your population has become mind controlled and time controlled. And there is no productivity in consuming never-ending amounts of content spam. But when you look at what really all politicians, doesn't matter Republican or Democrat, but really more on the Democrat side, look at like Elizabeth Warren videos. She's sitting there screaming, spend, take tax, borrow, spend. And they create videos of themselves screaming that. And so all I'm saying is that these cell phones have enslaved us. However, we can flip it around and we can retransmit the communication that we desire. But you have to do it. That means, in my opinion, is stopping most of your pre-existing communication, because most people are just spam chatterboxes repeating themselves like a never-ending record. But when you read a book online, you open up a new doorway, a new pathway of possibilities for yourself, for others. So I just want to encourage everybody here today to pick up a book, Come On Clown House, and change the way you communicate. And don't do two-way communication. Just do one-way communication. Just let people listen to you reading. It will change your perspective. It will change their perspective. And that's how we fix and cure and patch the wall and plug the holes. Hello?
Now, John, I tried reading the book. You promised it would make me feel better. You promised. It didn't work. So I started taking vitamins. And
Now he's on ashwagandha. Yeah, I mean, get a bottle of ashwagandha gummies, come on Clubhouse, and just read a book.
Oh, we got concrete. We got this. Come on, man. I'm just fucking around. Get up here, concrete. Where you at, dude? Look at that little sissy boy. Get up here. William, we should let concrete up, dude. There's a miserable black man that projects on us and says that I'm miserable. Yeah, I'm pretty happy.
Projection says what?
Saying, I'm miserable.
Projection says what?
Get up here.
Projection says what?
Peter.
How unaware is concrete? Have you ever heard concrete do like a thought experiment in a room that takes him like 15 minutes and he demands everyone remain silent during his thought experiment of pontification? It's unbelievable.
Peter, William, please let concrete.
Projection says what? Yeah, Peter, could you mod up Mountain and me? Because last time you were in my room, Peter, I modded you and you said, "Oh, thank you. Thank you so much."
Thank you, Peter. Come on, man. You guys got a mod here, bro. Peter, would you? Thank you.
The mothers have come to an end. The mothers are no more.
Thank you, Peter.
White power.
Oh, God. What's up, dude?
Hey there, buddy.
Hey, buddy.
What are you doing up there?
I'm just listening to the angry whites. How about
angry whites? Why are we angry? We rule everything. We run this place.
Projection says
we
what?
run the country.
How much money do you have in your bank account, man?
Hello?
You want me to tell you that?
Yes, I want to hear it, but
I can't tell you.
how much do you think you're worth, man? If you were to take all of your assets and have like a valuation of your assets, I'm talking about your home, talking about your car, talking about your savings, $1,000.
Well, something you forgot to include was me, my body, my spirit.
No. We're talking about your what's wrong with out of your body, not your intangible assets inside your body. Right? I just run the world. You said you run the world, man.
Concrete.
Anybody that runs the world's got at least $500,000.
Well, concrete. You see that movie right there? You ever heard of A River Runs Through It? You ever heard of that movie?
That movie's gay, man. Sorry.
Concrete's like the Drewski.
I live on that river, bro. So I don't. But I'm a humble man. I'm not going to talk about the things I have, the things I own, and how much I want. I'm a humble man. That's all I'm going to say. Okay. So, but the Lord gives me life.
You told us you run everything, man. That didn't sound very humble to me.
I'm a humble man.
Concrete is the new Drewski of Clown House.
It's your number when the rubber meets the road. When you were when there was no skin in the game, you were just as boastful as possible. You said we run everything. I said, man, how much are you worth? According to you, if a man,
It's not working, concrete.
I know, it doesn't sound like it, man. Come on, bro. This talk is normal, bro.
One second. I didn't want to be interrupted. I don't want to be interrupted. White power, please. White power.
I want to let YouTube know from a journalistic context, this is an African American man that goes by the name Concrete, and he is saying this derogatory racist term for journalistic context. I want to point it out. What we're recording here.
When he's bending down the tobacco. Preach it. Preach it. Preach it. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying?
Thank you. White power.
Get it back.
White power. Now, where was I? So, the question was, why do you think white power? White power. That's right. White power. That's right. That's right. White power. That's right. Somebody said, we ain't angry. We run everything. And I just said, well, some people run everything. And we aren't those some people. That's why we're angry. We want our free health care.
When I get pulled over, I get warnings.
Listen, you got to.
Do not interrupt Drewski in the middle of a new Drewski skit, all right? Don't interrupt Drewski.
You got that from the master's table, and that makes you feel like you're the master, but you're just a dirty dog, just like me.
No free healthcare. Why?
I'm just a dirty. Hey, listen, you might have better scraps, right? But we're both dogs at the master's table trying to get a little something. So what we need to do, okay, we need to stop hating each other, white power. We need to come together. We need to come together, Paul, and we need to revolt against the system. But I understand that because you have so many choice scraps from the master's table, you don't have the appetite for revolution in the same way that I do. And I understand that as long as you feel satiated in your malaise, in your discomfort, right? Because there's a way to get comfortable being discomforted, right? And as long as y'all know who our problem is, and that's the rich. This is a class war, brother. Wake up. White power.
Oh, come on.
Does anybody want a white power? Because I got another one.
I'm not following, brother.
I got another one if anybody else want one. Anybody else? Going once? Going twice? White power.
Drewski! This is a new Drewski comedy skit.
Anyway, if there anybody else white power, just let me know.
Giddy up, white power.
White power. White power. Anyway, like I was saying, we need to come together as white people. All the
power is a beautiful thing.
Now, what you could do is you could, on your own, revolt. But we can clearly see you just don't know how to do that.
Like the video, share and subscribe to see more Drewski videos.
We've all been bamboozled with the trade once or twice before. Not me, maybe you. And so, what I suggest moving forward is we don't let these billionaires divide and lie to us, and we come together as a community.
Wait, you said the Mexicans and who?
What say you?
Mexicans and who?
Niggers.
Well, we don't mind
Niggers.
We don't mind
This is a new Drewski comedy skit. We're listening to Drewski Prank Call Radio Show.
From penis envy, and there's nothing you can do about that, but they do have certain technologies where you might be able to help you out. There might be a little something that might be helping you out. That's power. Listen, there is no other reason for you to hate the Negro as much as you do, if not for penis envy.
Oh, dude, that's a lot of reasons.
That great big obelisk that them niggers be walking around with. That's what you got a problem with. That's what you got a problem down with, boy. And I understand it. I understand it. When I see that big, great 6 foot, 7 foot nigger, say, gosh, and that nigga's probably got a big old horse on him. And there's nothing you can do about it. Listen.
This is a new Drewski Comedy Radio Prank Show. Like, share, and subscribe.
You gotta let it go. You see how he's irate now? And I'm telling you why he got irate. He got irate thinking about that big old Johnson.
Start talking about big black.
He got irate thinking about his ladies thinking about that big old Johnson. And there's nothing you can ever do about that big old.
And he's going to keep on jumping out, and he can't control himself, you know. So this is what I'm talking about. This is why we don't like you guys. This is why we prefer the Mexicans over y'all, because concrete is the epitome of like the people we don't want to be around, fucking guy chimps out, never shuts up. He's like an adult child. Like an adult child walking around.
60 minutes times 24 hours.
He does this shit on the chillism too. If you ever hang out in chillism, bro, it's him fucking screaming and yelling, but he needs to be heard, and then he fucking never shuts up. So.
Wait, so where'd he go?
Yeah. He went down to the deal, but he left. He wouldn't shut up, but I didn't know.
Feels safe.
I don't think he has a job.
Oh, this is nice. Finally found the guy. Finally. God damn.
Well, some people do work on this.
Why the fuck would you slam that shit that damn hard? Pick it up. Pick it up. You understand? How you gonna move the damn shit by himself? I know. This look real good right here. Let's go. Why is my thing broke?
Culture's biggest tonight. Who's coming to the BET Awards? Do you plan on attending the BET Awards? BET Awards. Are you attending? Did you beat your kids? Depends on what they did. If they misbehave, you know.
So
I
what
beat
just
my
happened
kids. Do
was
you plan on
Wesley
attending
doing
this
the
year's?
White Power rally. What was that?
I think so. I was pretty much kind of cool. I mean, that's like
Okay. White power.
Pompey messaged me that he wants a whole fan rally in a room. I think you're good.
Yeah, I know, but we gotta tell them, like, that's too much white power concentrated like that. People are gonna think we're serious about that shit.
Monica, I thought you would say it right. White power.
I don't use that. I thought it was white tea.
No, that's just people that are scared to stay white.
Come on, man. We're a bunch of fucking talking heads on a fucking app. You gotta
By the way, the big black talking white guy is a big myth, by the way. You're hungry. We can fucking sling it. I don't know why the fuck we get a fucking bad rap here.
No, yeah.
The Asians who act how you dicks.
Yeah. Well,
it's just a myth.
Here's the thing about the Mexicans too. It's so like I'd rather have the Mexicans than them leading it, because the Mexicans actually have good food and they do have some values. And it's just I'd rather have big enough for that line. These lines probably run through. You have to bring both up to there. Yeah, so those must go into that. That taps into.
He call you sweet cheek?
Whoa.
I'll be honest with you, not a big fan of Mexicans. They don't seem to have a lot of personality. You should kind of stand there. And then, like,
I don't know. I mean,
black people are fucking hilarious.
My brother-in-law's a Mexican man. I mean, he's a pretty good dude. But like
house at the gas station, I'll buy him a case of beer once in a while. But like, they just kind of stand there.
Listen, man, I worked in the oil fields, in North Dakota, and all the white guys that I worked with were miserable, pit sands, bro. Fucking weren't nice, dude. Complaining all the fucking time. They look over at the Mexicans, dude. They're working harder. They're laughing. They're whooping and hollering. They're working good together. They're not dickheads. And they share their food with you. They have really good food. Don't take peppers from them, I learned. Than I did white guys, man. And they were a language barrier, but they were really good dudes. So, they're hard workers. Not everybody. I mean, there's individuals that are individuals. I've been to Jamaica too, and I was around a bunch of black people and super friendly guys. I don't know what it was like off of far off like in the jungle, but they were all pretty friendly dudes. But because we're tourists with money, right? When I go to Spokane, Washington, every time I go up there, I get good Mexican food.
I'm a big fan of Mexican food.
Yeah,
I like the flavors of Mexican food.
Oh
man,
carne asada.
We can crack some jokes, have a good time, drink some beers.
Do you understand that?
No,
just because. No, man. There's certain people out there, and that's okay. Well, that might be true. But something about the the Latino gangs over the black gangs. I guess I would say maybe this is anecdotal, or maybe it's my own opinion, but them fucking cartels are like hyper violent.
Bro, down
so why did you talking about the Latinos?
Those trailers in the back of the farm, bro, and like my buddy's uncle owns a farm, and like, if a dude like steals something for another person's trailer, they'll just fucking drag him out of his trailer and chop him up, bro. It's nothing.
Yeah, no, I mean,
fucking nothing, bro.
You heard about those cartels in Mexico, dude? They literally are having a competition of who can scare the shit out of each other the most, dude. They fucking do horrible shit to deter each other, and it's terrible. But the Indians, man, I'm up in Montana, and we have, prairie Indian, reservations, bro. Them motherfuckers are dangerous too. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't think you say Indian anymore. It's redskin.
I don't care, but I'm serious though. Like that, they're like the Blackfoot Indian Reservation, the Crow Reservation, the Northern Cheyenne, Rocky Boy. Those are scary reservations that you could go missing in.
Bro, that's why people get upset that we call them savages. Do you understand? Like, they call them savages because they had never seen killing like that before.
Yeah.
They had never seen shit like that before. Like, tying motherfuckers up and scalping them and shit like that. They're like,
oh, yeah.
Fuck, bro?
Yeah. Oh, dude, the things they did, did you hear what they did to Custer? Because they think that if they used to think, maybe still do, that if they mutilate you, you're going to be like that in the afterlife. So they cut his fucking ears off and shit, cut his balls off, cut his dick off. I want to make sure you don't have anything like, and the Blackfeet, dude, the Blackfoot Indians, there's a bunch of stories about them, like the mountain men would come up here, bro, and there was marauding Blackfoot Indians all over the Northwest of Montana, and they had guns, because I don't know why, but the French decided to trade guns with them. The Spanish knew better, but the French can cut your legs off and cut your head off. It was scary shit.
And then they string your body up like a warning.
Dude, yeah, that's actually. Have you ever heard of Hellgate Canyon?
No, but I'm never about to find out about it.
Look it up, Hellgate Canyon, Missoula, Montana, bro. They call it that because the Indians, if they found you, like if you were an Indian that weren't part of the tribe or a settler, they'd kill you. They'd put your body along the trail and this is Hellgate Canyon where I live, and they fucking put your body there like as a skeleton to deter you. And the French started calling it Hellgate Canyon, and that's where it got its name. And there's actually a school called Hellgate School. It's legitimate. I mean, the Hellgate School, yeah, it's real shit. It's called Hell's Gate. Yeah, that was a Blackfoot Indians, man. So, but anyway, what's crazy about that is I guarantee that if we wouldn't have put them on reservations, if we would have allowed them to be what the Palestinians are to the Jews, to Israel, they would have been launching missiles and attacking us just like the Palestinians would, because they're a bunch of fucking Indians at the end of the day, man. Just that's the truth, And they don't fucking like us, a lot of these guys. Some of them do have friends that are Indians. I did. I mean, one of them did, but they don't fucking like us. And if they have the capability to fight back and be legitimate, man, they certainly would. But our government knew a long fucking time ago these people would be a serious problem if they were able to unify into one country like they proposed in Oklahoma, or be a fucking legitimate force someday like the Palestinians are, fighting against Israel. I mean, it's a real fucking problem, man.
People don't understand that a lot of the land the natives had was taken and stolen from somebody else. They're completely unaware.
That's the only way they enforced it, man. It wasn't through some fucking document. It was through blood, sweat, and tears, bro.
Yeah, what's the thing with
the Sioux were completely savage. The Apache, the Comanche, the Seminole,
the Sioux, the Cheyenne, the Blackfoot, the Crows, Northern Cheyenne, dude, yeah.
Yeah, the Comanches were awful, and then I think the Mount Rushmore is like I think it's the Lakota Sioux, like you said. They're like, built on stolen lands. Like, then you look into it, the Lakota Sioux stolen from a fucking other tribe.
Oh, bro, have you ever heard of Red Cloud War?
Who's?
The Red Clouds War. We don't talk about it because it's one of the wars that America lost, actually. And it was called Red Clouds War. that was a war where originally the Crow Indians, their hunting grounds were Powder River County in eastern Montana. I used to live there, and they fucking, there was 30 to 60,000 of these fucking Crow Indians, man, using it as their hunting grounds. But the Lakota Sioux came in there, like the Cheyenne, the Sioux came in and pushed them off of there, and so the Crow, that's why they started being scouts for the American military, because they asked the American military to help push out the Lakota Sioux and like that were pushing the Crows out, but we couldn't fucking win. Red Cloud was in there, and we try to send in attachments to try to subdue Red Cloud, this group, and they just kept on beating us. So there's actually a Powder River to try to get water. Nobody wanted to do it because it was so dangerous. So the guy who drew the shortest straw would go down there to try to get a bucket. They had to leave because they just couldn't subdue them fucking Indians over there, bro. Pretty wild shit. Red Cloud War. Look that shit up.
Well, it's 2026, everybody. The country's still $200 trillion in debt. State of Illinois is $200 billion in debt, and Chicago's $100 billion in debt. And Chicago's finances are 2 times worse, 3 times worse, 5 times worse than even Los Angeles. If you look at that per citizen per major city, it ranks New York City, then Chicago. In Chicago, every citizen owes the city $55,000, and when you combine it with the state, it's over $200,000. And it's worse in New York City. So these socialist hellholes who are taxing businesses and just average everyday workers to death are wasting your money. Mamdani funded $15 million for transgender mutilation and sex reassignment surgery, even though Trump outlawed it. We got money. We don't have money. We're in debt, stupid. We have no fucking money. It's bankrupt. The pensions are being stolen from. They're underfunded by 60%, and these communist thieves are giving out $100 million grants to NGOs. It's the same USAID scam. If Todd Blanche and the Department of Criminal and Fraud at the DOJ doesn't step in and make arrests of politicians, this country will fall to the scammers, the thieves, the communists, and the socialist liars who use altruism and equity and social restorative justice as code words for theft, for thievery, for stealing, for misappropriating funds. Are there any patriots in this room right now? Hello?
It's American culture.
Hello?
It's American culture.
No, that's your acquiescence to thievery, lying, and fraud because you, sir, are probably a faggot retard and maybe a pussy. Oh, no! Oh, no! He's a faggot retard! He's a faggot retard!
I like America. Man, what are you gonna do, man? You gonna do about it?
Well, we gotta do something about it. Man, we gotta do something. We can't just we can't be doers. So we can't, like I got a big old pissing match fight with my buddy, one of my best friends.
Now, you know that, right?
What is?
Well, just think of the taxes, bro. Like, I know, like, the taxes they take from everybody's check, right? The Social Security tax, blah, 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 always the tax, right? Whatever it is, right? Some people get $7, $3. I mean, like, $3, right? Imagine if every $3.
Oh, yeah, plus that.
Fucking crazy.
They were only taking $3 from us. They're taking a lot more than that, man.
How about the tolls? Like, I'm in Florida, right? Every fucking car on that highway fucking is giving the government of Florida fucking at least $2. Every time they go through a toll, bro. You know how much fucking money that is? It's crazy.
It's not enough, apparently.
No, that's what I'm saying though. Like it's $2 bucks, dude.
Well, what's sad about them is that basically 99 or 97% of the federal government's revenue comes from taxpayers, and they spend more than they take in. And they want more, and they want more, and they want more. We should reel that in, bro. They use tax with money. Dude, it's crazy. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, and it's not enough, bro. That's what I'm talking about. So,
nuts. We're talking like trillions of dollars a day.
Oh, fuck, bro. And they want more, and they want more. And they want fucking schemes on how to get even more out of this. You know, so like, let's tax the pollutants that come out of people's vehicles. Let's tax fucking every gallon of gas that they fucking, you know what I mean? It's just, it sucks, man. It
That's what I'm
sucks.
saying. Like, look what's saying. You know, I'm in Florida, right? I saw a thing that said, for the last, said for 20 years, the Florida lottery has donated, because the lottery in Florida is supposed to be for schools, right? It's all for schools. That's the whole shtick. It says, in the last 2 decades, the Florida lottery has donated $300 million to schools. And I'm like, wait a second. Y'all just fucking, some dude just hit a fucking $1.2 billion one, and y'all took fucking $500 million from it. And you're telling me in the last 20 years, you only donated $300 million? Y'all took $500 million one fucking go. And where's all this, like, what are we talking about? Every fucking lottery winner, y'all get half of it. In 20 years, you only get $300 million?
What's sad about it, bro, is that, I don't know, maybe I'm repeating myself. Maybe this is kind of a doomer thing, but, you know, as a Christian, I know that this probably is not going to end well. Right? I mean, it's eventually, ultimately, it will end good. But before that, there's going to be a real fight. And I don't see any hint of America being there toward the end times. I try to speculate what it is that's going to destroy America. And it's probably this. It's probably the debt. It's probably uncontrollable debt, the uncontrollable spending, the wars that we constantly go in, and the fighting that seems to escalate more and more. I don't know what it is exactly that's going to break America.
I saw a theory on this one. They said theory was like capitalism. It's great. It's great, but inevitably when you play it out, it has to implode because if profit is the goal, then you're always going to be trying to make profit. And once you max out your profit and then you try to get more profit, where does that come from? Like it just can't sustain itself, right? And so now we're getting to the point like the subscriptions. It's like, what the fuck, bro? Like, I gotta have all these subscriptions to just watch TV now.
They're coming out with Shield.
They're
coming out with food subscriptions.
You would get Channel 3, Channel 5, Channel 7, Channel 11. You would get that for free. Like, National Broadcasting, ABC. ABC is America's broadcast. Like, we're supposed to get that shit for free. Now you have to pay for it. Then another subscription. Then another subscription. It's like, now the other refrigerators are asking for it. It's like, what are we not lose on our refrigerator? What happened? Like you said, you're like, where does it end? It can't sustain itself.
Well, ultimately, this is where the Bible talks about how globalism, one world government, one world police, one world this. You can see where it's going. I mean, there's no way that we're going to be able to reel this back realistically because of the profits. These corporations are not going to reel back and say, okay, yeah, we'll give up our slave labor, we'll give up our maximum profits, come back to America and start being ethical.
Yeah. Once they got the maximum profit, they're not going to take a loss.
Well, yeah, once NAFTA was signed, once that permission was given, you know, once that fucking crony capitalism was allowed to happen. And again, that's something about it. You got to really be, I'm not saying regulate, but don't give them the keys and encourage them to fucking bounce out. I mean, that's the thing is we had a huge industry in America. We made a lot of our own shit. Things were relatively affordable. You can buy a house and a car. And, you know, you could actually fix it yourself or get it repaired. It's not fucking gonna, you know, shit on you. Your houses weren't fucking crazy expensive. People would go out. I mean, things were just better. And I can see the writing on the walls, man. Being a Christian is almost surreal. Because the Bible talked about this. When I was a kid, I used to scoff at this. But it's so surreal what's happening. It's to the T what's happening, bro. Like, it's true. And globalism will ultimately prevail. But the Lord will come back and ultimately prevail. It's going to get really fucking dark. It's going to get really dark in the beginning.
I was listening to one pastor one time. He's like, look, man, I get everybody's down and shit, but I read the Bible. The good guys win. So everybody relax. Like,
they do, but it's going to get really bad in the meantime. Especially being a Christian, bro, it's going to be very testing and it's going to get very bad for a lot of us, man. We're talking, because this shit will not be reeled back. That candy bar that now is fucking $3 damn near is going to be $5 to $6 in a very short time. The things are going to be unobtainable. It's going to escalate. It's going to get crazy, folks. It's going to get wild. It's going to get fucking crazy. Can't believe it, man.
Yeah, highly doubtful.
Well, okay. I mean, what's doubtful about it, bro? You can see it happening. Because here's the thing, man. Like, it's crazy. My grandparents, my grandfather gave my mom his '68 Chevy pickup, and it's beautiful, you know. And she's giving it to me, and so I open up the hood, you know, when I go visit her all the time, and I look at that engine, and I feel so envious. Not envious of the pickup, but envious of the time that it was. Envious of the people that got to live at the peak when things were made to be repairable, when companies made things to last as long as possible, and you can fix them, and things were made in America, things were affordable. Now, you know, these guys are predatory. They got things like planned obsolescence, and you know, fucking, let's make this thing as cheap as possible, but as expensive as possible. Now they're replacing metal parts with plastic parts that doesn't like cold and hot cycles. So they're going to get premature failures and less reliability. But is the price getting cheaper? No. It's all fucking crazy, bro. It's
like you know, the people that have these old houses, they rip up their fucking carpet. Someone buys a house, and all of a sudden their house is built in the 1920s, and the hardwood floors like beautiful fucking wood.
Yeah.
It's like that's just how they used to build houses.
Yeah.
Like we covered it up. It's like holy shit. Like that was standard back then.
And what's scary is
we ripped up some 1970 shag. It was green shag, and installed on a fireplace for him actually. And when I cut out the carpet, it was a rare type of oak, it's a tiger or something oak. And I was like, you might want to come here. And they got something wrong. I was like, you want to get rid of your carpet. Your floor was amazing. Yeah, and they were just like, yeah, it's amazing.
See? And man, you're actually getting a treasure when you get a house like that. It's older because it was built right. It was built with quality. When a 2x4 was a 2x4 back then, it was a fucking 2x4. Nowadays, a 2x4 is like, what is it, 3? And I mean, it's not 4 fucking. You know what I'm saying? Lumber mills have shut down because of NAFTA. We're getting a lot of our fucking timber from different places, and housing is so expensive, and they're taking crazy cost-cutting measures. These houses are fucking built cheap and fast, and yeah, it's just terrible, bro. Fuck, man, what world are we living in nowadays? That's that globalism shit, man. You know, this is the real simple thing about it. Like, I've told this to people, but it's true. When I was 15, and I smoked weed still, but when I was 15, and trying to buy a bag of weed was hard. So, like, this is the type of shit I would deal with. This is globalism that we're dealing with, guys. I would try to find someone to weed when I was 15 years old, and I'd be looking for like a $25 sack of weed. Well, if I found the dealer directly, I could count on it being a $25 sack. But because I'm 15, they're not going to sell a 15-year-old. Yeah, I'm gonna have to find someone who knows that guy. So because I gotta find someone who knows that guy, that fucker's gonna pinch my bag. He's gonna have a finder's fee. Sometimes I might actually have to. I might have to find two people. I might have to find the guy who knows the guy who knows the guy who knows the guy. So then, as it's going through more hands, that $25 sack of weed becomes less. Because everybody's going to get their finder's fee through that supply chain, right? So at the end of the day, I'm getting fucked. And that's exactly what's happening here with that candy bar. You're watching your candy bars shrink through shrinkflation because they got to make sure they are getting maximum profits after it's getting shipped from China. You know what I'm saying?
You're familiar with Milton Friedman, correct?
Cost-cutting fucking measures to the ass, bro. And this is what, Milton Friedman's amazing. And so that's what's happening here, bro. Is like they're pumping it full of more preservatives that last forever. It's getting fucking smaller and less of it. It's getting faker and it's getting more expensive. And every year it gets worse.
But Milton talked about why this is happening. And the reason that it's happening is because we listen to politicians who tell us they're going to do things for us. And we like these things for us, which means they have to print money. So they get to print money, which drives inflation. In reality, when you look at what really has transpired more recently, the costs gone through the roof. If you look at our debt up until the year 2000, we were 5.8 trillion in debt. Now think about that. Built the entire infrastructure of the United States, 5.8 trillion in debt, 200 years. Since 2000, 225 years. And since 2000, we had gone from 5.8 trillion to 39 trillion in debt because they're printing money. Inflation is going through the roof. Now think about this. When you hear billions now, it's not that big of a deal. And that was by design. You look at the money going to USAID. I said all this money's coming back roads. Now look at, they literally cut this, and the Democrats are $16 million in debt after taking a $19 million loan. This is what their party is dealing with. Well, wait a minute. You guys raised $1 billion, quote, air quotes here, grassroots. You don't go from raising $1 billion in days grassroots to not being able to, well, unless you know where that's coming from. Now you hear about the backloading deal with the Bidens in Ukraine. And let's talk about the 2% for the big guy. Why was that case never heard? It went somewhere. You had a guy who was involved with it saying, I was part of the Biden thing. He was the big guy. Nothing happened because all of these politicians are doing it and they know it.
Yeah, it's like, you're right, dude. The $1 billion thing, we become so immune to it. Like the $100 billion in Ukraine shit. Like, I get billions of dollars as common folk. We're just like, yeah, billion. Like, think about this. $999 million. $999 billion. That's not even 1 billion. And they did that to 100 billion times.
It's me.
It's fucking $999 million. Then you go to 1 billion, 999 million, 2 billion. Like, that's fucking nuts. How much money is
It's fucking nuts, man. I mean, there's no end in sight. So, dude, like, absolute power corrupts absolutely, bro. It's fucking nuts, man. We're not real this shit, man.
iPhone, right? Remember when you used to get an iPhone? You get a charger, a block, and a set of headphones with your. Now you get a cord, no block, no headphones, no nothing. They changed to chargers. So you got to buy a new fucking charger. And now these apps now, they're like every time you try to log in, they're like, oh, verify your identity. We're gonna send you a text message. And the only reason they do that is they get a fucking 99-cent text message fee. And you're like, device. Boom, they send you another one.
Not only that, bro, they fucking
passwords. Like,
not only that, man, like you can't find a free app anymore.
And they can't find a place to change your password.
You can't even find a free app anymore. They fucking launch you as, oh, you gotta pay this subscription fee. You get a week free for fucking. It's like, what is going on in this world?
It's crazy, bro.
Two-factor authentication is not like a scam to make you pay 99 cents per text message. First of all, it shouldn't cost you that. I don't know why you're
paying. Standard text message rates apply. When they send you that, they send you a code. You gotta enter the code in.
What, you think they're in cahoots with the phone providers? What are you saying? Do you not understand why two-factor authentication is? It's to protect your data.
They do it every time I log in. Every time I log in.
Go to your settings in most apps and
I
don't like 2FA. But those people it's just hilarious that you think that's some kind of conspiracy theory. It's obvious to protect your data. If you work in a company, it's mandatory. What the hell?
Carl the J, listen to me. In Bank of America, they did a thing recently. They're like, change your password. You've had the same password too long, whatever. They sent me a text to give me a code to go, or send me a text and I click on the link to go change my password. Then think about that. They sent me the text. I click on the link. I change my password. Then I had to go back to the app, log in. And when I logged in, they sent me another text with the code to verify my phone.
Yes.
And I'm like, wait a second.
That's why it's called
factor because you have to authenticate once through your cell phone and once with your password.
But if they send myself on a link to change my password, why would I need to get a code after I click on the link?
Because somebody could know your password or somebody could have your phone, but it's unlikely that somebody knows both your password and stole your phone, right? That's why.
Do my shit on my app, I log out, then a couple days later I go log into Bank of America, they said they have to send me another text.
It's because it's your banking company. It's just about the most important.
It does with every app.
Three-factor authentication. They could send you they could call you and check your voice. What are you talking about? It's your banking.
Disney does it, Hulu does it, YouTube TV does it. Everyone fucking does that shit now because they can't get any more profit off me because I'm already a subscriber. So now they want to send me a fucking text message. Bro, think about it. They send text messages to 50 million people. They can send text messages to 50 million.
Do you think that's how they're making profits?
Your bank isn't making money off of that, and who doesn't have an unlimited plan? If you're paying in a prepaid or something, and each text is costing, that's the phone company that's making that money.
Right.
Not Hulu, not your bank.
I didn't say the bank. No, I didn't say that. I'm talking about AT&T and shit like that.
It is the standard within security now because everyone's on an unlimited plan. When they say text,
why the fuck do they have the option of remember the device? What's the remember the device option for?
Because that's right. Of course, you want to remember the device.
Right. Okay. But it doesn't matter. It's still sending me a text next time I try to log in.
Yes, it's right.
So then I gotta go into the code.
I spend enormous amounts of time dealing with what you're
right. Why do you think they're doing that?
But it's not a conspiracy to get money out of it.
Then why?
If you happen to be paying for text rates, you're a minority, a very small minority. Most of us here, text rates may apply, and we don't even care. It doesn't faze us because we're not paying for a text.
Right.
It doesn't cost me anything. You can send me 1,000 texts. It doesn't cost me anything.
So you're saying all those texts are sent for free?
Yes. Wow. I get it if you're on a plan that you are still paying for tax, but that's 10-year-old technology. I understand what you're saying, but it's not the reality for the vast majority of people.
Do you think those companies are doing that to help us, to protect us?
No, they're doing it to protect them, because if there's a problem, then they end up paying, and you may or may not get your money back, depending on if you know how to navigate from that point forward. Is the bank altruistic trying to protect us more than protect themselves? Probably not. No, they're doing it to protect themselves more than us. They frustrate us in order to protect themselves. I could go on and on and on about problems I have with the bank over shit like that, right? But it's not about trying to get 99 cents every text.
Yeah, I disagree.
Mike.
Well, it's like the idea of what's the one thing, I think it was called that rock or some shit that they did, and like, or someone had a product, and they're like, oh, you can sell this for $20 a pop, and instead they decided to sell it for $1 a pop. Now they can sell it at $20 and maybe sell to 100 people, or they can sell it for $1 and sell it to 1 million people because 1 million people are like, whatever, it's $1. Now they made $1 million fucking dollars, right? But their product $20 and sell to 100 people, which seems okay, but not better than selling $1 product to 1 million people. You see what I'm saying? So now William, they're like, oh, 99 cents, whatever. Not when it's fucking 30 million people. 30 million people, bro. Think about that for a second. Imagine every single Bank of America customer that ever logs on to Bank of America on their app in the entire country gets a text. Every single one. Every time they log in.
Yeah, but the bank isn't making money from that.
I never said the bank was making money.
Okay, so who's making the money? Who's getting the money?
It's the phone company, bro.
What do you think that should be disclaimer? Yes, so Mike Allen's there's a disclaimer there for a reason. Why do you think that disclaimer's there?
Because there was a point in time when we paid for every text we got, and there's still some old people who just haven't gotten to
there you go.
And yet, there you go. But it's not a mass one out of the phone like that.
No, phones just make money. If they're using the text, they're making money anyway. Just like if you're texting to them, I think they're still making money anyway. If they're using their product, I mean, they're generating revenue.
Mike's logic applies when you talk about other fees. If they can collect fees from insufficient funds or from all kinds of other little things, and they get 1 million or 2 million people a day doing that, those things add up. The logic applies. It just doesn't apply in this particular scenario. because the vast majority of people are on an unlimited plan that don't pay for text.
Oh, that's horrible. Yeah, that's horrible. Like
You're paying for the text.
Like
You're
paying
paying for unlimited.
one example, like amongst a whole bunch of examples of how they're able to like nitpick, right? How they're able to just take small little pieces of change, like the subscription joint. How many subscriptions do you know that you're paying for right now? And then when you go look, you're like, oh shit, I'm actually paying for 27. He's just pointing out that this is kind of like the design of how to extract money underneath your nose without even noticing it. He's pointing out that the banks and all these other people that are forcing the disclaimer to be present, like when you're logging in, is pointing that out. Like, hey man, this is not us, this is somebody else, right?
Yeah, they just do weird shit. Like, it was just weird to me, right? Like, they forced me to change my password, sent me a text, I had to put my phone number in, sent me a text to click on the link, clicked on the link, went to the website, then I had to change my password, right? Then they made me go back to the app to log in, and then when I logged in, they're like, oh, here's a code to verify your identity. I'm like, wait a second. I'm thinking in my head, like, I just put my phone number in, you sent me a fucking link. How could I click the link if it wasn't me? Now you're sending me another text with the code. Now I gotta go put the code in. So I've gotten 2 texts from you. Remember my device, right? You check the little box, remember this device. And now every fucking time I log into fucking Bank of America, I have to fucking enter a code. I get a text. Every fucking time. I'm like, huh, that's fucking weird. You know, find that a little fucking weird? You're just doing that for my safety?
Okay, then that means you have something else going on. Your account's been flagged because that doesn't occur for most people. I don't have to put in the code every time I go to my bank. I have to type in my password. If I uncheck the save and it doesn't remember my username, and I'm actually logging into it from a different device, or my device
I think it's only for a little country.
Then yes, it will force me into a code system. Typically, it will send me an email, but I'm not having to type in a code every time I go to my bank.
Yeah,
If you are, you'll get there. If you are, then your phone has been flagged. Your account,
hold on, like no,
something
that's
has
not true.
triggered.
Like American Express, Bank of America, all these institutions understand that like we need multiple layers of security. So they do like the whole face thing. Then they do, hey man, we know that you're actually from that number, and we know this is your number, but let me send you a text so that you're like consenting in this interaction, this one interaction, right? So like they've already acknowledged that that is your number.
On some level, if it's texting, if it's sending to your email, it's about security.
Well, it gives you a choice. It says you can text or they can call you. It gives you a choice on which box you want to pick, right? But what they're doing at that time is saying, hey, in this one interaction, is this really you? And if it is, we're just going to cover our ass by making you put in a code. I mean, this shit is getting pretty like, bro, I had my rewards. I had 900,000 points, like with Hilton, bro. They took all of my points to purchase like Amazon online shit. I was like, whoa, how the hell did that happen? Right? There's 3 major like purchases of converting like reward points. Just saying, criminals are pretty smart.
Fucking crucify me. I'm just saying, I thought it was fucking weird. Like, again, I had the same password on Big America forever. I've been using it for fucking decades. Sure. You must change your password. The only way to change it is to get a text message. And after I click on the link, I change my password, and I get another text message. So that's fucking weird. That's really fucking strange. Why am I getting 2 text messages when you just sent me a link? Clearly, if you sent me the link, then you know it's my phone, and it's me. If I click on the link, then I have to enter my phone number again to get to the code. Log in. It's fucking strange.
You're giving me boomer vibes, man. You're not that old yet.
Yeah, no, fuck that, bro. Boomer.
I think he's old.
I hurt my back speaking the other day.
Oh, hell no.
I don't have to worry, Carl.
I get tired of turning over a bit.
I'm smart though.
As long as it's not sciatica, bro.
Well,
I heard sciatica shit.
do you have a problem with captchas? You know what captchas are or no?
Oh, yeah, I can crush those.
Okay, you're good with that, right? You're all
I can
good?
crush those.
Okay.
I can crush those ones.
But why are we so happy and content jumping through all the hoops that they're making us jump through?
Nobody's happy or content. We're frustrated every time we have to do it. It's sort of my piece the most frustrating.
Well, you know what's crazy? Like the caption thing you bring up. Remember, there was that story of the AI that was trying to hire humans to beat the captcha or whatever. Remember that story? Yeah. It's like they went there. Now think about that. Remember how long ago CAPTCHA started? It was like back when like AOL was a thing. You're like, holy shit, what is this? What is this weird thing? I gotta look at these wavy letters and write the shit. And now it comes out that AI was trying to hire motherfuckers to beat the CAPTCHA. And CAPTCHA was made to stop from robots from logging in and being whatever. So like they've had this AI shit for decades, bro. We think this shit's new. So wait, real quick, to the root.
It said it was blind, but that's what it was doing, was hiring a task person. So that is clever as shit.
Right.
Yeah, smart as fuck. Let me ask the root. Would you waive all rights to 2FA and all the security measures, if for no liability on their part? Would you do that, or what would you choose?
I wouldn't choose that.
What's that, Smoke?
I wouldn't choose that.
Yeah, no, we gotta blame somebody.
I just told you that I lost 900,000 points. I mean,
It's me.
Like the day later, but the idea that they're able to get into these, even the rewards accounts, not actually like your bank account or whatever, right? They're just here, like they're getting super smart. So I'd rather there be like some sort of a safety net for when these people, I mean, and it's from other countries. Like these people are like super smart. They understand the weaknesses, they're probing. And I need these institutions to take accountability for it if they want my business.
All right. Nobody disagree. Okay, just double checking.
That's fair, 100%.
Someone's gotta go to jail.
Does the FDIC even work? I don't even know. I mean, obviously, I've never had to use it. So, does anybody know? Like, does that actually work? You know,
The what?
The 250,000 is guaranteed by banks, whatever the FDIC. Does anybody even use that? I don't even know.
I don't know.
I remember the commercials.
I never had an issue until I got down to Florida, and then I did have something happen on a personal account, took care of that, but then on my business account, does not take care of that. So I did not get, they could only recover part of that.
You know what's even crazier, Matt? Think about this. Like right now, we're all talking about privacy and doing this. But when we were kids, you would get a fucking book with everyone's number and everyone's address. Everybody's. Everyone's phone number and everyone's home address.
Unless somebody pays not to be public, right?
And then Domino's Delivery would just deliver a pizza in 30 minutes like there's fucking mythical land pirates. Like how the fuck would they do that without GPS?
You can do unlisted numbers. Yeah, you can do an unlisted number starting in
nuts.
Late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah, we just get a book with everyone's address like it was nothing.
Now we're all like paying for that.
Free to come around, put them in your freaking mailbox.
Yeah, but I'll take GPS over Thomas Guide any day of the week.
When I remember Math class is shit.
Wait, do they still do yearbooks at school?
Yeah, like
Math class was the shit.
Remember that page you print out? It's like 2 pages. You gotta find a stapler. And it's like turn left on. It's fucking hard.
Yeah, the directions were always fucking. Yeah, no, that's why I was going with that. I figured it was all digitized by now, the yearbook shit, you know?
Yeah, like the elementaries, the middle schools and stuff like that, they're still doing it because I still got kids that are actively altered, but they're still doing the yearbooks, but that's even an option. But digitizing it just so you can kind of like share.
Well, that's kind of fun. Like you know, able to write shit. Like if anybody knows how to write anymore, I don't even know anymore. But like that's the shit that like should stay the same. It shouldn't be digitized. Like that's fun, man.
Yeah, man, because it's like a memory book, right? It's like all your friends sign it, right? Like you can't be walking around with some sort of a tablet. Hey, can you like scribble here? Like you just no, like the interactive is what you should interact.
My buddy was telling me that his son was going to some. He was like, "So what's your friend's last name?" He was like, "I don't know." I said, "Well, what's this friend's last name?" I was like, "I don't know." I was like, "Do you know any of your friend's last names?" He's like, "No, I just have them on my phone." It's like, what? Like, yeah.
The stupid kids nowadays, they don't remember phone numbers. Like, remember when we were kids, they remember everyone's fucking phone number. Now they don't remember anybody's phone number. They've never heard a dial tone. They've never heard like a busy signal. Like when you ask them that, how do you hang up? Like how do you hang up a phone? They'll like hit their palm with their finger. But we, like all of us, we can actually try to hang up and put our pinky and our thumb out and hang up the phone, right? Or like roll down a window. How do you roll down a car window? We'll fucking grab the handle and start wheeling it down. They'll like pretend to push a button. It's like this shit is crazy.
Yeah, but it's not just kids. If you end up in jail, who would you actually call? This fucking number, do you actually remember? Right?
You know, that's what I'm saying. I remember my original house number, but it's probably not existing anymore.
Yeah, I don't think your original house people are gonna pay.
No, I know. Like we're guilty of it too, right? Like,
We realize we need to go back to our memory and physical items, the better off we'll be.
Have you heard about video games, Joe?
I'm into that actually.
So video games, they're saying that our generation, because when we were playing a video game and we lost, we had to start all over from the very beginning. So when we died, we had to go back to the very fucking beginning of the game and play it all over again. Now it's an everlasting game. It just goes. It goes. Even if you die, you just pick up where you go. But we had to like start over.
Yeah, there's definitely
removing his criminals.
Yeah, that's what we all play the first level of Mario by memory.
Yeah, but I think the best possible like scenario is that people don't have like experience atrophy of like the memory and like the I guess the will to search, right? Because they're so dependent on these things. I think that you can use them in concert and not lose them. But
bro, remember we'd be on the internet and someone would pick up the house phone and we're like, fuck! The internet. And we'd be like, God damn it! Pick up the fucking phone.
yeah.
Shoot
That
some nuts.
helped.
The screen would load
The
for
fax
5
machine,
minutes.
right?
Now we get pissed when a fucking YouTube video buffers for 3 seconds.
Are we gonna talk about BBSs now?
What?
And what about
What's
the
a BBS?
Yeah, what is that? History.
BBS, the bulletin boards, they're showing up in the chat. People are like, where do you live? Trying to look up the bulletin board. You know, BBS.
No, it was a good.
Also, they're going through it and not only just changing documents, but going through and changing TV series and movies and editing and changing scenes and redoing them. And you only find out and realize that if you have physical copies that you can go back and reference to. Like, they're rewriting history and we're allowing it to happen because nobody wants to have digital, like physical copies, hard copies of things anymore. We all want to have it online and on the cloud and just on the phone. Like, no, have a library, take up the space.
Yeah, but isn't that the whole purpose of the convenience? I guess like the incentive that we all kind of like move towards is that there are certain things in our minds that we want to throw away, right? Like, isn't that kind of like how we're being conditioned now? That if you're letting things anchor you to something, the best thing to do is to let it go. And what they're doing now is they're saying, hey, these things way back here aren't relevant at all. They were just there as placeholders. We can remove them now so we can free up space for more information. I guess it's like subjective, right? To like what you find valuable, I guess.
Then that's suppressing some type of memories in a way too.
Okay, but that existed before, just in a different form. I mean, that revision of history has always occurred. They just publish a new version of the book.
Put your hands down, flipping.
Wait, what do you mean?
I mean, there's people who collect rare books and go and look at the versions that came out 100 years ago, 50 years ago, 20 years ago, and there's differences within versions of books. So the idea that society amplifies is not new.
If they were all on digital, online, they would never know the changes unless they went back and read it every month. Just for clickbait. Like, no, they had the hard copies to go back and be like, document these changes.
See, you guys are arguing about changes in books, but not reading books. And I gotta say, Marshall Stankin Rankin here, this fake Hidalgo County, no border, lying, Trump-hating, fake Republican rhino here. Yeah, we gotta roast guys like Marshall Rankin. They got big brains and colossal-sized heads. They're know-it-alls. And the truth of the earth is, Marshall Stankin Rankin hates Donald Trump. Marshall Stankin Rankin is working with a fake rhino Latina Republican. I looked it up, Marshall. I know who you're knocking doors for. I've notified the Trump administration to keep a watch on Marshall Stankin Rankin and his fake rhino Latina Republicana. Marshall Rankin believes in open borders. Marshall Stankin Rankin doesn't believe in fiscal conservatism. Marshall Stankin Rankin is a liberal, progressive, socialite parasite. Marshall Stankin Rankin needs to take his cheetah jacket to the dry cleaners, and he needs to clean the disgusting talum and body fat odor that has permeated his filthy, disgusting cheetah jacket. And Marshall, you're not a cheetah. You're a fucking snake. That's what you are, you stinking, ranking, fake Hidalgo Republican. I notified every Republican in Hidalgo County to keep an eye on you, Marshall. You and your Latina Republicana Comunista. We know who you are, stinker. We can smell you from Chicago. You smell like shit. You smell like shit, Marshall. I can smell you. I can smell the snake shit coming out of your nasty. Marshall probably got a skin condition on his ass crack right now. Marshall got a skin condition on his ass crack right now.
I think if we're gonna get out that Marshall is brave as opposed to young motherfuckers.
No, when you see him entertaining being lauded up in the liberal room, bro, we fucking know what he's doing. We know this shit. We're not stupid. But John's right.
Yeah, this turned into Basking Marshall Hour so quickly.
Well, Marshall is usually highly protected. You should hear Marshall Stankin Rankin in Gary Baumgarten's room. He's treated like royalty by Gary. It's unbelievable.
Because he's a smart dude, and he actually has a functioning brain. Seriously, he's not as retarded.
Projection alert says what? Projection says what, Ben? Projection said what?
No, seriously.
Go ahead, ad hominem me again. Say it again. Projection says what?
Every little shit that your little guy up.
Projection says what?
Every fucking day, you know? Wow, man.
You know, it's a stupid hat. I don't like your hat.
I know you like my hat. Stupid ass hat. Yeah, you want one?
He's just the Blues Brother. He's a Nigerian Blues Brother scammer.
It's a pretty sweet hat, I'm just saying.
Projection alert. I got a way cooler hat. My hat says liberty. Ben says lies. My hat says truth. My hat says virtue. Ben says lies. Ben is a liar, just like Marshall Stankin Rankin. I just talked to my little brother, and he's dating a girl who sits on this committee. And according to the word that I heard, Donald Trump is a bad, naughty, horrible person, and I hate Donald Trump. I hate the president. Marshall Stankin Rankin, helping a Republican Comunista open border fake rhino Republican get into Congress. Hold on, everybody. I gotta go knock on another door. Is Mr. Hidalgo here? Give this to your parents. Tell them Marshall Rankin said vote for this fucking cunt puta in Hidalgo County.
Oh, so Hidalgo's the people. So who's the person? I even know Delgado.
Just look up the candidates in Hidalgo County and look up the Latina. That's the one Marshall Stinkin Rankin works for.
It's a chick.
We got you, Marshall. We got you, Marshall Stankin Rankin. We've reported you to the Texas GOP, the Hidalgo GOP. Stankin Rankin Marshall ain't going to have a job after this election cycle's over.
Then I'll put a good word for your Latinas.
Yeah. Marshall, are you don't get like yourself, or should I?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking for the unmute button. I couldn't find it. Yeah, John Kitover's a retard. Everybody knows he's a retard. And he doesn't dry clean his clothing. He doesn't clean his glasses. He's got smudges all over his glasses. John Kitover should never come close to power. Hold on. I got a call coming in from my little brother on the Capitol Hill. He's dating a hot chick on the immigration committee. Hold on, everybody. It's me, Marshall Stinkin Rankin, working for the Hidalgo County Mafia. Open up your door and take this ballot. Oh, also, Marshall admitted to ballot harvesting and committing election fraud on this app. He actually goes to buildings with 15 residents that have left and harvests the fucking ballots. He's an election harvesting criminal fraudster. We've also reported Marshall Rankin to the Texas FBI for election fraud investigation.
Texas FBI, it's cool. Marshall, do you like ranch?
I'm just sitting here taking notes on all the shit that John Kitover was saying.
Saul, or when Roger Rabbit, the bad guys.
guy turns out to be a 2 the whole time. What do you think's a bigger plot twist there?
Are you on an iPhone or Android?
Marshall's all Android all the way.
My only MAGA test is if Marshall would wear a MAGA hat. If he's not wearing one, then maybe John has a point here. I don't know. We'll see here, but
Listen, you're right about the MAGA hat. If you are publicly willing to post a photo of yourself in a MAGA hat on Instagram, you got balls. You got fucking balls. You're one in like a million. There's so few of us. And Marshall Stankin Rankin all day long, he says, I hate the president. He's got too much power. He's got too much. Oh, my little brother. My little brother's on the phone. My little brother's on the phone.
Jackass talking about me. I didn't even talk about him before. That's just weird. So you're obsessed with me. Come on, bro. Well, I'm not gonna
Marshall, did you hear that whole thing, or are you just coming back a little bit?
Ow!
He's been going for like 15 minutes on it. I'm not even joking.
He wants to know if you're karaoke.
Yeah, man. I don't know, bro. Oh my God. Some serious revelations, man. But it's gonna be on. Very good.
Marshall, what's your karaoke?
Do you want?
Projection alert says what, Marshall? Projection alert says what, Marshall?
What are you alleging there again, Sean? With the
I've reported to Marshall Stankin Rankin, the Hidalgo GOP, the Texas GOP, and the FBI that Marshall's engaging in election fraud, ballot harvesting. I have them on record. This is Chicago News Incorporated, JohnKitoverNews.com. I'm reporting on election fraud in the Texas GOP legislature, and Marshall Rankin is committing election fraud, doing door knocking and ballot harvesting. I've heard him in Politically Correct talking about ballot harvesting specifically. You've been reporting to the FBI, Marshall, for election fraud. To the Texas GOP and the Hidalgo GOP. You've been reported, sir. You're going to have to get a new dry cleaner because that jacket is not cutting it.
Yeah, it's upped up their machines.
All right, are we done with Marshall's stuff?
We're done roasting this fake rhino, this Trump-hating fake Republican. He's got too much power.
Shut up, man.
I got my little brother on Capitol Hill. He's dating a hot chick in the immigration department. Hey, let me talk to my little brother on Capitol Hill.
Okay, Kitover gave you a lot of space, okay?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, morning, whatever you want to call it right now, Marianne. How are you?
Hi to everyone. Hi, Matt. Good. How are you?
Good, good. Anything on your mind? Want to get off your chest or whatever you want to do, or if you have something to say or no?
Yeah, I want to say something. And thank you for having me, guys. I am for 10 years in USA. My nationality from Afghanistan. And nice to meet you. That's it.
Welcome, welcome.
Would you rather have no eyebrows or no ears?
Oh my God.
Sorry, say that again.
You get to hear and everything, so no eyebrows or no ears.
Make sure you join the house. I don't know how long you've been on the app. I didn't check your little profile yet, but
Sure.
yeah, definitely join the house.
Sure, of course. Why not?
Yeah, we got a lot of good opinions. We let the opposition come in here and talk too. We have our Ben down over there, so he's been here a lot. And yeah, we have some good
But
mods.
I'm not from USA. You know?
Oh, that's okay. There's
No shit, liar.
this stage is work with
Thank you so much.
yeah, it's okay, man. It's okay.
Marianne, are you curious on why Ben is such a big Trump supporter?
I love Trump.
You do? Wait the
Yeah, I love
So does Ben.
This raises a good question. Is Marianne more American than Ben?
I think you guys are starting to convert me to liking Trump.
Because you know
Ben.
why?
Fuck yeah, let's crack a fucking meter.
Oh, fuck yeah. That's never gonna happen. That's never
Let
gonna
me
happen.
tell you why.
You finally turned the corner.
Let me tell you why. Because my door is open for Daddy Trump to kiss my ass.
Yeah, fuck yeah. I'm not the motherfucking wall right now. Motherfucking glass window.
What the fuck did I just walk in?
I don't know.
President should don't to be rude.
She wants her ass kicked.
I have to tell you something, man. Since my last visit in your room earlier,
It's so rude.
fucking friend requests went off the charts. Man, what the fuck?
Well, we're friendly people over here. We can do that. We're not a monolith of just like bad things talking to each other.
Yeah, that's
Actually goes to buildings with 15 residents that have left and are instead of ballots. He's an election partisan criminal fraud. Also reported Marshall Reagan to the Texas FBI.
Fucking damn. I tried to work out.
Yeah, it's super funny. It's super funny.
I see that every time they go into a club.
Because USA, it's free speech. You can do that, guys.
Every time you go into a room, what?
And we love our boobs. I'm like, what the hell did I walk in on Clubhouse these days?
Yeah, I know. I know everything.
Yes.
I know everything about USA.
Well, Ben loves cops. Marianne, explain to Ben why you love America.
Yes.
And Trump.
I love America.
I love to hear his paradise.
Can we just talk about the world now?
Hello everybody, this is a book. I want to say I love America too.
Which is why. So I heard them just say, they love America, right? They love America. I just heard them say that. Which is why. This is why.
I love that. Don't you love it?
Right. That's cool. Now check this. This is why I didn't have a problem with what the fuck Megyn Kelly said. Y'all heard what she said, right? Y'all heard what she went on? Well, she was basically she was basically saying to Haitians and Syrians, hey, we get it. We love America. Who don't love this place? Who wouldn't love this place? We have all these freedoms here. We have fucking things here. Like, it's fucking awesome here. And I get why you don't want to go home. I get why you don't want to go back to your home country because no place is like America on earth. Right? Essentially. And I'm paraphrasing, not saying everything. But this is basically what she was saying. She was like, what? Your stay here has run out. Go home. Go back home to your fucking home, your country, your shithole country. Right? And I get why you want to stay here because America is fucking great.
Is he breaking
America.
Adrian, have you seen all the videos of the people visiting for the World Cup? They're like, holy shit, bro. This is nothing like what my country told us it was. The people are fucking awesome. Everyone's fucking friendly. Fucking this place is the shit. Fucking ranch, fucking barbecues. Fucking place is awesome.
Right. And you know what's been crazy about coming to America for the World Cup? The one thing that has been blowing my mind and it's been cracking me the fuck up is when motherfuckers see actually how big America is.
Yeah, it's me. They're like blown away. They're like, holy America.
They're like, holy shit.
This guy was in Arkansas.
We've been driving and traveling this fucking long and goddamn this country is big as shit. Because if you compare America to a lot of European countries, it's small as shit.
We got everything. We got coastlines, we got beaches, we got forests, we got deserts, we got it all. We got mountains, we got everything.
There's this guy in Arkansas. Now, Arkansas, okay? I don't know how many of you have been there.
I'm from Arkansas.
Okay, yeehaw! Northwest Arkansas
Go
is
Hawks.
fucking beautiful. It
Yep.
is beautiful. There are places like this in this country people don't even know.
That's where the college is.
It's absolutely gorgeous. Yeah.
Yeah, so Ozarks kind of thing. Yeah.
Y'all ever seen the river run through with Brad Pitt?
Yeah.
I live on that river, bro. Like looking at my PTR, that's the river I live on, bro. Like, so. Pretty cool.
There's a guy that did an interview, and he was talking about how I think people from Czechoslovakia or some shit like that I think they were from Spain or some shit, but they wanted to go muddy. And he took the money, he's in Texas, and
and he opened up his property to people to get the full Texas experience, horseback riding, money, and all of that shit, barbecue, all of that shit. And it blew their fucking mind when they got a taste of a true Americana, right? And he was like, I just want to open up my home to the world and everything to show them whatever image that they had about America from outside forces, from whatever media that they consume, it is nothing like it. And those people actually confirmed that. It was like, yo, we never thought America would be like this because we thought we given this narrative about America.
Until they see us blow shit up in a few days, they're gonna be like, "Holy shit!"
Yeah, to make them even more American.
Exactly.
I saw the one lady, I forget where she was from, but she was in like Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, and she was driving through it. She's like, she made a video. She's like, can we just take a moment to look at this fucking place? And like, if you've ever been to Tennessee and Pigeon Forge and driven through that area and shit, they were driving those roads, they're up in the mountains. And she's like, look at this fucking view. And it's just like the side of the road. She's like, what the fuck? It's like, this place is amazing.
Yeah.
We just take it for granted. They're like, their minds are, the Japanese are like, holy shit, bro.
I know, bro. I'm an American. Man, I work outside, bro. And all the time when I'm working outside, bro, the other day, bro, I saw 3 bears at work. And I went to go take a piss around this big portable supply, and there was this fucking scratch marks from the bears on the tree, bro. I always look at the mountains, bro. Feel so lucky, and remind myself of how beautiful a country I'm in, bro. It's, you always gotta remind yourself. And I'm very thankful, bro.
The thing that's really blowing their minds, blowing foreigners' minds right now, is the massive selection of food that we have here. Motherfuckers was going to Waffle House. Motherfuckers was going to Taco Bell. Motherfuckers was going to Buffalo Wild
It's like
Wings.
McDonald's on every
This
corner.
guy from Australia was like, "Get us a Waffle House. This shit will blow up in Australia."
Exactly.
And they walk into Walmart, they're like, look at the shelves. Holy shit.
Right.
There's food.
There's food. Tasting seasoning and shit for the first time. It was like, holy shit.
Somebody replied back to that guy and he goes, "Okay, go ahead, asshole. You see why we're fat now?"
Yeah, they're like getting blown away by ranch sauce. They're like, what the fuck? They're like, who says America doesn't have culture? They got ranch.
Barbecue and all type of shit.
What was the video? I think it was a Korean dude. He tried to Texas barbecue. He's like he wouldn't get out. He ate the whole fucking rack of ribs. So this is insane.
Yeah, we call that the itis.
It's crazy, bro.
When your ass ready to fall asleep at the fucking table.
Dude, in my state, man, we can fucking open carry and stuff, or concealed carry.
We can too.
And so how awesome, man. I mean, like, it's just, this country is amazing. We have so much, we have so much diversity in this country, bro. And it's just so cool, So I love my country.
I forgot the one lady. She was like, I thought coming to America, and I know about everyone has a gun and everything. It's like I was so worried that I was gonna get shot. And she's like, I've never kind of felt more safe. Like everyone can protect me.
Especially when you're around people that you know are good people and they got a gun. I mean, I've had people that can I don't open carry, but I definitely conceal carry, and I've had guns where I kind of print, where it's obviously I'm carrying a gun, and I've had people initially kind of wide eye, but then they see who I am and they chill out because they know that I'm a good guy.
You're the ones we want with guns.
Yes,
exactly. That's what people don't get, bro. The gun nuts are the ones that are supposed to understand what it can do, how to use it, and they will use it when they need to. They're the ones
we had an issue in Florida. It was like a Dollar General or one of them stores, I can't remember, but a guy walked in to rob it, put a gun to a guy's head and told him to give him the money where he's going to kill the guy, and he ended up pulling the trigger, but what he didn't know, or not pulling the trigger, he cocked his gun, right? Freaking pulled the hammer back on him, must have a revolver, I'm assuming. There was a concealed carry, person with a concealed carry, walked in behind him and said, move, and I'm pulling the trigger. He moved, he got killed. The parents of the guy that got killed were screaming that the other guy had no business getting involved.
Keep voting the hood.
No, that's what concealed carry's for. That's a concealed carry right there. You got a man with a freaking hand. It takes a bump of that freaking trigger, and that's a dead man. And this man saved a man's life, if not more than one.
And dude, what's sad about that? What's sad about that is that you never hear about that in the news because the media doesn't want to portray
USA is
gun.
true to showing that the almost two related that Chicago's hunter. Keep voting
mass
your hoodies.
shooting,
Effing you.
They want to fucking, you know?
Like the mall in Indiana, dude, without a gun.
If it bleeds, it leads.
Shot him and killed him. Probably saved fucking 10 or 12 lives. No one reported on it. No one said a fucking word.
You know, I'll go back to what you guys were talking about, though, when you're talking about everything America has. I've a cousin who has literally been all over the world. He works for USGS, head of volcanology, lived in all over. And I asked him, so where's the most beautiful places on the planet? I wasn't expecting what I heard. It was summertime, Alaska, hands down. You can go the rest of the year. And it was the small island that they filmed Jurassic Park on.
He's a well-known alcoholic.
Hawaiian Islands. He says it's the most beautiful place. He's gone into Colombia where they literally got a partner with the gorillas with their electronics. They have to bring in double of what they can assure themselves getting in and getting out. They've been in the craziest places. And he's like, those two places, and he goes, I'm not saying it just because they're in America. He goes, they're literally just amazing. And most people in this country will never go. It's like, I know people who did never want to travel. A neighbor finally convinced him to go on and he was like, holy shit, man, it was unbelievable. I've never seen that guy talk like that. He's like, whatever. He's just one of those guys. But he was blown away by Alaska.
Well, you said you're in Florida, bro. Like in Florida, I've done like driving trips with my kids and stuff, and we drive up through Florida. We do kind of road trips a little bit. I always drive back to Arkansas, see family. And we do a road trip. But like Florida, we got like caves with like these natural like springs with like cold ass pools, like fucking deep as fuck, bro. You gotta like climb down. These crazy ass pools, you just jump in, bro. All these fucking crazy ass.
All the springs.
The springs and shit, bro. It's fucking nuts, bro. We just got them like nothing.
Oh, people literally will be on their paddleboards or kayaks or whatever. And gators swimming right by them in those springs, you know. Gators want nothing to do with those people. And it's, I mean, I ain't gonna lie, I haven't had that happen yet. I've seen videos. I can put up a picture of us. I brought some people out to Shot Valley. They were nervous at first, but I got a picture of them standing within about 3-4 foot of a 9-foot gator. His tail. These are wild. This is out in the Everglades. They are not aggressive animals, you know. But they just went right by them in those creeks, in those springs, and just you could watch them swim on by like it's no big deal.
Yeah, no, I was. Go ahead, after you jump
One last chance. Do you want to get left?
For a lot of people, this is their first time seeing grizzly bear. Right?
I never thought of that. Yeah.
Yeah, they've never seen these things. They've only seen it on TV or in media or whatever the fuck, or in movies. But to actually see them up close and personal in real life is a culture shock to them. And that's another thing I've been looking at. Is like just imagine
Syphilis.
your whole world being
Syphilis, Danny.
shot.
Syphilis, Danny.
The minute that you visit.
Danny the syphilis.
God bless the girl.
They're so fucking nice. Without like we're a bunch of assholes.
They haven't been close down. Yeah.
So I've been around the world. I know I have the best.
It's me, I assure you. It's just
in the world is Kauai, the island of Hawaii, and then second to that would be Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. Just saying.
He's a communist.
No, it's gorgeous. Hilly, gorgeous, green, beautiful white beaches and black beaches, mixture of all different colored sand.
They got black beaches and white beaches?
Yeah.
They do. Oh, I bet you.
Not what, you know, like, you don't want to see that shit. It's gonna go out and say it's not okay.
One thing though you got to remember though is with Guantanamo,
Hello.
if they get too many more Marines on it, it could tip over.
It's very sparkly.
You do recall. Don't you?
I apologize for interrupting, but we need to readdress Marshall Rankin's ballot harvesting fraud that he admitted to on this app in Politically Correct. It is not boo. We need to talk about the Hidalgo County Republicans and the Texas GOP. Hello?
Who was that Marshall that said that? You remember?
John Kitover, Chicago mayoral candidate, fighting for the Republicans to stop these rhinos that hate our great president. This is a MAGA afternoon. We love America, unlike Donald, unlike Marshall Stankin Rankin, who doesn't love this country.
I didn't say anything to him.
I have you on record, and I've notified the authorities.
Can y'all do something about this, John? John, say anything to him.
Marshall, I will help you out, even though you're a dick to me. John, let's just chill out, bro. We'll do it another time, huh? Bro.
Well, I understand, but Marshall censors me and kicks me from rooms. You know, he is a censor, and he is a rhino.
We can't even hear you, John.
Guys ran him off.
Another time, huh?
Is it just me or is the audio on the staff ass now? It's got a long word.
It has gotten worse for sure. Like
I'm
it's
outside
something
by the pool, so I'm gonna
Write a letter. I think they're doing it on purpose to eventually just get rid of us all. That's how they're closing this thing down, you know. Eventually, if you can't hear anybody, what's the point of being here? Like you guys all four of you sound like you guys were drowning in water.
we're talking to a sock, right?
wait,
You know?
it's Rick, and I'm by the pool, and it is loud as fuck, so I apologize.
Nah, you're good. There's somebody.
Me too, I'm poolside.
Somebody sounds like they're like in a car wash. So this be you.
Is it me? Well, it is windy. I'm outside, and it's like 100 degrees, but it's windy. It's like a furnace.
Well, Marshall's out knocking on doors. How hot is it as you ballot harvest right now, Marshall?
Oh my God.
Solid question.
Hi, everybody. My name is Marshall Rankin. I'm here to encourage you to vote for Latina Republicana Fascista Comunista in the next election. Oh, you got 25 ballots there. Great. Just hand those over to me. I'm a Hidalgo Republican. I'll take those ballots from you. Thank you, everyone.
You got Europeans that support the
You guys like
Open up. It's Marshall Rankin. I've got a ballot I need to harvest. Hello, sir. Have you considered voting in the upcoming November election?
part of the reason we're getting all those little gnats and things is because we're putting foodstuffs in that trash can over there. So we should try not to do it. Is Marshall talking to us?
No, Marshall doesn't even know he's on mic.
Marshall, what do you think about Ben? Earlier, Ben said that the Republicans are going to control everything for the next 12 years. What do you think about that, Marshall? Ben believes the Republicans are in control for the next 12 years.
Me? What?
Yeah, Ben, you were saying that earlier. You're like, the Republicans are fucking gangsters, and the Democrats have nobody. Do you agree with that, Marshall?
Democrats are losing social intelligence right now.
Ben's more MAGA Republican than Marshall. Holy shit.
Yeah, dude.
Marshall, you disappoint me.
What did I do?
Well, you don't sound like a strong Republican.
What didn't you do, Marshall?
I don't measure my worth as a Republican based on social media. I'm sorry, I just don't. No, I don't do it. I don't do it because the thing I actually do for a living is working for the party. So of course I don't measure my worth on social media. It's fucking stupid.
Ben, aren't you glad you're not Democrat anymore, Ben?
Am I what? Democratic what?
Aren't you glad you're not a Democrat anymore?
Yeah, I think you guys are starting to shake me a little bit.
Fuck yeah, we're awesome, dude.
Yeah, you guys are.
Yeah, go to a left room, everybody's just yelling at each other, cussing at each other. And if there's no Republicans in there, they just cuss at each other. If they just start eating each other, it's fucking nuts.
And see, Ranch and elk and moose and
Mike, that's so true, bro.
which state has the best pizza? I mean,
We're having America Love Fest here.
Fuck yeah.
Hell yeah, hell.
Bro, fish tacos.
That is wild shit that how they eat each other like that, man.
Such good fish tacos.
Hey, man. Best fish taco I've ever had is from Mexican fish tacos.
I just want to address. Marshall Rankin said his social media work means nothing to the party because he does real party work. Well, then why is he here on Clown House all day long espousing fake Republican values?
Really, the reason why they beat each other over there is because you can never pass the purity test to them. Right? Their purity test is ever evolving, and there is no right answer to the purity test.
You can never pass it.
each other.
Never.
No, exactly. Not even.
What do you mean by the purity test? What do you mean?
Well, you know, they have their leftist purity test, man, that like they eventually eat themselves because.
You use pronouns in your LinkedIn bio?
Oh,
Yeah.
Right. The other guy.
Oh, well, yeah, they're like, you know, like they'll get offended by, you know, I mean, that's just, it's crazy shit. And it's like, I watched this video the other day, yeah, where they were chasing this candidate just yesterday at this meeting. They were all happy about his transgender.
Yeah, the beard
they were
guy.
pissed off about, the way he was voting on Palestine and shit. And the way, dude, they were just fucking, yeah, they're chasing it.
Like, you know, I like your trans agenda. I don't feel like Palestine.
Yeah, bro. Like, yeah, dude, they're just fucking crazy. They're eating themselves. And so, when, you know, a couple experiences like that, and that happened to Candace Owens, you know, that, like, I've never trusted that bitch, but the reason why she even came to the right is because she got eaten by the left, and we are so welcoming and so tolerant that we welcome that bitch in with open arms, and then she shit on us.
She can get it done.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, she
So
can
this
get it done.
is coming from the same right that would brand you a rhino if you miss one vote supporting Trump, right?
No.
Oh, he's a rhino because he doesn't support Donald Trump. Oh, two votes. Oh, yeah, 2 votes. Okay. I mean, Trump would literally, Trump would force something with him 99% of the time, and he goes against him one time. Oh, he's a fake Republican. Oh, he's a rhino. That's who you guys want us to believe. Or the party you guys want us to believe.
Where are you going?
We do have rhinos. That is the funny thing.
Rhinos are folks, by your definition, rhinos are folks that do not support Trump. That's it.
No, that isn't true.
To the world that rhinos have been killed long before Trump's here.
Yeah, man. Come on, man. We're not retarded, bro. We just all of a sudden woke up and we worship.
Are you retarded?
Well, bro, it's just like crazy. Like, you don't know what a rhino is, man. Like, a rhino is someone like Lisa Murkowski.
That is how Trump defines rhino. Whoever doesn't vote for him.
Ben, here's a fun little quiz. When did the term rhino pop up? And I'll give you a clue. For Trump. Honey?
Yes. Ben, you want to take the conservative test, Ben?
No.
It's like 5 questions. You ready?
I'm not that.
All right, Ben, you ready? Do you believe that we should be able to arm ourselves and have guns?
Everybody. That's a trick question.
No. Do you believe that we should be able to?
It's got to be conditioned.
It has to be the easiest question.
Yeah. The answer
No.
is
It has to be conditioned.
On condition on.
If there's kids in a traffic,
I was in Texas.
You're on number 1.
I was in Texas the other day. I'm not a gun person. I don't own a gun. I was in Texas the other day, walked into a gun show. Literally, I saw like all kinds of guns. I've never touched all kinds of guns. And I asked the guy, how do I get this gun if I want it? He was like, oh, just show your ID and you can buy it out of here. I'm like, what the fuck? What are you doing?
Yeah, and you're like, all you have to do for an FFL dealer is show your ID, pass a background check.
Don't skip over that part. Pass a background check.
Yeah, as long as you pass the background check, you're good.
You a gun, dude.
That's all you need. Pass the background. By the way,
Okay, it's
I
fine.
believe Ben's story to be 100% made up. Not a gun show.
Oh, so Ben,
Right.
you failed the first time.
I think people can be curious to see what guns do.
Alright, so Ben, let me ask you this question, right? Ben, hold on for a second. Let me ask you this question. Watch this, y'all. Hold on.
I can sense that too. He's full of shit.
When the guy said, just show your ID, why do you think he said, just show your ID?
Exactly.
Hold on, y'all. Watch this. Why do you think he said, just show your ID?
Because that's how simple it is to get it done.
No.
No, it's not. You're in violation of state law if you just use an ID, and you're in violation of federal law if you not use an ID.
Marshall, I did not buy a gun. I asked.
You're fucking up my experience. Hold on. Ben, the reason why he said just show your ID is so they can perform a background check, sir. Correct.
And by the way, the Democrats, obviously you don't have an ID because you're a black person, according to Democrats.
Hold on, wait. Ben, do you know what a NICS? So, Ben, do you know what a NICS check is?
No, what's that?
That is a federal background check that is done through the FBI and oftentimes through the ATF.
Nobody gets a firearm without it.
Edward, I don't have a gun. Edward, I've never tried to buy a gun, so I wouldn't know all of these things. I've never tried to buy a gun.
Gun shows a weird place for you to be at.
Right, hold on, man. I'm not trying to play I don't like playing that game. I love to edify and educate, right? A NICS check is often ran through the FBI and sometimes the ATF. That is mandatory, meaning you can't get around that, right? That is mandatory. And the problem is that I have with Democrats or people on the left is that they always conveniently leave out the part about the background check that is mandatory.
They act like it's like buying beer.
Right, they act like you can just go in there and just buy a fucking t-shirt right off the goddamn rack and walk out with it. No, that's not the case. And because leftists don't understand the process of obtaining a firearm, they go out here and give this narrative to other stupid people who is going to go out here and repeat this shit.
Basically make shit up.
Well,
Last time I bought my gun, they were like, they changed the wording, like, do you unlawfully use marijuana? And I was like, no, I don't unlawfully use that shit. But that was before they just made their recent ruling of, marijuana was Supreme Court. But yeah, they even changed the wording to where, to the last time I bought a gun, it was like, do you use marijuana? Like, do you illegally use drugs? That's what it was. And then the next time was, do you unlawfully use marijuana? And I was like, no, I don't unlawfully use this shit. It's legal in my state. And now I think they're going to change it again, So it's.
And after when I bought my firearm, I had to wait. I had to go back like a week and a half later to pick it up and give it to me.
No, I told the guy, I was like, I have right now. I need this now.
And we've done all of these things while also delivering the lowest recorded crime in our city's history. That's what it looks like to have democratic socialism. And what you're seeing is that New Yorkers experienced it once and made the decision that they wanted to see more of it on the national stage as well. Can a democratic socialist get elected president? I think a democratic socialist can get elected anywhere across this country for any position. What I think we need to bring is a focus on working people. And that's the direction that the party should go in terms of selecting a candidate for 2028. I think the direction that the party should go in is how best to fight for working people. I think we need to have a platform and a vision that doesn't sound as if it was cooked up by consultants, but instead one that you would say in response to someone who's asking, why can't I afford my rent? Why can't I afford my groceries? Why can't I afford my childcare? We need to make clear who we stand for, how we're going to stand.
Did y'all want to say anything? Because it sounds like he's repeating himself every question. He keeps saying the same thing. Response to
working people.
2 more minutes.
Shout out to the working Negroes, man. Shout out to the working blacks, man.
For them, and we're actually willing to fight for them when they're going against tough. Obviously, Israel was a big issue in these races. Not the only issue, but a big issue. Is there a room in the Democratic Party for candidates, officials who support Israel, not just support Israel, but support military aid for Israel? This was a huge issue for you. Well, I think what we've seen is that the time for us as elected officials to pronounce what the party should be is one that should come to an end, and we should let Democratic voters themselves take the lead. We've seen on Tuesday evening, we saw
Democrats' turnout in districts across the city to make clear that they were tired of tens of billions of dollars being spent in our taxpayer dollars to violate international law, to kill thousands of civilians. And you and I know that right now, the way that Palestine is described is as if there is a ceasefire. That's the language that's typically used. More than 1,000 Palestinians have been killed in that ceasefire. And what New Yorkers want to see is a politics of conscience, a politics of clarity, a politics of conviction. And to follow international law.
Hey, Hurricane, you often
to believe in the humanity of all people, it shouldn't be a journey too far. And I think that our party needs to hear what Democrats are telling it.
Democratic Socialists of America now says they no longer favor a two-state solution. Is that the way you see it as well? The idea of two states, Palestinian, Jewish state side by side living in peace.
The way I see it is equal rights for all people. And I think that that's the truth for Israel. It's the truth for any country in the world. And frankly, as we're coming up close to the 250th anniversary of our nation, one of the things that makes me proudest to be an American is the belief that equal rights are at the bedrock of our notion of what it means to be an American.
And the idea of a Jewish state, Israel's a Jewish state, that's in the charter. That's the way it is now. Do you support that?
I've said time and again that I support the state of Israel as a state with equal rights. I believe that any state that
privileges a Jewish state is the question.
I think any state that privileges one religion over the other is one that I can't tell you I support, whether it be Israel or Saudi Arabia or anywhere else. And a lot of that comes back to a fundamental belief that we should all be considered equal no matter what our faith is.
How big a problem, you said it's rising, is anti-Semitism in the city?
We've seen anti-Semitism rise in the city. We've seen the fact that Jewish New Yorkers comprise a minority of our city's population and yet continue to constitute a majority of the hate crimes that have been prevalent in this city. And that's something that's unacceptable. It's something that we will never come to see as if it is a part of life. It's something that has to be fought and rooted out of every one of the 5 boroughs.
What did you think when Dan Goldman, that coffee shop in Brooklyn, said that they wouldn't serve him because of his support for Israel? You have a problem with him, the idea of, of a establishment like that saying they're not going to serve somebody if they support Israel?
I've said that I have political disagreements with Congressman Goldman. I do believe that that's a response that goes beyond that.
So that's not the right kind of thing.
No, I think it's much better to keep that critique in the way that we've done.
Okay, so we're just about out of time. I got to ask you, I noticed you're turning 35 soon, right? In a few months, yeah. So you now hit one of the constitutional requirements to run for president. But there's another one that says you have to be a natural born citizen. You were not born here.
Yes.
But do you think that's something that you can change in the Constitution? We'll take an amendment, but do you think that we should change that?
No. The Constitution looks good the way it is.
Just the way it is.
Just the way it is. I'm very excited to focus on New York City. But thank you for reminding me of my upcoming
35 years old. 35 years old.
Yes, sir.
Sure. Thank you very much. Let it burn.
Well, y'all wanted to hear it. Hello? I don't hear no response.
You know what? The only thing that I have from that interview, but also a column I read yesterday, he might have a problem because he still has the arbitrage of frisking, stop and frisk. And he's beginning to turn away from police having oversight and reform. So I don't know how that's going to look down the line, but it's a sign that, yes, he's saying all of those things, but he still has this issue. And the issue has not changed. And his position is pretty much the same position that the previous mayors have about stop and frisk. And also the oversight board. Whether or not the oversight board has enough power to rein in the NYPD. I know that's not mentioned in this interview, but I do see that as a problem for him.
with New Yorkers,
Sherry.
especially black and brown.
Sherry. Well, this is what I heard.
He a Democrat. Exactly. Exactly. He walked away from being called a Democratic Socialist multiple times. It wasn't until towards the end of the interview that he even engages it. Every time he's asked about being a Democratic Socialist, what does he do? He goes back to the point about centering working people in the conversation for solutions for New Yorkers.
Mm-hmm.
I am just, if this was any other Democrat, if Hakeem Jeffries sat down with Jonathan Karl on ABC and said said the same exact thing verbatim, the left would say both parties are the same. That's what I came away with. I don't know about anybody else, but I came away with that thinking that guy sounded more like a regular Democrat, maybe a little bit of a progressive Democrat than what I thought he was going to say.
And only that, and maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but he has a similar position about Israel as the rest of the Democrats.
Hello?
I was like, hello, yes.
Yeah, we spent a whole several years fighting in the watermelon carriers, God bless y'all, fought Democrats for the last few years, and he said equal rights for everybody. He might as well have gone to the UN and said these famous words. Women's rights are human rights. Shout out to Hillary Clinton.
I was just going to say that. It sounds, if you take Hillary Clinton, not foreign policy, everything except the foreign policy. Exactly that. And to be fair, Hillary, by today's standards, needs that progressive Democrat. Again, excluding foreign policy.
I mean, you know what? I'm going to say this again. Yes, he has a similar position as the Democrats concerning Israel as a state. That's not that much different from what the Democrats are doing. What are we talking about? What are we doing?
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I didn't hear. Maybe, I don't comprehend well. And that could be totally true because I'm packing. But what did he say that a Democrat today, like a sort of a progressive Democrat doesn't say today about Israel? He didn't say get rid of the Israeli state. In fact, he pivoted away from that and said he wanted equal rights.
Exactly. That's what
So I'm confused. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I don't know anything about politics and especially New York politics at all. So maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. But I thought that's what he said.
I thought so too. But you and me, me and you, maybe we did not clean out our ears today. And I don't know, maybe we got distracted, but I heard the same thing. What's going on?
I'm so lucky, man.
Yeah,
like, I don't think that this bitch realizes, like, I crack bitches all day on Clubhouse. Like, what the fuck? That's weird as fuck.
Lotion.
I don't care. I would buy him, but then what? Like,
we need to cash out a minute for lotion.
Ashley, so you agree, right, Danish, that this was a attack that happened by Iran? That's violated the MOU, right? You agree?
Yeah. No, I do believe that Oman, should have sovereignty over their own part of it.
Okay, that's all I was asking you. You should say yes. But in this particular situation,
You gotta have an ego to be up there. I'm worried about the Rubio Vance thing.
Yeah, Rubio definitely has an ego, especially when it comes to Cuba. Because he's Cuban descent. His parents from it, right?
You gotta have an ego to fucking be that.
He definitely has an ego, or else he wouldn't have tried to
have an ego.
Right? Or else he wouldn't have tried to run for president in 2016, correct?
I'm worried about the Rubio Vance thing, guys, though. I'm really worried.
So,
gonna happen.
Yeah, they're gonna get on stage in the primary and just talk shit about each other.
Right.
We can talk about egos. I mean, what is the person with an ego doing?
They're gonna collaborate. They're gonna work together. Y'all are crazy.
But look, check this. Going back to what Ben just said about them capitulating and doing all of this other shit. Ben, I don't know if you can look at things from a 30,000 foot view here, but think about it like this. This plays into the Epstein shit. Let me tell you how it plays into the Epstein shit. Okay. If you had a choice in outing all of these global pedophiles in one fell's Epstein files, or shoring up hegemonical of the oil industry in your favor to one country only in the Western Hemisphere, which one are you opting for?
The second part of the question, I don't understand it.
Okay. What I mean by hegemonic control is, look at the war in Iran. A lot of people think this shit has everything to do with Israel and what Benjamin Netanyahu wants and blah, blah, blah. Wrong. Wrong. It has nothing to do with Iran. The war in Iran, ironically, I know that sounds like a paradox. The war in Iran has nothing to do with Iran. It has everything to do with China. Everything to do with China. Because China, let's look at China's three major oil suppliers. Russia, Venezuela, Iran. We have Venezuela. Venezuela is offline for China. Iran, we got them to shut down the fucking Strait of Hormuz for months on purpose, which honestly fucked up China's oil supply. And so what little oil that they were getting from Russia, which is only a small percentage because Russia needs their oil for not only for themselves, but also for Eastern Europe. So they can't really supply China with the amount of oil that they lost to replace Iran and Venezuela. So what China is going to do is they cannot they got to make a choice. What are they going to do with the oil that they have left on reserve and the one that they're getting from, the little bit that they're getting from Russia? They're going to have to choose between either their industries or their military. So if they choose their industries, that means they don't have oil for their military operations, such as going into Taiwan. They can't do it because they don't have the oil for it. So look at everything that Donald Trump has done up this far. He got back in office. He restarted drilling, right? Renewed these
exactly it, bro.
Exactly.
China, bro.
He reignited all of these the leases, the gas and natural gas, the oil and natural gas leases. He restarted the Keystone Pipeline that Joe Biden shut down. We took Venezuela. We renamed the Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America.
What effect did that have on?
I'm going to tell you. Be patient. Please be patient. He renamed that. Right. He renamed the Gulf. He took over Panama Canal. Right. He shut down Venezuela. He shut down the oil routes by dismantling the drug cartel boats. Right? Because the only thing that can sabotage trade routes is drug cartels and piracy. So he shut that down. Right? Not only that, he also surrounded Cuba. And he was also talking about taking Grenada as well. Right? So all of that is indicating that he is shoring up hegemonic control, because with the Strait of Hormuz closed down, where are all those other tankers are going? They're coming into the Gulf of America. This is what we see.
I think you live in a fantasy world sometimes.
I know I'm not living in a fantasy world.
I think he's right. I think he's right. Chill out, guys. Just chill out. Just chill out. Come on now.
Wait, buddy. I can't be living in fantasy world if everything that I'm saying is a fact. It's 100%.
It's still a significant amount, William. It's still a significant amount, bro, nonetheless. It's a large amount, bro. That's what we're going with.
Hey, hold on, man. Hey, y'all got to chill, man. Y'all really do got to chill with this shit, because we can't have a cohesive conversation if everybody keeps talking.
Yeah, you gotta listen to what Adrian said all the time.
Right. I'm saying, look at everything he's done so far. Because the people who are saying I'm living in a fantasy world are the same people that think Donald Trump is always slipping on banana peels whenever he does a goddamn flip. right? Oh, well, he only did the flip because he slipped on the down because he's still on the floor. It's just because he really knows how to do the fucking I'm opting for the option that he really does know how to do that.
He knows what the fuck he's doing, bro. We're all back here playing checkers and he's playing chess. That's why, I'm just gonna say it. Marshall got all pissed off at me and I left the room because he kicked me down, refused to let me talk because I brought up the Chinese angle too. And a lot of people don't want to admit it, bro. This is clearly about. It's not all about China, but it's clearly about China.
Right, because this thing is a phenomenon that's happened 16 times throughout human history. And of those 16 times, 12 of those times, war has broken out because of Thucydides' trap. If you don't know what that is, I'll tell you what it is. Thucydides' trap is a phenomenon that where it describes a rising economic power when it's poised to overtake or dominate the dominant economic power, war breaks out. They say every empire lasts about 250 years, correct? Before it's overthrown, right? What is 4th of July, everyone?
Or were they going to shift, right?
Okay, about 250 years.
Exactly. Hold on for a second. When Donald Trump had the summit in China, if this is not about China, then explain to me, at the summit, when he went to China to talk to Xi Jinping, who the fuck did he take with him? He took heads of industry with him, of tech industry. He took the CEO of NVIDIA, right? Elon Musk, and a whole host of other motherfuckers.
The movers and shakers.
Exactly. To show China they are not in a position to negotiate from a position of strength, which is something that China, ironically, told Joe Biden and Anthony Blinken on Alaska.
Adrian, currently, I didn't want to say this. I'm currently in China right now. Currently.
I thought you was just in Texas.
I live in Texas, but I'm visiting China for business. And the way you guys sit there and think China is some backward country, I'm
Are you treating like God?
What'd you say?
I heard they treat Americans like gods.
No, they don't.
Right. Hold on, wait, hold on, Ben.
Sorry, I didn't cut him off.
Ben, hold on for a second. How can you say I'm treating China like they're a backwater country when I say literally they are a rising economic power?
Yeah, bro, we're not. You got this all wrong, man. We actually respect the Chinese, and we're worried about them trying to overtake us.
It's not that. I think that's an attitude we should take. We're still number one. America is still number one, but we should be worried at how fast China. I've visited a couple electric car companies here. What they are doing is ridiculous. We keep talking about dependence on oil. I think there's a stat that came out like China's energy, about 80% of the energy comes.
That's not true. 22. It's about 20%, 22%. That's overstated, dude. That's their feed. That's their figures, by the way. We have to count on them telling us the truth. Hold on a minute, Adrian. We have to count on the Chinese telling us the truth. And they even admit, dude, that they only make up about 22%.
If you just go by the cars, I know this is not a factual data, but if you just go by the cars you see on the street, we go to America, we see a lot more gas cars on the street than we see electric cars, right? Am I right or wrong in America?
Yeah, I would say that, yeah.
In China today, it's 3 a.m. 4 a.m. in China right now. You get on the streets, you probably, because they have to designate the electric cars with a green plate number, the gas-powered cars with a blue plate number, they literally color blue. You see 70-75% of the cars on the street are electric-made cars.
Start thinking about the Chinese. Something about the Chinese are a little bit different. They're kind of doing what Japanese did in the 1980s, man. They have tariffs they put in industry. They subsidize that industry as well.
Yes.
Well,
that's all we want to do.
Hold on. They're making my point that you don't even know that you're making my point. They're having all of this electric vehicle innovation, right? Then that only proves my point that they have no choice but to pivot away from gas because they don't have suppliers anymore. Hold on,
really? You think it took them since Venezuela and Iran to get to this point?
Okay, hold on. So with if they control the industry in China, what does that matter if they can't import any of that shit to the U.S.?
You know the world is bigger than the There are countries in Africa. I know you guys talk about Africa as a shit. China is dominating. Chinese cars are dominating. Electric cars are dominating Africa. Then it's deal with Canada to start shipping their cars.
That's not good for Africa.
You guys think in big little America, thinking that America is the whole world? No, it's not. China has markets outside of America that's how is that Africa? You guys thought the report last year. You guys thought that used to be the biggest electric car company. Guess what car company survived last year? China's BYD. They have more cars than Tesla.
We don't care because they
I mean, somebody made a great comment here that I can't remember how he worded it. We should know that China is
the ones that are literally allowing them to rise. You know, I mean,
Who do you think needs two more? Does China need us, or do we need China?
I think we need each other. China has a population of 1.4 billion.
what excites me about that is
Nothing, bro.
well, I mean, at this point, dude, they can diversify. It's sad what we've allowed them to do. I mean, they were a peasant nation, and fucking Richard Nixon comes in and fucking normalizes relations with these people and allows them to rise. We give them, we allow them to enter the World Economic Forum in 2001. That was a mistake, hoping and praying that, this communist nation would change if they just understand free market capitalism. They're not. They are using free market capitalism, but they're not doing it for good. They intend to rule the world. They intend to rule the world, bro. Certainly, they really do. I mean, anybody tries to deny that is fucking.
Hold on. You guys, one thing that you guys are missing and completely missing, and you've missed it since Adrian's point came up, was Adrian was explaining what was happening. And everybody seems to have forgotten one thing, and Adrian was right about everything he said, except for he forgot one part. What is the most important thing happening in our society today? It is AI. What does AI require? Insane amounts of energy.
Yep.
And what happens when you limit the energy supply of China? You limit them becoming the dominant force in AI. That is what the whole thing is about. You cannot let them have a foothold. Now, I will say this.
Which is why he took the CEO and video with him.
Yeah. And so now think about this. They have 51% of their car sales are electric, not 70. 51%.
Yeah, he's overstating.
Imagine you double that. Where are you getting the electricity? How much is that infrastructure? What's the reliability of all of those cars? There's only a couple that are considered reliable. BYD's getting up there now, okay? But guess what? When you cut the throat of them, they have to then what? Come into line with us. And that's what we're doing. People can say, well, that's wrong. No,
We are doing that. Let me read you a stat. Real quick.
I love stats.
China generated 4.3 or 4.4 terawatt hours of clean renewable energy last year, which was more than double entire electrical generation of the United States, which was 1.95.
What's the population?
How many gigawatts? 4.4 terawatts hours.
Their access to water is much different. Their access to water.
In terms of total capacity added, China installed over 500 gigawatts of new renewables in a single year, compared to about 40 gigawatts.
What does that mean, Ben? What does that mean, Ben?
It means somebody's talking about, they don't have the power.
Break down what
It's called limiting it.
What is limiting? I think we should get out of this.
We're gonna have a discussion here, Ben. And this is what I want you to
tell me. When you want to talk about, when you look at the numbers like that, what I like to do is we can look at data, we can look at stats, but if you don't know what the fuck that really means, it's irrelevant. So what is when we talk about them being a big powerhouse economically, how many people per dollar does it take to match? So what's China per person to match? So if you're going to say to match our GDP, to match dollar for dollar, how many Chinese people does it take compared to how many American people? I'll just cut it short and say I think it's like 20 or 30. I think it might be 30 Chinese people to 1 American. That's averaged across the entire population. So we can talk about them being a powerhouse. They still have the expense of 30 people to our expense of 1, which means to have the same lifestyle, they're going to have to do more than just beat our GDP. They're going to have to destroy it. And guess what? You can't do that when you're limited.
Your lifestyle.
No, hold on, Ben. That's not the question. Hold on. The question is, if they don't have the chips for this AI infrastructure, how are they going to expand? They can't. They can't. That's the point of why Donald Trump took the CEO of NVIDIA with him to tell China, you don't have the power you think you have.
They're a paper tiger, bro. Ben, just the simple fact, think about this. Do you know what $100,000 in Chinese yen is? $100,000 in Chinese yuan is $670,815.
What's your point? We gotta stop calling them a paper tiger. I just gotta say that, man. Trump wouldn't be making these moves if they weren't paper
That's how
tigers.
bad their fucking currency is.
I know, man, but they're a legitimate threat to us, bro.
They're a legitimate threat because of all the fact that
The global is gonna allow them to rise, yes.
They're manufacturing shit like that, but their economy's shit.
You really think so? Just because
$100,000, you guys should think $100,000
right now.
What's happening in the real estate market right now, Ben? Ben, what's happening in the real estate market right now?
It's dropping. It's dropping like a rock.
Yes, it is. What happens when the real estate market starts to tank? What does that do to the overall economy?
Drop it down.
We need to fucking put our foot on the gas and leave these fucking Chinese in the dust, dude. We need to realize they are a threat to us. And we can't fucking go on slave labor to make our fucking shit.
When China had to go, what happened to China when China went to Europe after they were trying to get around our tariffs before agreeing to terms with Trump? China went to Europe, and Europe basically told them what? It's fine, fuck, no, we're not buying your stuff. Why do you think Europe said that? Because you need
GDP grew 5% in China last year. I'm not advocating for China, but I'm just saying that you
What's
guys
the population growth?
You guys because America has been very powerful and is still very powerful today, that we should overlook. And Martin, I don't know. I'm pissed that I'm agreeing with you, but I'm agreeing with you.
No, we're not overlooking them. I think you're thinking wrong.
You guys are sounding like you're overlooking them.
And I'm kind of getting that a little bit. Listen, I want the Americans to understand, guys, that that like the fucking art of war. I mean, number one rule is basically don't underestimate your enemies and know who the fuck they are. Don't underestimate these people. I'm not saying we're weak. I'm not saying I'm saying do not underestimate these people. Understand they are not your friends. They are your enemies. And we got to put our fucking foot on the gas here. We got to let every American know that they are not fucking our friends. And that we can't let we got to stop doing business with these people, man.
Okay, and why would we, if we go to war with Iran like we did, this is a little test run too, because they're allies with who? They do some exchanging of technology with who? All North Korea and stuff. And guess what? Now we got a little taste of what China is actually capable of, right? Not everything, obviously, but at least we've got some knowledge, right? And that's a huge thing. So, we're not underestimating them. I think you're looking at it wrong. To me, I think we're finally looking at it and saying they're a bigger threat.
Yeah, I hope people understand that. Because here's the thing, even people supposedly on the right, we're talking about Pepe. I think Pepe is more on the right than Marshall, but they lose to believe that this is about China. They refuse, like, none of that. Like, I got kicked out fucking yesterday out of a room because Marshall was said, don't fucking talk about it. We're not talking about it. I hate it when people bring it up. It's so fucking stupid. Like, bro, like, you can't even acknowledge it's a little bit about China here. No, like, I'm out, bro. Like, this is the type of shit that I don't understand. Like, it's clearly, maybe it's not all completely, but it clearly has to do with China. From the Panama Canal to Venezuela to Iran. Come on.
And if we can fuck up Iran,
don't want to go big picture.
It's definitely about China. I think William, I don't know if William's still young, but William was trying to talk to this guy about this. Oh, remember this, William? I think his name was Mandingo. And you were talking about the China thing.
Yeah, we talked about this for hours last
night. He just
night.
wouldn't have it. Mandingo just wouldn't have it. And William's like, bro, listen, this whole fucking thing is about China. That's what this whole fucking move's about.
No, it's not. It's like we're talking. Ben. Hold on. From Venezuela to Trinidad. Do you really believe that?
No, it's about that untapped oil that fucking you're.
No, it's about rare earth.
It was about a few things. One thing I know for sure is you know that Maduro, he had already bought weapons from China and Russia. He had brought a military base in the southern part of the country. The Chinese, Russians were going to build a unified base in the southern part of Venezuela. Finally stopped. Trump was like, we can't allow this, you know?
Let me give it to you guys that Venezuela was to cut off China's access. How the fuck did you guys now get to Iran's strategy is because of China? The first day he came out and said this shit about Iran, or started this thing with Iran, he talked about the regime change, he talked about cutting off their...
I don't remember the regime change. It's because they're big allies. China gets a ton of its oil from it.
He's going to come out and tell you the strategy.
You
come out and tell you American strategy. You really think Trump is going to come out and tell you what his strategy is?
Well, he's facing everything on Truth Social.
Why he's doing what he's doing.
He bluffs out his strategy every day on Truth Social. So you I think so. Yeah, definitely. I think you will.
Dan, do you know the best part of becoming a Trump fan? Thank you. The best part of becoming a Trump fan is that you hear the shit he says, the tweets and the stuff, and you guys are taking it word for word. Oh my, yeah. And we're just sitting here like, yeah, we know the actual strategy.
We know.
We're gonna laugh at you motherfuckers blowing up for no fucking reason.
Yes.
And once you realize that, you know the inside joke.
Well, that's the same thing when Trump was saying Iran is completely defeated or completely annihilated. Any smart person know that's not true, but he was affecting the market.
Yeah, you guys.
He was affecting the market. He wanted to make anything he says affect the markets, you know?
It feels like there's a switch behind your neck that when Trump flips it and says, oh, go this way, all of you march this way.
That's
you
not
go that way, and all of you go that way. Then he's like, oh, it's a personal this way. All of you sheepishly go back.
That's not an argument, Ben. That's just a personal attack.
We can't, okay.
No, that's a personal attack.
I apologize if I hurt your feelings.
That's not a substantive argument.
I apologize.
Dan, I'll give you the best example. You ready, Ben?
I'll get you some candy for hurting your
feelings. Hold on, Dan. Here's the best example. Dan, here's the best example. Do you remember Obama did that interview with the one guy and the guy asked about aliens? And Obama, ipso facto, kind of admitted to the alien things, blah, 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 right? And then they went and asked Trump. I hope you remember this. They went and asked Trump on his plane. They're like, hey, Obama kind of admitted to aliens. And Trump says this. Now, pay attention, Ben. Trump goes, well, that's classified information. He shouldn't have said that. Now, think about that comment, right? Because they were asking him if it's true what Obama was saying. Trump never said if it's true or not. Trump actually ended up saying, well, I've never heard anything, I've never heard anything. But that comment, well, that's classified information. Obama should never said that. So now everyone's like, oh, Trump and the aliens. He's fucking trolling y'all. That's what you guys did. He says that. Just run with that shit. In reality, Trump doesn't give a fuck about aliens. Trump doesn't give a fuck less about aliens. He's like, I'm going to destroy an entire civilization. And you guys call him a liar because he didn't end up destroying an entire civilization. It's so fucking nuts. Trump was never going to civilization. Trump wants you guys to pay attention on that so he can deal with his deals. You all ask him questions about the real fucking deals. I mean, how does he kill their top 40, the big wigs in the IRGC, the top 40 guys, and no one knew a word about it? You know how much planning that probably took? Years. We're talking years. Years of planning. And they take him out in one night.
They do
An
it.
allyship with Israel. You'll never know what he's doing.
They've been watching that guy's movements for years. So like,
why would he tell you?
Right?
Why would he? You're like, oh, you didn't go to Congress. Why the fuck would he go to Congress?
I imagine they're watching Xi Jinping too, bro.
He wasn't required to go to Congress until the end of the 60-day
Shut up, Marshall. We
from the
go.
War Powers Act.
I don't know. But either way, Marshall, he's not going to go to Congress because there's fucking rats in Congress. They're going to fuck. They're like, tell us your plan.
Mike, that wasn't my point. My point was he didn't need to go to Congress within the 60-day window. He would be required to go to Congress on the 61st day, but he's not required to go to Congress in between the 60 days. Now, the War Powers Resolution does set that they have to be informed in a quote timely manner, if I'm calling the words correctly, right? So the Gang of Eight, the 4 people in the House on the Intelligence Committee, and the 4 people in the Senate on the Intelligence Committee, those guys usually get informed over the last, say, like 50 years. It's typically been done post the operation.
Right, got it. Totally. But then you got to start understanding the genius of Trump. And once you understand the genius of Trump, you'll start to actually have a lot of fucking fun. Now, I'll give you another example, Dan, real quick example. This is a while ago during the debate, right? During the debate, when he said the eating the cats and dogs thing, right? The eating the cats and dogs thing. Now, if you watch the debate with Kamala Harris, the moderator goes, well, the sheriff, hold on, guys. Then he goes, well, the sheriff said that never happened. And Trump says, he goes, well, I don't know if it happened or not. I'll look into it. But he said the eating the cats and dogs thing, and everyone blew up. But Ben, here's the thing. Did anyone before that comment, did anybody know that little town in Ohio that only had 50,000 people was fucking 30,000 illegal immigrants? Did anyone know about that? But no. After that comment, we all knew about it. We're like, whoa, you're sending 30,000 illegal immigrants to a town that only has 50,000 people? Because you know how crazy that is? And that was the point.
When you guys try to connect nonsense to justify Trump's stupidity, it's really, you know what? Let's get back here next week. Mike, let's get back here in 2 weeks. I think you'll try to find a way to justify.
And you know, please, don't you think almost doubling of the population overnight?
Please, let me just make this statement.
No, I like honesty.
What reasonable though? What's reasonable about him saying cats and dogs, and now you got to connect me to this?
Because his original point was they're not assimilating against society.
I bet you next week. So he's
going to sell cars and he's their culture at the expense of the American.
It has nothing to do with cats and dogs.
I bet you come next week, you guys are gonna find a connection or a justification to this shit. Are you gonna get 350-foot flip on the national, on the reflective group? You guys are gonna find a reason next week or in 2 weeks for him to say he's gone shit like that. And you guys are gonna be like, this is strategy as to why he said he wanted to highlight this and that.
You're saying that you could be wrong about a small detail, but be initiating a larger conversation, right?
Thank you.
Yeah, that's the point.
He's a grandfather.
Yeah, kind of makes sense.
Right, he brings attention to stuff, and not only that, he takes the hit on the low end to bring attention to everything. And then you're like, holy Springfield or Springdale.
I mean, obviously it worked because immigration, obviously it worked. If you're looking at the post-election, polls or whatever, immigration, was one of the leading things, one or two. So the idea of having the larger conversation about the abuses of the executive branch in relation to TPS and mass parole programs was on the part of his campaign. So if you bring to TPS and how it's being abused, or how the asylee program was being redefined,
Yeah, man. Like,
Or
this is
USAID.
good.
Did anyone have any idea USAID was pissing away?
Well, that's different though. Like, if you're just talking about the category of immigration, that's a more opener. Like, super one, yeah, bro. That's wonderful.
Or even the tax code. Remember the Hillary Clinton? She's like, oh, you don't pay your taxes. He's like, yeah, well, you wrote the code, you dumb bitch. Of course I'm gonna fucking abuse it, you fucking idiot. And we're like, but he's right.
No, not abuse it. Use it.
Y'all wrote the fucking code.
No, not abuse it. Use it.
All rich people. Of course I'm gonna use the fucking loopholes. Y'all wrote it, dumbass. Hello. You wrote it themselves. Of course they did.
What the line?
You taxes.
Like her facial expression, bro. Like when you hit her with that.
So good. So good.
That was so funny.
You wrote the code. What the hell? Fucking idiot. You gotta understand that, man. And once you get it, bro, it's actually tame. It's fucking great. Because we know that you guys are gonna jump on this shit. And now, does he shoot himself in the foot? Yes. Like I mentioned with the monkey faces on the Obamas. Which, oh, by the way, he put a monkey face on Biden on a monkey too. But that video was 2 minutes long, all about the election fraud. In the last 10 seconds, he fucking added a fucking clip of the Obamas on a monkey face. And everyone talked about that. They completely ignored the whole fucking first 2 minutes of the clip, which was actual factual evidence about the election fraud. No one gets it.
Yeah, but we do have to, like, be fair. Like, that's his blunder.
That's what I'm saying. He shoots something right.
Like, there's a deceptive way of, like, moving the action past, like, good points, and then there's like your own way, like cutting your own nose off, right? You're like, like really an impactful thing, and then you fucked it up at the end.
Yeah. But that's kind of the genius of him, right? Do you remember the one lady, the reporter, asked him during the QAnon? She was like, Mr. Trump, is it true that you're the leader of an organization that's trying to stop child sex trafficking? And he goes, well, if I was, that'd be a problem. Fucking idiot. Think about that for a second.
That's why him and Todd Blanchard playing out his defense on the Epstein files, right? That's why, right?
He's released more Epstein files than anybody else. His name's mentioned over 6,000 times. It should be very easy to prove something if his name's mentioned over 6,000 times. It should be extremely easy.
I've never seen someone so yet playing this much defense. Left, right.
His name is mentioned 6,000 times. How many you got what you do, bro?
Should be super easy.
Because it's not good enough. 6,000 times isn't good enough. They need more.
Yeah, what if it comes out that he was an FBI informant that got Epstein arrested?
Then release it. That we will praise him for being an FBI informant.
Remember, Epstein said he's the one that won't fight.
Release it. The fact that you reported when he was
they're sitting in Congress right now. Anybody can go read them. There's nothing there.
Lady Vance, Cash Patel, Dak Bongino, all of you, all of them were saying about release. You guys are out there saying release. Now they're released. Now he becomes president and he flips the switch on your neck, your back. And now you guys like, oh, there's nothing in it. There's nothing in it.
Hey, hello. Do you know why?
Well, what's in it? Tell us what's in it. I don't know.
Hold on, guys. Let Al get in there. Go ahead, Al.
They're sitting in Congress and it's scared.
Norma, quit being weird, bro. Let Al do it.
They read it, right? And if you know why the politicians have quit talking about it? Because there's nothing there.
Exactly.
Hello.
Dude, you're sitting there losing Biden with a
Nothing's online that keep talking about it.
Then release it to the public. Why are they still holding over?
He's released.
You guys are just trying to justify the unjustifiable.
No, you can't release it to the public because it's innocent people in
The
there.
Democrats didn't release what they couldn't release either. Exactly. Thank you.
Hey, why would you want to hurt innocent people by releasing their names?
Well, I understood then, like, so, you know, Biden and Obama had an opportunity to release the files too, and they didn't.
They would love to crush Trump. And it's become so hyperbolic that just having your name in there. I mean, I think what's gun there? I think Spider-Man's in there a couple times. But like, just having your name and no one reads the context, they're immediately going to associate you with Epstein. So they just can't do that, bro. Because Epstein tried to get dirt on people just to make shit up. But there's a part there where they threw a girl in front of Trump and Trump left.
He left.
Is Pokey in there too?
This is why they say you guys are in a cult, or you guys act like you're in a cult.
So you
What?
think
Trump comes out today and says Epstein good. All of you guys run with it, Epstein good. He comes up tomorrow and says Epstein bad.
Well, you said that. Nobody else.
That's why folks keep thinking that you guys have been brainwashed.
Do you think Trump's a pedophile, Ben?
I don't know. I mean, release it if you're not.
Do you want him to be a pedophile?
They did some laws a long time ago. They're sitting there in Congress. You can go look at them, and there's nothing there. If there is something there, then
Someone just posted an article.
If there is something in there, then any general can bring charges against the guilty.
The Justice Department,
whether it's Garland under Biden, or whether it's Jeff Sessions under Trump, or whether it's Eric Holder under Obama, right? Because Obama was president during that time. Any of them could have charged these people, but nobody did. So what's the problem? Tell me.
Trump and his they campaigned on releasing. It wouldn't have been a big deal if they were
released a long time ago. What have you found so far? The files were released.
Hold on.
What was the files were released? Now what?
This article from 6
Trump did not run on releasing the files.
There's millions of things released. What's the problem? Did you find anything in it?
That's a good point, Al. I didn't think about that.
No, he did not. Go find any clip of him running on this. Go find it. And
let me get a clip of it where they asked him about was. Oh my goodness, mercy.
So, Ben, it was the kick in the dick. I'll give you that. What's her name? Not Lev, was her the other one? No, it was the other one. Bondi, I think. But she was like, I gotta stack them on my desk. And they're like, no, there's no files. It's like, all right.
Yeah, man, Barney was a fucking idiot, bro.
It was a kick in the dick. I'll give you that.
Well, that's a
There's nothing in there, man. Like, I'm sorry to break your heart and your presence on a pedophile. I'm sorry.
Run on this. That's why it's been made up.
I will spoil Trump about, appointing people like Pam Bondi was hot and shit. That was fucking stupid, bro. And Christy known because she's hot. They're good looking enough for him, and they're fucking idiots, bro.
And Bill Pulte, but he's not hot, right? And but he's not hot. And we don't care about he's not hot.
We don't
care about he's not hot, right?
AOC can get it for sure.
AOC can fucking get it.
I just hope Sims don't elect her because she might actually fucking have a fighting chance.
No, I don't even think so. I think Democrats have been doing a fucking stupid, disastrous. If they try to put in AOC up there, I'm not gonna vote for AOC.
Dude, they have identity politics. So that's all they have. They need name recognition. They love identity politics, and they know the Latino vote is getting changed.
Nobody.
That's a good point. I'm sorry to say, America. It's been proven twice. I don't think America is ready for a woman president. I apologize for saying this, but it two times.
Dan, we know that has nothing to do with being a woman.
It has everything to do with being a woman.
No, it definitely has something to do with being a woman too. It's identity politics. The Democrats love that shit, bro. It's about being a woman. It's about being black. It's about being a fucking Mexican. It's about whatever identity that they can clear on. If they can, they're gonna try to. They've experimented with the black vote many times. And actually, the Latino vote is getting stronger. Remember, the black vote is maximum 18%. The Latino vote is like 31%. And getting stronger. They have elected Claudia Sheinbaum in Mexico, so they've already shown the Latinos will do. And so I'm just saying that the Democrats, they need name recognition. I wouldn't be surprised if we got a Gavin Newsom AOC ticket, to try to get that name recognition and count on simps, Democrats, obviously blacks, minorities, and women to vote this, and Latinos, because Latinos are a huge potential voting bloc there. I'm telling you, man, when I heard about this woman, she's beautiful enough, charismatic enough, and people are just stupid enough. I said to my dad,
if you use this sound,
we have the first female president, it's going to be her.
Ben, how do you feel about Newsom? Do you like Newsom?
I actually do, yeah, I do.
Like, what has he been successful in California?
I don't have any hair, so I haven't tried.
He does have good hair.
Yeah, he has good hair.
I think he's
that's one thing.
Oh yeah, but people have a short memory though, normal. That's what this short attention span shit is so beneficial to these politicians.
I'm about to show you some of my skills.
People don't give a fuck at the end of the day. When they have enough hate for the right, they will vote any fuck, dude, they will vote some idiot in like this from.
Yeah.
I know it seems unfathomable. Sensible. You know, I mean, you think about it, County has got huge influence and recognition, even if Gavin Newsom has run his team to the ground, and AOC has got that name recognition. I'm not saying it's going to be successful, but they need name recognition, and they don't have anything else but Gavin Newsom and AOC as far as I'm concerned. But that's my right too. I'm just trying to understand.
Who took maternity leave as soon as he got
2
appointed
months
to the
maternity
cabinet?
leave adopted a kid. Because 2 months maternity leave, you fucking adopted a kid. It was during that train crash in Ohio. He was nowhere to be found during that train crash.
But people don't give a fuck
He
about
was on
that shitty
maternity leave. He
performance,
was
bro.
supposed to be an adopted child.
Think about it. Kamala Harris didn't have a great record of
2 months.
employment either. She was throwing black guys in jail for smoking weed and then laughing about it. But people didn't give a fuck. They almost voted that woman in.
That's not what happened. She didn't let black guys have been in jail for 20 years for smoking weed out of prison. That's what she did.
She was Whitlock and smoked weed in college.
Yeah, but Tupac wasn't even out then, so she's a liar.
She had really real shit.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I don't know. I'm just saying the Democrats are kind of wild, so we'll see what happens. But
they're a bunch of fucking weirdos.
I don't want Rubio. I'm willing to have Rubio be on the ticket, but I don't want him to be president because I feel like he's too dangerous. He's almost. Remember back in 2016?
I love Rubio, bro. I love him.
Rubio's gonna win. He and Vance. They're gonna go together. What?
If it's Rubio and Vance, Rubio and Vance would be a good ticket, I think.
Yeah, but Vance is gonna be he'd be vice president for now 12 years. Because Rubio wins 2 terms in a row.
It'd be Vance as president, and Rubio as VP, and then Rubio can. Why not?
Because honestly, I would hate that because Rubio's better utilized somewhere else besides vice president. I'd rather him.
Yeah, but they're going to vote with the VP, and then Rubio's going to get the VP slot.
I'd rather bring it somewhere else.
They've won 16 years with that duo. 16 years.
I'm worried about them getting on stage in the primary and have talk shit, because that's how it has to work. They have to talk shit about each other, or they're going to be like, "Whoa, I'll be the vice president."
They're not going to talk shit about each other.
They have to, bro. That's what hurts.
Why do they have to? Why?
Yeah, what are you talking about, man? They're going to have to ticket.
There's hope. There's going to be a primary
thing. They're going to keep their mouth shut about their dirty law and treaty.
That's what hurt DeSantis. I think DeSantis shouldn't even have ran against Trump because when it forced out, Trump was calling him sanctimonious, blah, blah, blah. Then it forced DeSantis to say some shit about Trump that no one liked. And now where's DeSantis?
And what's happened to all those Republicans who talk shit about Trump? And Trump talks shit about what happened to all of those guys? They all fell in line under Trump. Right. The Republicans are going to be wise up and not talk shit about each other. In fact, the Democrats like Carville and top Republicans, the reason why the Democrats keep failing is because you get 19 or 20 a day just talking shit about each other.
No, that's the name of the game. I hope you're right.
So I guarantee you they think this shit out. There's a plan in place.
I hope you're right.
It's Vance for 8 years and Rubio for the next 8 years.
Here's what scares me about Rubio. Remember, Rubio was with the small creatures. Wait a minute. Let me finish this, please. Rubio, remember, was one of the small creatures from the establishment that was trying to stop Trump. And they were counting on Marco Rubio. Well, I don't initially, but this was a lot worse, bro. This was like during the election, they were trying to stop his nomination.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and Rubio was completely on board with that. And I remember it was Little Marco and the master shit and so I worry that we're gonna lose all of our games from the swamp, from the establishment, and if Rubio gets back in, he's gonna come back in business as usual, rebuke Trump, I worry about that, man. I don't want to be at the head of the man.
No, he's not going to do that because he was only been head alligator because he was young and virile and looked good. He went head alligator in the swamp by years of being in the swamp. He wasn't the biggest, oldest alligator in the swamp. He was the cutest one that had the best chance. And they said, "Hey, you're our spokesperson, right?" Rubio's totally in line. They're not going to go after each other. Those days are over. I love Rubio. He's a gangster.
I hope you're right, dude. I hope you're right.
I love Rubio.
He's impressed me so far.
I like Vance more than Rubio.
Yeah, man, but Vance is the VP, bro. He
That's
chose
the thing.
Vance for a reason.
Winning and Vance
He chose
12 years. Vice President Trump and then a Rubio 8-year presidency. Vance be vice president for 12 years. No way. He's not going to do that. So now where are we, right? Like Rubio, I don't want Rubio to be vice president because he's better utilized somewhere else. I don't know. I'm worried about it. See, man, y'all, the Democrats got nobody, and we're worried about our top two fucking cancel each other out.
And they
got one.
After this disastrous Trump presidency, where he's losing support from every coalition.
See, that's why I like you, man. I like you.
Yeah. After this disastrous we got 2.5 years. I don't know how people are going to survive this next 2.5 years left for Trump. I don't see how you guys are going to expect the Republican Party to win the presidency again. I mean, you guys are getting slaughtered in congressional elections. Slaughtered. I think it's so is it 29-0? Yeah, he loses everywhere.
The Democrats have a way of losing. Like, it's not going to be hard for Republicans eventually to win another election. Like, if we've learned one thing, they will take the worst candidate and make him president, aka Joe Biden.
What was it? Where's the evidence that the Democrats are like winning? No, but if you look at like Polymarket, like all of these like predictions, right? Like obviously, the precedent is that on the first term of a like president, they're gonna like lose the House or something like that. It doesn't look. It looks more challenging than that. It's like a 50-50. Like in the Senate, the Republicans are kind of like favored to hold, obviously, but in the House though, like as far as the House of Representatives, it's a 50-50.
Yeah, it shouldn't be like that, right, Samuel?
Yeah, it shouldn't be like that. It should be more like historically, it should be like a 70-30. Or
you always normally take it. And Gavin,
especially with this thin margin
throughout the country, crazy. The country, like, Gavin used to be in California, bro. There's no way that he's gonna. I think it's laughable, bro. It's literally laughable.
I know the Democrats are going to try to follow the run him, bro. They're going to attempt it.
The country won't elect John or Joe Biden. Like the idea that the country wouldn't do these things is crazy.
Well, I don't know.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
We didn't elect
him. I think that they vote a little different. Like if you're looking at how they subverted like the primaries for Kamala, right? Like they kind of try to vote as like a collective response, not on the individual merits of the candidate. So like that's what the Democrats have going for themselves. But what needs to gain traction is this like a hospice like fraud with Newsom, right? Like that shit needs to. Somebody needs to start plastering that shit in.
But who cares about this? Like you would still win every election in California.
Well,
you would still. I mean, like
that depends on. Just wait, bro. Like what I'm talking about is like what people need to do to like change the reality. And what they need to do is gain traction on these types of things, especially like with the DHS, like removing.
They need to stop being Democrats.
Like losing a woman that Rand's not going to
change their policy.
No, you're just moving the pole. Look, man, I'm giving you like objective view of like how you can change the tides in California. Like obviously, if you're looking at what's happening right now, there is some conversation to happen. It's just not like a landslide anymore.
Exactly.
So something's happening.
Things are
happening there, bro.
Things are happening.
Yeah. Things are moving more in the direction of the right. Like that's just like the facts of the matter. And this doesn't help their case. Like his own attorney general telling him, hey, bro, like there's like massive amounts of fraud here with hospices. They're just popping up everywhere. And him having
having that.
Okay, next topic we're going to discuss is porno.
Yes, especially with this whole fraud thing with Medicare and Medicaid, and then how it extends out to illegal immigration.
Somebody's got the answer for that, money.
Hey, Samoa, I think that
why would somebody have to answer for it? Like, I just don't understand. Like, I would love to
the same reason why people have to answer for Iran.
What's up, Sword?
Who's answering?
Yeah, what's up, Sword?
Yeah, what's up, Sword?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think
To what Samoa was saying, I think that was the plan all along. I think they've been sitting on this information ever since Elon Musk was in office and whatever he was doing in like the first 90 days. I think they literally on this information and they're planning to roll it out right now. So that way they can use it as an advertising tool to win the to keep the control and power in their favor. So I could So you see like everybody's starting to go to jail right now. But you know, ago people were saying, well, when are people gonna start going to jail? When are people gonna start going to jail? And now we're starting to see this shit happen. And I think the bigger the fish, meaning like the more powerful the person is, the more we're gonna start seeing those public figures going to jail. So I do think that was a plan all along. All right, so what is
He's not professional wrestling.
It's not a matter of if you got it; it's when you're gonna use it.
Yeah, when you
Am I a
start
blue
making
collar
lyrics.
kind of guy or a white collar kind of guy?
about Elon Musk.
What kind of guy you want me to be?
He was only there for 90 days.
Why do you want me to be a blue collar guy for you?
Video, like a year later? You know, like they've been known this. They've been known who the people were. They probably knew within the first few months that Ilhan Omar was, you know, fraudulently filled out the paperwork, but they staged it out and they waited and waited and waited. And
So
I think
Elon's been charged with a crime, right?
Say it again.
So like Elon's been charged with a crime from the Justice Department, right?
I'm not following what you're saying.
So Elon Omar, she's been charged with a crime, right?
Oh, you said Ilhan.
I thought he was talking about Musk too.
Nah, I don't know if she's been charged yet.
You're trying to come after her for the business.
Right, yeah.
So they've had what's happened exactly since that story broke that's actually like shown any sense of justice, what's going on there?
I don't think any. I think the Elon thing's different. I think Soares mentioning the fraud in Minnesota and all that stuff. And I think he's saying like they knew this shit all along. They can tell discrepancies, especially discrepancies that big. And when you get guys that go in there, like, what the fuck is going on?
Where's the accountability on that? I'm just curious.
Well, there's already been arrests, a bunch of arrests in the Minnesota shit. Now Ilhan, I think it's different now because I'm sure it's still ongoing. Remember she said she's like it was a clerical error. So he really wasn't supposed to say that. He's supposed to say something else. So now they gotta fucking tackle that one. But like her business and her husband's a winery, which by the way, a Muslim having a winery is fucking super crazy. But her and her husband, like their business was like $3 billion, and the next year was like what was it, like 58 billion or some crazy shit? Like in 1 year.
That is so fucking crazy, man. That woman needs to go.
The accountability
Those fucking Somalis need to get the fuck out of here, bro.
Trump has the full Justice Department, he has the House, and he has the Senate, and yet there's really no accountability. You know.
Well, you're not yet, I guess. I mean, you're not yet.
So what is he waiting for?
I'm picking up your sarcasm. You're laying it on pretty thick here. What I'm saying is, it's hard to just charge politicians. It's not like you can't just go and charge politicians of shit. You know what I'm saying? And I guess you're trying to go through.
I was told that you could do it because Trump was told to charge politicians.
Correct. Trump was charged as a politician. No,
the funny thing is you're demonstrating the fact that you don't respect strategy.
Well, the strategy, I just haven't seen it.
Yeah,
I understand.
Right.
You rush the indictment.
Just use your 2 ears in your brain.
You don't want to rush the indictment.
So
they've
already had the information. They know who did what, and the only thing you have to do is just drop little breadcrumbs out there and
watch the roaches run.
Just like,
and as you see, as you see the roaches run, then everybody starts to make moves that they normally don't make. So it's the cheese and the mouse trap, you know. It's I take you as a I take you as a very intelligent human being. So I'm gonna just put this together.
Well, and the Comey thing you mentioned is just like what Sword saying. Comey's a phony. That's shaking the tree. Shit, what's Comey know? No,
like Swalwell would be an example of
Swalwell's a great
drop, right? Like of a timely drop of information that
right before he was trying to run for fucking governor. Boom.
Right, and then like another example.
The other thing I'll say is, you guys need to understand that Dan and I are not small people. So a quad espresso for us is not as serious as you guys think.
Wait, I thought Dan was like 5'4" and like.
I was in 5th grade.
Like,
But yeah, when you're tall, you know, all of that stuff matters. You know, the amount of caffeine that you need to get the hit. I mean, there was a time I did try to do the whole, I'm just going to get a double because I'm trying to be cautious of my health. And I drank that thing, and in this case, I felt as if I just had water. It didn't do nothing. So I need at least a quad. But if I really want a little extra because I'm feeling sluggish, I'll make them add a single shot to the quad. So that'll be 5 shots total. And I like the bitterness. I think Ben likes the bitterness too. I like the bitterness of coffee. Because I don't add cream or any of that stuff. And now and then I'll add a little sweetener, like maple syrup or honey or something. But usually it's just coffee with nothing. Just espresso shots.
Yeah, I don't put sugar, milk.
Oh, that's something else. That's ice cream.
Yeah, adding milk to coffee is an abomination. I'm sorry, I can't.
Oh. Well, you know, I do drink espresso black. But coffee on a regular basis, I'll put half and half in it.
Wait, how else does one drink espresso? Wait, you just confused me.
No, yeah, that's true. That's how. But my regular coffee, yeah, I do put half and half in it.
But that's ice cream.
That's not. Wait a minute. First of all, how much half and half do you think I'm using?
One drop, and it's Haagen-Dazs.
That's right.
Jerry's.
Oh my God! You know what? I used to get pissed at Dunkin' Donuts when I ordered coffee and I would ask for half and half. They would literally put damn near half a cup or half and half. My coffee, that used to piss me off. I'm like, I don't need that much. I used to hate it.
Oh well, if you go to Dunkin' Donuts and just ask for milk and you get a regular coffee, they don't have small. They get to medium. It's basically medium. I think they give you. They give you 3 or 4 creams and like 5 or 6 sugars.
Oh, yeah, it is. And you know what? I said, look, just give it to me black, and just give me the rest of the thing. Give me the sugar and the cream to the side. I can't. Yeah. And I'm no. Oh, go ahead.
They open Starbucks here. I live in Starbucks in the United States. Shit.
Yeah, it's not good. The only reason Starbucks works is that if you're in a bind and you know you need energy from the caffeine, you can go there and order a particular thing and you know with the assurance that you're going to get what you need in terms of caffeine. But in terms of taste,
yeah, I ordered something, I don't even know what I ordered, and they asked me for a name, and I can't smoke inside the Starbucks, and I was like, what the fuck is going on here? And they gave me a glass, it was like creamy, and I said, no, I can't do this.
I like mocha
espresso. That's my go-to. But I like mochas. I like lattes with syrup.
Well, of course, you love lattes, Miller, bro.
Of course I do. I foregone syrup or almond to Coke.
You see what Europe will do to the Soviets, make them soft.
Now, I drink black tea. I also put half and half in that.
Oh my God, Sherry!
Yeah.
She thinks he's British now.
Child, you know, the Brits just fucked up everything. Child.
But you know what? No. It depends. It depends.
What's going on, bro?
What's going on, man?
Yeah, money, man. I was just actually asking you. I mean, you were asking my question about Crystal. Now that Crystal's here, you know, I want to know what's going on.
Brother, when did I say that? Now she's here and you're saying like that, maybe if she's listening, what would she think, brother? I never said that, I never took her name, bro. I mean,
That was AJ, man. AJ was here. Amir was here.
you can call him and ask him, I never said, I never took her name.
And then, no, listen. All right, so once you agree with her, then you go to like publications and how the whole world is down with this conspiracy to say that it's not three gods. Like everybody's in on it. So Wikipedia, she says three gods, pagan. Okay, let's look through the Wikipedia page. No, it's not paganism. They must have drank. They must be part of it. Like, just go along with it. Like, why can't you just play along? Just agree with her. Be her friends. You know what? You're right. It's three gods. So what does three gods mean? Three gods means paganism? Okay. All right. Let's go to Britannica Encyclopedia.
You say polytheism.
That is polytheism. So why can't the world, define Christianity as polytheism? Why not? Why doesn't the world forget about there's many people in this world, many philosophers, doctors, lawyers, publishing people, all types of shit. None
You have
of
no
them.
argument against polytheism.
Nobody says that Christianity is polytheism, but she says it's polytheism. So explain to her how isolated in the world she is. Like, she is the only one that comes up with this bullshit. Why can't you just agree with her? Because you're a bully, Nargis. You want to bully them. You're a Salafi. You're a Wahhabist Salafi.
Why would I agree
that you
with
want to
you? That's
convert
not
everyone
true.
to the sword. You want to convert everyone with your
Bro,
persuasion.
I will not allow falsehood. Like, she's not being honest. No Christian sees it as three gods. It's never understood as a three-god model.
Why couldn't
It's
you just tell her
embarrassing
5:17? Why couldn't you just read her 5:17?
Yeah, she does take entirely from the Quran. Let me go read it.
Oh, you don't know what 5:17 is?
No, I'm not
It's
taking
my
the
newest.
answers.
It's my newest argument. My newest one.
Her whole Islamic faith will collapse if she agrees that Christianity is not a polytheistic religion. Because she has this really, I think the problem is it doesn't rely between her and Trinity. It's even before, it's between her and what she thinks the Quran says. So
yes,
I have to break down for her that the Quran says it's three theism that is condemned in the Quran and not the Trinity.
Not the Trinity.
Good luck to whoever tries to explain that to her.
She thinks Trinity is the tritheism. The three minds, the three wills. The Quran refutes the belief that Jesus the Messiah is divine. That's 5:17. It emphasizes absolute monotheism by challenging the idea that God could be confined to a human form. How are you using this verse to your benefit?
Is Allah saying this?
She's refuting you like anything.
Who's saying this in the Quran? Is it Allah? Is Allah saying the Christians believe the Messiah is God? Nargis, I'm asking you a question.
Reading the refutation to
Speak
this
up.
verse. I don't know. I don't know.
What is this saying? Listen to me. Stop. Don't be a jihad now. What is it saying?
We are reading the verse.
What is the verse saying?
It's saying they have certainly disbelieved who say
Who
that Allah-
disbelieved? Who?
The Christians, I guess.
Oh, you guess. This is the word of God. The
They have
literal.
certainly disbelieved who say that Allah is Messiah, the Son of Mary. Say. Then who could prevent Allah at all if he intended to destroy Messiah, Son of Mary, or his mother, or everyone on earth? And to Allah belongs the dominion of the heaven and the earth. Who's saying this?
Who said that? Is this Allah speaking?
It's Muhammad.
It's Muhammad. It said say.
Say.
It says say.
Yeah.
So it's Muhammad.
Yes.
So it's not Allah.
The line previous to it could be Allah. Because say, then who would prevent Allah? He's saying this.
Allah.
I mean, the claim is
Okay, so Allah already knows that the Christians believe the Messiah is Allah, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so why are they confused? Do they not listen to their God? Did you ever ask Dr. Z if she ever read the Quran and what Allah says about the Christians? He says that they are disbelievers because it is true that they believe the Messiah is God, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, all right. So who's saying this? Allah? So they don't believe their God. Their God is saying that the Christians believe the Messiah is God. Why doesn't she listen to her God? All she has to do is read the Quran. She doesn't need to go and ask us, where does it say Jesus is God? It doesn't say he's God. Why are they saying he doesn't? Why are they saying that Jesus doesn't say he's God, but Allah is saying that the Christians are saying he's God? Make that make sense?
So, it says that
Pay attention. Who is saying, is it Allah saying the Christians think that that the Messiah is Allah, is God? Yeah, right? Okay, so now, why is she going, why is it that when she finds something in her Quran that she doesn't believe, is she going to the people of the prior scriptures and asking questions?
She's gonna say no, they're corrupted, you know how she thinks.
So, but she's living out 1094.
I can see what she's saying. Yeah.
She's literally living out 1094. So don't say 1094 is bullshit. She's doing it. She doesn't believe Allah when he says the Christians believe he is God. When she goes to the Christians, she's saying, where does Jesus say he's God? But why, if Allah says it already?
Now, the great argument. Wow.
Now, Jesus is claiming all that the Father has is mine. Right? He says this in John 16, 12 through 14. 12 through 15. Can Muhammad say all that Allah has is his? Can he say that?
Opens her mouth and says, where does Jesus say he's God? This is this 517. Here, Allah says that the Christians say, and that's Jesus.
Let me ask you this, Megatron.
Good.
Following that idea.
You're really doing polemics. You keep repeating the same arguments. It's so annoying.
This is good.
Wait a second. Now, hold on, Marcus. Can Muhammad say all that is Allah's is also his? say all that Allah has is His?
Yeah, why not?
Oh, he can say that?
What do you mean, like, acknowledge and no? They won't grant that.
Okay. So you're saying that it's shirk, you're adding a partner to Allah, if Muhammad said all that Allah has is also His.
Based on Allah, yes.
Okay, thank you. So if Jesus is saying all that the Father has is mine, is that not committing shirk?
It is.
All right, so Jesus is saying He's God. Thank you. Any line that Jesus said, you see that?
Yeah, but see.
I was with you before the creation of the world. Well, Muhammad's going to make that statement? Muhammad would make that statement. You know that? He's ballsy up. They're such pagan. They're so pagan that he would say that. Because they do
No, they're right. Allah models that all to that, including believers not in Netanyahu.
Yeah.
But this is a good one. All that the Father has is also mine. What verse is it? I'm going to give this to
John 16, 12 through 15. You want to read it? You read this. I have many more things to say to you, much more than you can now bear. But when the Spirit of truth comes, He will guide it to all truth. He will not speak on what He hears, He will not speak on what He knows, He only speak on what He hears. He's saying, I must go. I must go, and my advocate must, my advocate has to come out. Saying this, and listen, even Jay was in here reading it. Even Jay read it from 16, verse 7, all the way to 15.
Where does Jesus, and she's bringing that argument up 20 points. Where does Jesus in the Bible say that he is God?
You know what I love about this verse is that we've allowed them to say, show me where it says He's God in the Bible for years. And remember when I was freaking out? Remember when I was freaking out when I got home? And I'm like, I can't believe, why didn't I ever read this verse? And I was so mad. Aya, were you there? I was freaking the fuck out. I was yelling. I was screaming.
I remember.
I was so angry at myself for letting this go. I know every Isa verse. And this one just slipped right through my fingers. And I'm saying to myself, why didn't I ever read this? Here I am reading these other stupid verses, and I'm not reading this verse. And it was really frustrating for me to read this verse and realize how much time I've wasted when I should have just gave them this verse. Did you understand? Did you understand when I went to 381 and how the scriptures before all the prophets confirmed all the other prophets except when it gets to Muhammad? So if we use the test in the Quran to test the prior scriptures, it passes with flying colors. Using the test that it gives us in the Quran, 381. If a messenger comes confirming what is before it, confirming what is with you, right? Then he is also a messenger of God. If we go to the Old Testament, to the New Testament, we see all the prophets of the Old and New Testament agreeing with one another. From one to the next, to the next, to the next. So 381 works. This 381 doesn't work when you put Muhammad. There goes your Islamic dilemma. How can his believers be telling us, oh, we don't have these scriptures? But yet 517 still makes sense.
What kind of argument is this? He's the one confirming what they have with them.
It's because you're a Morocco. You don't listen to me.
Jackson.
You don't listen to me.
You're not gonna
pay attention to what I'm trying to tell you. If we look at John the Baptist and Isa in the Quran, John the Baptist, Yahya, is in the belly at the same time as Isa. He's a little older. They're born in the same. They have this in the tafsir, right? They explain this.
No idea this one. Where did they get it from?
19, chapter 19.
I know what you're talking about, but where did they get it, the thing from?
Getting what?
The age.
I don't care. They use this for Liyat. They use the New Testament. I don't know.
They've used it in the tafsir.
Well, yo, how long have you been? Like, why do you LARP as a
Where are you
Muslim?
getting that from?
Why do you LARP as a Muslim if you don't know what this shit? Like, I gotta explain. I gotta teach you this shit now.
Where are you getting the age from? When have I fucking locked as a Muslim? What's wrong with you?
So wait a second. Are you telling me right now that in both theologies, you're not aware that John the Baptist was beheaded during the lifetime of Jesus / Esau?
I know about John the Baptist. I'm talking about the stomach, the belly of the fish.
What about? I never mentioned that. What are you talking about?
Shit, I don't know why I was seeing visions of that. Sorry. Absence.
Yeah.
No, I have synesthesia. Sorry.
Yeah. I don't know why you saw
Yeah, I saw the entire freaking inside workings of the stomach of the fish. Him sitting in it. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know why you would think
Because I have synesthesia. Related visuals.
It's alright. I forgive you.
I was born with that. How come?
Alright.
It's
So,
my
yeah.
power and my downfall.
Yeah, so if we use 381 in the Quran, the John the Baptist is confirming Jesus, right? This is how it works. Confirming the scriptures that he had with him. We can go all the way down the line of prophets like this in the Old and New Testament. So what is the problem here? It's just that when it comes to Muhammad confirming the prior scriptures, his believers are telling the world they no longer have the scriptures. So then who's confirming Muhammad? If all the scriptures are corrupted. You still won't get it. You're another...
Yeah, I get it. He's confirming them, right? So therefore they're not corrupted. This is why, like, I'm going to send you Elias's paper where he writes about how the previous scriptures are not corrupted. The greatest misconception of Muslimdom, right, which holds to this freaking fraudulent belief, he says. Let me ask him for the paper again. It's in my WhatsApp group chat, but it's from, like, I don't know, a year ago. And I want you to read it. He's doing a great academic paper on it.
Yeah, well, he's not interested in talking to me. I don't want to talk to him.
The misconception of the Muslims with regards to the corruption in previous scriptures. He's published it and everything. I'm going to send it to you. It's groundbreaking.
I'm never going to read it.
Yeah, I don't appreciate you insulting the Muslims like that.
Who?
You said that the Muslim is dumb? Don't stop.
No, he did. He was saying I laughed as well. I never laughed as well. I go to save the underdog when Megatron comes to freaking
you said
destroy them. I feel an immediate need. My maternal instinct needs to save the weaker one. Even if I don't agree with them.
Yeah, that's why. And then she gets... See, the only thing is you can only play stupid but for so long and so well that eventually it starts to get you to dumb down your, way of thinking. And that's what sometimes I have to...
Yeah,
I really have to get her out of it. I really have to scoop her out of it.
So bad. It's really, I feel dumbed down. Like, when I do that, I feel like, shit, what am I doing? At the same time, I'm like, Megatron, you're not seeing your side and the loopholes in yours. Even if Platonian thought was used, right? Even if, like, Justin Martyr, what is his name? Augustine of Hippo and Philo of Alexandria, right? These three were born way, way before Jesus and came up with the freaking
philosophy of it all. And even if that was adopted, as Augustine very clearly, confessed, it doesn't, I don't think it changes it doesn't change anything. But Congress was finding it very hard to sort of digest it. Because it's super exclusivity that each religion wants to give itself. Like as though it was like born in isolation. Whilst you can see that Jesus rested on the shoulders of Judaism, right? And he too, I think, was propagating something that went wrong with the Jews of his time. There is no need for a Jesus if something is not off in that paradigm. And even if it took just 3 years for them to like brutally freaking kill him like that, right? Completely reject him. Freaking there's something he's saying that is not sitting well with them, which they are doing wrong. What is that thing?
Can you speak in English, please? I'm
saying Jesus came to rectify something.
He
For
did?
sure. There is no need for Jesus if there is no need for rectification. Something needed to be changed within the existing people of his time. What is that thing? Benny Adam said something very crucial. Like he was the only one who said that. He came to like show them that we're all equal in the eyes of God. Because
if you talk to the Muslims, they say that
not Muslims, the Jews. What went wrong with the Jews?
Well,
it's the
shit.
It's very important. That's the entire purpose of Jesus.
No, it's not.
No, because you're missing it. You're thinking that something went wrong with the Jews, and then Jesus came to fix what went wrong with the Jews.
No, that's not what happened.
That's not what happened.
Please stop talking to the Jews. Something was off in their paradigm. Everything of the Gentiles.
So read her. Sorry, so do me a favor. You want to do me a favor, DV? Because we'll read her the last book of the Old Testament. And we'll read you chapter 1. We'll read her chapter 1. This is the last book, Malachi. Right? And this is explaining how God is very unhappy. He's very unhappy with the way what his people are doing. He's very, very disappointed. And this is him describing how disappointed he is with his people. Okay, so he'll read it to you. Read the NIV. This way it's just really easy.
Okay. In prophecy, the word of the Lord to Israel through Malachi. I have loved you, says the Lord. But you ask, how have you loved us? Oh, damn, I gotta stop there. That's painful to the heart. But you ask, how have you loved us? Was not Esau Jacob's brother? Declared the Lord, yet I have loved Jacob, but Esau I have hated, and I have turned his hill country into a wasteland and left his inheritance to the desert jackals. Edom says, though we have been crushed, we will rebuild the ruins. But this is what the Lord Almighty says. They may build, but I will demolish. They will be called the wicked land, a people always under the wrath of the Lord. You will see it with your own eyes and say, great is the Lord even beyond the borders of Israel. You keep reading?
Yeah, keep going. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. A son honors his father, and a slave his master. If I am a father, where is the honor due me? If I am a master, where is the respect due me? Says the Lord Almighty. It is your priests who show contempt for my name. But you ask, how have we shown contempt for your name? By offering defiled food on the altar, But you ask, how have we defiled you? By saying that the Lord's table is contemptible. When you offer up blind animals for sacrifice, is that not wrong? When you sacrifice maimed and diseased animals, is that not wrong? Try offering them to your governor. Would he be pleased with you?
You see that? You see that? You see what they're doing? They're giving it to their who? They're giving perfect lambs, not to God, but to their government. Exactly. Keep going.
Now plead with God to be gracious to us. With such offerings from your hand will he accept you, says the Lord Almighty. That one of you would shut the temple doors, so that you would not light useless fires on my altar. I am not pleased with you, says the Lord, and I will accept no offering from your hands. My name will be great among the nations, from where the sun rises to where it sets. In every place incense and pure offerings will be brought to me, because my name will be great among the nations, says the Lord Almighty. But you profane it by saying the Lord's table is defiled, and its food is contemptible. And you say, what a burden, and you sniff at it contemptuously, saying the Lord Almighty. Slow down. When you bring injured, lame, or diseased animals and offer them as sacrifices, should I accept them from your hands? Says the Lord. Cursed is the cheat who has an acceptable male in his flock and vows to give it, but then sacrifices a blemished animal to the Lord. For I am a great king, says the Lord Almighty, and my name is to be feared among the nations.
What was the purpose of these sacrifices, these blood sacrifices that the Jews did?
It came from the covenants that they have.
So so you know that they used to get the what is it called again? The parchment. Mm-hmm. So the parchment is from animal. So you get it from there's two different types of parchment. There's one that's from an adult, and there's one from a lamb, a baby. There's two different types. So the parchment, they were writing scripture. They needed paper that was going to actually last longer than papyri. And they found it with the animal skin. So along with sacrificing it towards those things, they used to skin the animals. But it's a very expensive process because you have to raise the animal, you have to feed the animal, you have to wait till it's fully grown and fully fed. And then you're going to cook the animal, and then you have to, you have to spin it, then you have to scrape it, you have to wash it, you have to scrape it, you have to wash it, you have to scrape it. Like, say, how many pages do you think you're going to get? Like, you're going to have to do this a lot.
Yeah.
So
these guys went cheap and started sacrificing freaking dead animals and feeding the good stuff, the good ones to the rabbis.
Well, the Lord is not happy with the system, sacrificial system. He's not happy with the way he's not happy the way they're worshiping God.
Right.
So it wasn't so much that Jesus came to fix it; God came to fix it.
And he fixed it by doing away.
This is not a job for a prophet, like a Bedouin, desert dweller or camel jockey. It is something that God Himself must come and do. Right? This is already in prophecy.
It's already in motion. They knew he was coming eventually.
And it starts with Abraham, because God makes a covenant with Abraham. And back in those days, when you made a covenant, you would it would require a sacrifice, and two parties would come together, and you would agree on a covenant, and then they would call it walking the covenant. You would lay out these pieces of dead animals, basically, and you would walk through it. And the weakest person in that covenant, if they failed, basically they were saying, if you break this covenant, what happens to these animals happens to you. And so in the vision, Abraham is put to sleep, and it says that God then walked the covenant, meaning he took full responsibility that if any party, either God or man, broke the covenant, God would take the responsibility. And so when we fast forward and we see Jesus, and we say Jesus is God who came to walk the covenant because man broke it, and God took the responsibility, fulfilling his promise to Abraham, walked the covenant, and doing away with the sacrificial system altogether, because we only have one sacrifice in the end. And that's, you know.
Oh fuck, he himself became the ultimate sacrifice.
That's the point.
Oh my God. I think I figured it out. He himself became, he was showing that you're going to drip my blood eventually, and my sacrifice is necessary so that you guys can stop doing this shit you're doing.
No, it's pagan. It's pagan. Sorry, no, it's pagan. It's pagan.
I'm not seeing it from your lens. I'm seeing it like purely from like the lens of like betrayal, like esoterics. I'm not seeing it the way you're seeing it. Like he had to go so that they would realize that, you know, that what he's trying to preach to them is that flesh is decay. Stop doing this shit. Flesh is temporal. And spirit comes. Well, there is a spirit.
So, you know, this is repeated.
Why don't you guys see this through esoteric lens? Like, why are you guys seeing this through such physicality? It doesn't, like, it sounds retarded with physicality. It completely makes sense esoterically. Whether he rose or not, all of that, like, becomes immaterial at this point. Like, the grand freaking lesson that he's teaching them is that this amount of stress that they've freaking dedicated their lives and their tribe to just flesh and the chasing of it, and now they're feeding their fat rabbis with it. This hedonism will flee, and he had to die on that to show how that blood needed to be dripped, just like how they dripped the blood of freedom, the lambs. Zipalasi, the final sacrifice.
Well, the truth is, he didn't need to do it.
God, they're horrible people. How do you forgive them?
So, the Bible uses this story. It's a beautiful story, actually. You want me to give you the revised version, my version of it? Hold on a second, I gotta get my iPad. Oh, my wife's texting me.
historicity about his Drigo, come on. Is there historicity about the sacrifices they were doing? Like, or because they have parchments?
I've never heard the parchment thing before, but I find that fascinating, and I can see where that would come from. But one of the concepts a Christians looking at it is we call it types and shadows. So for us, everything points back to Christ, and like that, Christ and covenants, and that's and every time God makes covenant with someone, there's always the shedding of blood. And even in the marriage, like if you were married and you know.
Okay, so this might get a little emotional for you, Nargis, so hold on. Hold your horses, my sweet buttercup, you. My beautiful little feet. So God told Hosea to go marry a woman named...
I was just thinking of this one.
Knowing she would one day be unfaithful to him, Hosea loved her, built her family together, but she left him and gave herself to other men, and eventually fall into misery and slavery. Most people would have just walked away. Instead, God said, go again and love her. Hosea went looking for her, looking for his wife who had broken his heart. He found her at the lowest point of her life and paid the price back so he could own her. He brought her to his home, not because she deserved it, but because he loved her. Then God said, this is how I loved Israel. Even though Israel had repeatedly abandoned him for idols, God had not abandoned them. Like Hosea, he pursued his unfaithful people in mercy, willing to redeem them, to restore the relationship. So I could have really went into the Hosea story, because the Hosea story, now that you have a gist of it, he does marry her, and he has the first child, but he seems a little weary. He doesn't know if the child is his, right? Then they have another child, and he's feeling empty about this one too, right? And later figures out that the children are not his. They're not his at all. So when she left him, he forgot about her, and he took care of the children. The children stayed with him. She also abandoned her kids, and he continued to take care of her children. And then one day he's at the market, and he sees them selling slaves, and there is his wife, and he sees her being sold off, and he goes and he purchases her, he buys her again, and he brings her home, and he rejoices her, and everything's good, even though, right, this is how God loved Israel. He loved Israel even though he knew they were giving his kids away, having them with foreign lands. But he still loved them. He still loved them as their children, right? Just like Hosea loved his wife. And this is that relationship that they've been having. And this is the relationship I think that all of us have with God. But he's always there. He never walks it. He never leaves them.
So a lot of people don't like the fact that Israel is called a whore, or that it's depicted in this way. I'm not saying that it's trying to make women look bad, because it's not. It's just trying to use an analogy of someone who is, has fallen away. And you still continue to see God doing this for his people still to today, right? Even though we fall short, we fall away. He wants us to get back up. He's going to always accept the fact that you're going to say sorry. Right? The one who doesn't get up and says sorry, that person's not really connected with God, right? Even if you do it every day. Even if you say sorry every single day, right? God still makes you get up. Until that day comes where you don't. But he has to be there in order for you to say sorry, right? He's got to be there in order for you to start over. And that might take years. At first, that might take years. For certain people, it might not take as long. For others, it might take half your life. All right? But if he really loves you, then he'll never give up on you. And that's just the moral of the story. So this is something I wish that the Muslims would understand more about a covenant relationship, or even having a relationship with God. I wish that they understood these types of things, these types of, excellent. Oh, well, you calling Israel a whore? Ha 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 ha! You fucking slut! I'm a rapist. That's all you get from these people. It's really hard to have really nice conversations. So.
And that's why, at the end of the day, we don't serve the same God. Because our God, you have the Hosea story, you have the one in Ezekiel, which is almost very similar to that, where a king says that God is like a king who, where somebody took their baby and left her in the field, this little baby girl to die. And the king sees the little baby girl and takes her and raises her as his own. Again, he's being the father to a child that's not his. And raises her in his kingdom. And she grows up, adorns her. Then he enters a covenant with her. Not really sure what that means. I kind of imagine it means he probably married her. And but then she flees and runs off with someone else. And it's just this repeated relationship that is being illustrated where, and then the prophet says, oh, the girl is Israel, and the king is God, and he's entered covenant with you, but you break it. And so it's a God that actually loves, and it's crazy. From the beginning.
So, Marcus, I didn't want to get all emotional. I know that when I go into these sort of explanations, you kind of, you blame me for paganism. Oh, polemics. But, these are, I think that these are these stories that I wish it was easier to explain. So, the main thing about this debate with Sam Shamoun is not only is Sam Shamoun final boss, top dog. Like, you cannot and will not slip anything by this guy. Like, he's on the ball. He's on the ball. And when it comes to debating, he knows his shit. And, but
the thing with Sam Shamoon now, all the Christians, right? He disappeared because he needed to clean up his act. People were telling him, yo, look, enough with this Aisha bullshit. Enough with this, your prophets, whatever. You're not getting through to them like that. You're making them mad. And you're making people not like you, Sam. So we can't do this. We can't interact with them this way because we're not gonna get anywhere. And now the Christians really, since he's been gone, waiting for him to be on center stage again, waiting for debates just like this to see Sam Shamoon at his best. And let me tell you, he's a changed man. You see how much different he interacted with this guy, and he was even shocked how he was acting. So I think it is important for us as Christians to clean up these types of things. Now, Nargis has known me for almost a year now, and I rarely do or ever never do Aisha type things because I love Sam. I love Sam Shamoon. You know, I could watch his videos every day, which I pretty much did for a while. Not only on Islam stuff, like a lot on the Trinity and a lot on other stuff. And I wasn't really happy with the way some of the times he would attack, you know, like the way he would attack. And even though he's the smartest dude, like when he starts doing that, nobody's gonna listen to him. And then he has all that knowledge. And then it's completely gone. Once he starts going all he throws these little fucking digs all the time. And we're like, bro, we just lost the message, bro. What are you doing, Sam? Like, you're not getting him on the shit that he says. The shit he says is good. But you want to try to get through to these people. You can't just keep insulting them, even though we want to. Because they're insulting us. They're telling me that Jesus didn't die on the cross because of one verse. No evidence. No evidence. One verse. That's crazy. You know how many prophecies he completed just on the day he died? How much prophecy he completed? It doesn't make no sense. You're giving me one fucking verse. I'm giving you 40 prophecies. Are you serious? I'm supposed to be like, but you want me to be like, how are we gonna be cool about that? But we have to be cool about it because I'm sorry to tell you, but there's more truth to our story than theirs. I'm not saying it's the more true or it is the truth. I'm just saying there's more truth with our story than their story. Because their story is just the Antichrist. Sorry. Not sorry.
It is what it is, bro.
No truth. What happened? What's up, Habibi? What message? If you insult me, Habibi. I'm here.
Antichrist. When they talk historical...
Insult me. I'm not allowed to have an opinion because it automatically makes me Islamophobic. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for defending myself because that's Islamophobic. My bad.
That's because what?
No. Defending myself against a Muslim is Islamophobic. Did you know that?
Sister, can you calm down, please? Can I make a point, please? Just for 1 minute. Thank you so much. I love you guys. Remember.
Take 5 minutes. Yeah, Habibi. Go for 5 minutes. Don't ask no questions. Yeah, you got 5 minutes uninterrupted.
Are you sure?
Yeah, go.
Thank you so much, brother. Yeah, listen, I born in a Muslim house, right? When I was a young kid. I'm from UK, right? And I was only Muslim because my father was a Muslim. And I used to pray. And I used to, my dad's first wife, she's a white woman, right? Jehovah's Witness. So I started thinking, well, fine, if the Christians are right, the Hindus are right, if there's no God. So I'm on a long journey of studying the basics, right? The basics. In Islam, there's many sects. The many Muslims, they lie. They are in different sects. So I started studying the basics of Islam, Christianity, Judaism. Have you heard of Zoroastrianism? Fire worshippers? Have you heard of Zoroastrianism?
Yes.
Are you going to hear me? Yeah. Zoroastrianism, Sikhism, Hinduism, and the basics of science and history as well, right? I know there's many differences, brother, yeah, but I look at the similarities, right? The first thing you've got to do is you've got to have a clean heart and look for other people. That's the first thing to seek the truth. And then, I've always gone to Muslim Islamic lectures and stuff, and I've always looked at my prophet, and, Muslim scholars talking good about Prophet Muhammad and stuff. Then I come to this guy, Sam Shamoon, way back, brother. And he was insulting the prophet and David Wood, and so I started crying. I got this guy insulting my prophet and stuff, So then I went on a long stretch of listening about objective, evidence stuff and that, yeah. So the first thing I did was look at who is Almighty God. Who is He? What's His nature? Right? I looked at all the scriptures. Right? For example, Hinduism today, you may think they're pagan polities, but the scripture actually speaks about only one God. And the description of this God is, there's nothing like Him. There's no one like Him. You cannot see Him with your eyes. Right? Even today, there's a sect called Sharata Dharma. Just like Jehovah's Witness, who believe in absolute singular God, unipersonal God, they're called Sharata Dharma. Check it. So I looked at the pages of that, and there's 3 times Allah's mentioned. Yeah, in the Upanishads, right? So I looked at Hindus because that's the oldest scriptures. When I went to school, I was told the oldest religion is Hinduism. That's what I was told. And that's because the scriptures are the oldest. Right? A lot of people say the Quran's copied from the Bible. But did you know Adam and Eve is also mentioned in the Hindu scriptures? Noah's mentioned there. There's a guy called Krishna. He's born miraculously and he's supposed to be like a God incarnate, similar to Jesus. Right? These things are there independently of Bible, Torah, and these are the oldest scriptures in a language called Sanskrit. Today in India, there's about 70, 80 different languages, but no one speaks Sanskrit. No one except the scholars who lie and take people for a ride. Only they know, certain people know that language. It's called Sanskrit. You can check it out all around city, right? So, one God. And then I look at the Old Testament, independently of Christians, and what the Jews are saying first. That doesn't mean we say the Jews are correct. Let's see what the Jews are saying about God. They are the original recipients of scripture, not the Christians. It's the Jewish people in their language. I can't teach a Chinese his language. I have to learn from the Chinese. So when you look at all this Echad and all this Elohim and plural and you look at all this, right? The Jews say God is absolutely one, and there's nothing like Him. You can't see Him. He cannot come on the earth. First thing, chapter 8, verse 27. Second Chronicles, chapter 2, verse number 6. The heaven of the earth cannot contain Him. He's too big. He's too great. It's like you cannot fit in my pocket. You're too big. That's who you are, the nature of God. So that's God in there. And then you look at the New Testament, only following Jesus' teachings. Right? People say to me, are you following me so far? I'm going to finish soon. Are you following me so far?
Yeah, we're following.
I'm following, buddy. Yeah.
I'm going to finish soon. So when you go to the New Testament,
I'm going to put another 3 minutes on the clock, all right, Ken?
Thank you. So when you look at Old Testament, the Jews, they believe one God, right? Jesus Christ was a Jew. And then when we say to Christians, look, where did Jesus say this is God? So many Christians say to me, look, right, because I go to church as well. I do our charity work. We help the prostitute, the drug deal, addicts, with water wells, with the Catholics, Protestants, Jehovah's Witnesses. I go to church as well, right? Listen to lectures and stuff. I invite our Christians to my house and we sit and talk like brothers and sisters, right? We have tea and biscuits. Anyway, so from the New Testament, when I say to a simple question, where does Jesus say is God? Many Christians say, why do you limit to Jesus over Paul and Peter? If you read John 18:20, Jesus says, I've never ever spoken in secret. Whatever I've spoken, I've told you all this. So the criteria should be this, right? The most important person in the Bible, New Testament, is Christ. Matthew 10:24. The disciple is not about the master. The master is Christ. So if anyone says anything that contradicts Jesus, you have to reject it. If anyone's in line with Jesus, you follow him. Right? So in the New Testament, Jesus only worshipped the Father himself. He keeps saying, I keep preaching the Father, Father, Father. Regardless of John 1:1 Revelation, they're not Jesus' words. So anyone contradicts Jesus, you reject it. Christ always comes first. Right? And the word he used for God was Allah. Same. You can go to Aramaic dictionary right now, right? God. The word he used was Allah. Singular being. Right? Then it comes along, this question of Father, no Father. I'm quickly going to say this, right? Sorry if I'm speaking fast. People say Allah is a different God because we don't use the word Father. But so do the Jews. So do the Unitarian Christians. That doesn't mean they believe the same God as the Trinitarians. They also use the Bible and they use the word Father. But it's a different God, same God as the Muslims. To respond, Allah revealed the last book, not to say, oh, Christians, you are degrading, you are this. It's come and telling you very positive things about the Bible. The Quran talks very positively about the Christian. Chapter 5:82. What does it say? The closest to the Muslims, not in teachings, in love and affection, are those who are Christians because they are not arrogant people. Check it, chapter 5:82. So we have to, as brothers and sisters, come together and first is to come and unite. Who is our Almighty God? Right? For example, Philippians 2:6, right? You cannot see a scripture, any scripture that says, for example, God became a cockroach. Whether the Quran, Bible, any scripture that says anything nonsense about God, you have to take a look. A lot of people say, oh, God is love, God is love. But yes, the heart, and your mind you have to be connection with the scripture. You understand? Not just your mind, your heart. God says, love God with all your heart, all your soul, and all your mind. You have to use logic. So if any book says God became cockroach, you stamp on it and that's the end of God. You reject it. You don't say the Bible says this, the Bible says this. Any scripture has to make sense. Do you understand? So that was my quick summary of my journey. So when I look at all of this, the conclusion I stand the truth, and Prophet Muhammad also mentioned that several times more in Jesus in the Old Testament.
That was great, Habib. Thank you.
Really, yeah. I can't believe you guys, but
you were very clear.
I got people insulting me, kicking me out. You guys are this. I'm shocked, honestly. Are you all Christians?
Well, I'm not. I don't align with them, but I thought you were very clear.
Thank you. I do speak fast, huh?
You do. I do too.
Thank you. I love you guys, but honestly, I love you guys. You know, the thing with me is, if anyone goes to hell, right, I'm going to be very upset. You have to have a clean heart. We're all brothers and sisters. Nobody wants to go to hell, right? This guy, I'm very sorry to say, Sam Stone is a big fat liar. Him and Christian Prince blocked me, and Fadis blocked me. Right? I was on David Wood's wife's Facebook channel, and they're all insulting me. Everyone laughs at my comments, and then there's two people messaging me privately from America, from Nashville, Tennessee, from Mexico, and they say, brother, we're very sorry, right? You never insult people, and people laugh at you. And why are you so into Islam? And because your prophet was this, your prophet was that. I'm going to tell you right now, right? When it comes to God, concept of God, the Islamic concept absolutely makes sense. The only way around it to attack Islam is to try to defame and tarnish the Prophet's image. That's the strategy they use. All this God logic, all of them. You understand? So what I'm trying to say, right, is the main thing is to worship the one true God. All Muslims are saying in 1 second, right? I'm going to say this, 2 seconds. All Muslims are saying, don't insult God. If I give you Bible verses, you do me. I'll give you so many verses where you glorify, glory God, glory to God. Don't say God emptied himself. God became baby. And, he knows, he doesn't know. He dies and he doesn't die. These are God. That does not. That's you. I Have you heard the verse where they say God humbled himself? Right?
So robust.
Okay, but Habibi, let me ask you a question.
That's a robust.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
What else in all of life can come as a baby but not be a baby? What else could and fill all things and yet be bigger than all things but also at the same time be the smallest thing?
Okay.
Is there anything that exists that can fulfill these ideas?
Sorry, I didn't understand the question. Sorry. Can you explain it?
Okay.
Are you talking about God or because you're breaking up a little bit?
Oh, hold on 1 second. Let me turn off my Wi-Fi.
Listen, is there any way you're not going to add me, man? Because I'm new to this, right? I'm a truck driver. I'm a truck driver. I drive for the full week, right? I'm away from home. And my family's memories from food, yeah? But you guys are so, I can't believe you guys, man. You're so nice, man. Honestly, I really appreciate you guys, honestly. God bless you all. May God keep you happy all your life. May God protect you all your life. May God give you long life, good health. Amen.
So if we have a conversation of Allah, right?
Okay.
Here, Habib, you just have to mute your mic when someone else speaks, or else it echoes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it, 1 second before I go, is there any way you guys could add me here so I can come back or something like this?
Oh no, you're still in the room.
Follow the room.
Yeah.
We're not going to kick you out unless you.
No. You just have to mute when they speak, because then the mic echoes.
You know what it is? My family's calling me to make me some food, you see. So I might have to go. That's what I'm saying. Is there any way you...
Follow the room on top.
Listen,
You will see us in the room.
What's this called? What's the room called? It's called something.
Torah and Quran.
Can I add myself into this?
Add.
How do you do that?
Just go on the Torah and Quran with the arrow, click on it, and then it'll ask you to join. Just join.
No, it says he already joined the house on his profile.
I just sent you a message, Habibi, with the link to this room in case you can use it. Okay?
Honestly, I'm not talking about honestly, you can ask any question, any criticism, please, free.
It's a very simple question for you.
Okay.
Because this is my big dilemma with Muslims when they talk about Allah and they say, well, he can only be one. And this is where I get confused. Why do you limit him to such a simplistic idea of being one? To me, the Trinity is a far more complex thing that doesn't exist in anything but could only be existing in one thing. But the idea of something being one, well, that's everything.
It's as simple as that. And yet you want to make it complicated, Stevie. It's as simple as that.
Would you like me to answer from scripture or from logic?
You can answer any way you want. But the fact that you make him one thing, just one thing, in its simplicity, to me, it's actually the reason why it doesn't work, because he's now like everything else, because everything else is what it is.
All respect, I love you, right? I'm not trying to, try to be condescending or something, right? When you say things, when you say words, they have meanings, right? When you say God, right, it has a meaning, right? You can't say God, for example, there's some things that are impossible for God. Impossible. That doesn't mean you're limiting God. For example, if I ask you a question, can God right now create another God who has no beginning? Is that possible for God? If God Almighty exists, can he create another God who has no beginning? Can he do that? No, he can't, because you're going through time where it's time. There's only one of them, right? You could not say things that God does not contradict himself. Right? When you say, for example, brother, God's everlasting, yes? Is God everlasting? Yeah.
Is God everlasting?
Yes, the answer is yes, right? Now, you have to reject anything else that contradicts that. You cannot say is everlasting, and then thus in next minute he ceased to exist. There's no more God. You can't say that because you already agreed he's everlasting. Right? When you say he's all truth, which means he never ever lies, not even 1%. And if you say at the same time he can lie for 5 seconds, or 5, he can't. That's not who he is. I'll give you an example from the scripture. I mean, when God says God is not a man that he should lie. Right? The Christians, they ignore the first part. They go, he should lie. You know why he said this? God says this? Because he has no potential to lie. Which means only, humans, you and me, we have the potential, the capacity. We are able to lie. Right? God is saying he has no potential to lie. Another thing, right? 1 Timothy chapter 6 verse 16. It said he alone is immortal. Alone. Right? Who dies? Humans. The moment you only die, my brother, when you're a human. You don't die as God. It's not like resurrection. Listen to this question, right? This statement, okay? Crucifixion and resurrection does not apply to an immortal being. You understand? These word persons and it doesn't make sense. They're just hiding behind person, all due respect, right? You ask Christians, they're 3 persons, right? But who are they? Each of them is one full, complete, independent God Almighty. There's 3 of them. When they say persons, they're hiding behind the word Almighty God. They're not, when you say who's the person, right? Now look, the one question they can't answer, right? If you ask them, the Father, how much of a being is the Father? How much of a God is the Father? Is he 33%? Or is he one full, complete God?
See, Habibi, hold on. These are just, I've heard these arguments for years and years and years, and every single time I hear them, I honestly feel like I'm sitting in a 3rd grade class. They're just such juvenile ideas. God cannot have a baby, cannot beget. Nobody ever talks about, no Christian ever sits here and says God had sex with Mary and had a baby.
I understand, but you use words that is my first populations, in my first one. You use language. The Quran's very careful. You understand? I'll give you an example, brother. You answer this topic now, okay? With all sincerity.
Are you ready for the answer?
Yeah, yes, I'm ready. I'm asking 2 questions. Why the Trinity is absolutely false. Okay? Now you tell me, is the Father one full, complete, independent God? Same with the Son and the Holy Spirit? Or is the Trinity God? Which means the 3 persons consist. And the Trinity is the one that's God. Is the Trinity God, or is each individual person God on their own? You can't say God is 0%. It doesn't make sense. When you say God is one, it means something, right? If I say to you God is 0% God.
Let me ask you a question. Hold on. Which existed first? God or math?
God Almighty, of course.
Exactly. So why are we talking about math, bro?
Because if you apply math to God,
you're making God in the image of man. You're reducing him to his creation.
Look, God says he's one, right? God himself says he's one, right? And you say God is, so if I say God cannot become 2, am I limiting God? If I say God is unable to be 2 gods, am I limiting him, or am I saying the correct thing? I'm telling you God is one. You cannot say he's 0% God. You can't say this. God himself says he's one. Now the reason you can't answer it, because the Trinity is absolutely false. Either 3 of them, listen, brother, with all due respect, with all love, okay? I just want you to think. I'm just sharing ideas. I'm not saying become Muslim. Please, my brother, please, focus, okay? I want you to think. Either 3 of them are God, fully complete God. Because the Christians say the 3 persons. They're hiding behind the word God. When you say to them, who is this person? The soul is fully complete God, equal, right? Either 3 of them individually are God, or the Trinity is God. Which one is it? What is God? Is it the 3 persons that are God? Because the Bible says the Father is God. We know that. That's one thing.
Habib, how many Qurans are there?
Brother, before I come to that, lunchtime, great detail. I'll talk for the whole month.
Yeah, but to be honest, you're saying a lot. You've got a lot to say. I think if you've got a lot to say, maybe you should just answer some questions instead of just giving people talk. So the question is how many.
I really
No,
trying. I think he's trying.
Yeah, so how many Qurans are there, Habib?
So that means, in a fortune, my question number 5?
No, I'm answering your question with a question.
No. Whether the Quran right or wrong. Okay, it's wrong.
No, I didn't say the Quran was wrong. I just asked you.
I'm saying it wrong.
I asked you. Stop. Please, stop.
Brother, the Trinity, answer the question. What's the Quran?
Yeah, I'm answering your question with a question.
God, so 3 music
how many Qurans are there?
How much Quran is there?
How many?
What's the Quran?
How many Qurans are there?
Brother, what is Quran? Before we talk about
the speech, the revelation, the speech of Allah. Okay, so I've answered your question. I answered your question.
Wait, what is Quran?
Stop asking me questions.
Brother, the Quran, the recitation.
How many are there? That's the question.
The Quran is only one, which has different modes of the same speech, like Malik and Malik. Waduha, Waduhai. Right? They're not different Qurans. You have a style, brother. The Hadith, the Prophet Muhammad, the Quran was given to in 7 different modes in Sahih Bukhari. Right?
What are modes? Can you explain what a mode is?
Different way of reciting a word. Like, for example, a wow. You can say Malik or Malik. Right?
Why do you have different modes?
Because they were racist Arabs. But in Muhammad's time, the Arabs were racist. They used to bury daughters. They were ignorant people. They used to bury daughters alive. They were very racist. So when the Quran came, the whole recitation, the whole tribe was jealous, because they were type of poetry, right? They were poetry. They were very advanced and they were very arrogant. Oh, my poetry is better than yours. The Quran's a recitation. That's why I asked you a question. You said the speech of Allah. The Quran's also knowledge of Allah. You can say to yourself, what?
So you can have 7 modes of the Quran. So you can have 7 modes of the Quran, but there's only one Quran.
Yes, but they're not identical. You're seeing 3 persons, 1 being. How is that possible?
Identical, are they? They're not identical, are they?
I know they're different gods.
No, they're just not identical.
So they're the same God?
No, they're not identical in person.
But whose person is the Almighty God? Let's talk about
the Quran is the Quran. You said, can you just calm down? Just slow down. It's not a real.
I'm slow. I'm still waiting for the question. That person is Almighty God.
Yeah. So the persons are not identical. Are the modes identical? The modes of the Quran?
Of course not.
But there's only one Quran, right?
Yes, on different modes.
Right. Well, there's only one God then. And there's 3 different persons. So it's exactly the same logic.
Okay, does the Quran have a will? Does the Quran have a will?
Carlos, are you comparing speech to something that is like...
No, it's about the logic. It's about the logic. He says that there's one Quran, but there's 7 modes, but there's only one Quran.
The logic also, except that what he's refuting for is the God and man. That dichotomy is absurd, because God, if he is omniscient, right, and is not made of parts, right, and human is made of composition, then God can humble himself. If you're like, is that the agency that you're giving God? Can God be not God?
I don't know what you're saying. It's not addressing anything I said.
He's fighting for necessary and contingent. He's just not using the words. He's basically saying he's arguing for that.
Charitable, because I didn't hear him use those words.
I don't know why we can't understand. If you have water and you take some of that water and put it in a vase, it takes the shape of that vase, but it's still water by its nature. And just because you break the vase, the vase doesn't change the what's in it. I don't.
We get that. We get that. Is the problem here is not, it's not the modes even. That's not even the problem is God cannot not be God. The necessary is uncomposed. Human is composite. Each part dependent upon each other in order to work. So can something that is inherently non-composite, aka necessary, become that which is contingent?
You're talking about your concept of God.
No, he's talking about that. He's been arguing for that from the beginning.
No, but you're describing what your concept of God is.
But that is his God too.
God.
You guys, what I'm hearing is that there's two things going on, right? There's us understanding that God is one, and then there's us understanding how we explain it. So someone can hear the Trinity as you explaining one God, and someone can hear the Trinity as you explaining three different things, right? So if we can explain it in a way,
it's not three different things at all. It's not even the problem of three.
So that's the issue, I think.
There's a good chance that
it's not the problem of one and many. It's the problem of that which is necessary can never become contingent. Before you came, he's been pressing on that.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Right, no, I hear it. I got you.
Yeah, I don't understand.
I'm hearing,
why we try to force God into something that we can comprehend. And that's to me the whole thing. It's like
you're forcing God into a human. God.
Well, I didn't force God into a human. He stepped into flesh himself, and I say he's big enough to do.
You're making that claim. We're saying it's impossible.
Yeah, you're saying it's impossible for God to do something.
It's impossible for something to act against its nature. Something that is non-composite. Can God not exist? Can God choose to not exist?
Can God step into existence?
Can God choose to not exist?
Yeah, but Marcus,
can God choose to be not God?
Marcus, you're talking about your concept of God.
He's been explaining that before you came in.
Hold on. Can I just finish? You are trying to represent Habib, and you're describing.
Habib has been talking about what.
Can you just let me finish?
Yeah.
I can listen to you afterwards, right? You are describing your version of God, right? The nature of God. Christians have a different idea or concept of the nature of God, where it is possible for God to be a Trinity. So just purely saying that God is one, God is not made of parts. Well, that's not. You're not representing them. You're representing yourself or Islam or Habib. That's the point. All I was saying is that, this idea of the one and the many is the actual problem, because you think that God can't. It doesn't matter what the mode represents itself as, whether it's a human being or whether it's a different dialect of the Quran. It's the idea of that something can be looked at as one and it can also be looked at as many. Muslims do this with the Quran. It's the same logic. So that's the point.
You actually misspoke there. Look, right? Not Christians. You have three independent religions: Judaism, Unitarian Christians, and Islam. Totally different religions. They believe in the exact same God. One God, there's nothing like him. You cannot see him. You Trinitarians are the only odd ones out.
Thank you.
You're the only odd ones out. So don't say Christian, say Christian. You guys are the only odd ones out. So if you go to a court case, right, and the three independent witnesses, right, and right, and the three people saying the same thing, independent of the other. Jews don't believe in Islam. Muslims don't believe in Christianity. Three different religions. Unitarian Christians, Jews, and Muslims. They believe in the same God. You are the only odd ones out. 3 to 1. So okay, let me ask you a question. How much of a being is the Father? How much of God is the Father by himself?
It's a silly question, bro. It's a silly question.
The fallacy, so I don't really have to entertain it.
Exactly.
Wait, because you said logic, right? You can't say automatically the Trinity is true. You have to analyze it, right? You can't say the Father is God, Jesus, and then ignore what you're saying. You're saying the Father is God, so they share the essence, right? Now let me ask about sharing essence now, right? Imagine, right? Please do not let me wrong. I'm not trying to insult, but just give an example, right? Imagine there's a pizza, right? You got pizza. Could you share that one full, complete pizza? We're talking about sharing the essence. When you say the Father shares the essence with the Son, Holy Spirit, can you share one full, complete pizza without slicing it? Would you share that with three people?
Within the constraints of matter, space, and time, no, you cannot. That therefore God exists outside of time, matter, and space, and so it's all no. You have to deal with the reality of God, not your main.
We're talking about sharing, because sharing. We're not talking about sharing. You have to comprehend. Look, the Bible says, look, God,
no, I'm not talking about sharing. That's a lie. They say, oh, how can you divide up God? So we're not talking about sharing. We're still talking about the Trinity. The reality is you're trying to force the idea of God within the constructs of the universe. And he's the one who created the universe, so therefore he exists outside of that thing.
My lovely brother, I'm only going by what you guys are saying. You have to remember,
going by what you're saying. You're not.
Brother, you're a straw man of their position. You think that Allah is unlike His creation. So why would you try and compare God to a pizza?
No, brother, that's what I said to you. Forget the pizza. Don't you talk about sharing the essence? We're talking about only sharing the essence, which is impossible. Sharing the essence is God's divine nature, right? It's fully I'm not talking about the Godhead. Okay, we're just asking what you guys tell us, sharing the essence, right? The pizza is full. The God Almighty, the essence is full, right? We say, for example, in Nehemiah 9:6, you alone are Yahweh. It's a singular pronoun. But we say, no, this is the essence speaking, right? You say this, not us, but it's only the Father speaking. Verse number 7 says, it's the Father who gave Abraham his name. Verse 20 says, he sent his good spirits. Now, either the essence send the spirits, which is the Holy Spirit. He doesn't send himself. If he says the essence, right, that includes the Holy Spirit. Does the Holy Spirit send the Holy Spirit? No. You have to choose the person, right? So we're just going by what you're saying. When you say the share the essence, we are trying to understand what you're trying to say. Right? I'm really sorry. Either it's nonsense or it's correct. So now, thank you. Now, when you say the pizza, that's specific the Trinity. Okay? Now, the three people are Jesus, Father, and Son. How the hell do they share?
Wait. Hold on. You just said the pizza is like the Trinity.
I'm giving you the essence.
You lied to us then.
Look.
That's my case.
Listen, when you say sharing essence, the essence is shared by three persons, correct? I'm asking how the hell is that possible? When you got three people that cannot share full pizza. The essence is God. How can three persons fully complete God, right? They share the essence if you're not going to go to polytheism. These persons are almighty gods. Okay, define for me polytheism, please. What does polytheism mean? Multiple gods, right? Right? Polytheism means multiple gods, correct?
Christians believe in one God. Stop. Christians believe in one God. It's a monotheist religion. So trying to bring up polytheism is not addressing. I'm not even a Christian. It's just embarrassing listening to you.
The question is this: how are they one? You're saying one, but how?
Allah is nothing like His creation. So you can't use the same. You can't use pizza logic to get out of this.
There's no problem actually with the one at the moment. There's no problem. It's the problem of ontology given to Jesus. Like if he is the highest reflection of virtue as the Father, right? He cannot have ontology. Only God can have ontology. Father can have. And because by virtue of begotten, right, there's dependence between Jesus and Father. So you see the hierarchy being formed there. That's the thing, Carlos. Otherwise, there's really no problem with it.
Well, relationships are dependent in
That's
by
all fine.
definition.
Yeah, that's fine. I grant all of that. And all works. It's the ontology for Jesus. It immediately makes like two different ontologies. One is that of Father, one is that of Jesus. If this wouldn't work, if they weren't giving Jesus
Is God's
a
power
first
different?
ontology,
Is God's
it
power
wouldn't really
have a
work.
different ontology than God?
Yeah.
It's
You
like
have
heaven
to
is
present
not
different
different.
ontologies. You're giving Jesus a different ontology.
Right.
Okay, well then the God we're talking about is a God composed. So
It seems like Kevin, who hasn't spoken yet, they had a
I mean, you can't think about God any other way that God doesn't exist, artists.
Even the composition is fine. Like all of that is fine. Because it's
But
like
you understand your
manifestation
logic.
of
But you understand that your logic debunks the existence of God.
No, I don't hold to the power and
You believe in a higher power, yes? Okay. And was there ever a time that God did not have power?
There is no such thing as time. God.
Then God's power is necessary and not
Yeah, I agree with all that.
Okay, so if the word of God is the power of God, which is Christ, then Christ by definition is not contingent.
It's not contingent. No, I'm not saying.
There you go. Perfect.
I'm just saying it does not hold ontology.
You won't back that pretty quick.
No, I'm using his argument. Carlos thinks it's my argument. I'm using his argument for composition, right? Like he says that like cannot be man. This is the best way that he can present it. For me, it's the moment you give Jesus an ontology of his own. This is where you've split it into two gods. Father is one God and Jesus is one God. They can only be one ontology, of which Jesus, by virtue of sharing divine nature, is begotten. All that is fine. But this begetting, or this Jesus, cannot have ontology
we were talking about
favorite
sexuals.
So you're talking
Only Father has ontology.
And one second. Why do you always try, brother? I'm very sorry to interrupt you, sister, okay? You say word of God. Word of Samuel. The spirit of Samuel is a separate person. You see, when you pick and choose.
Is God's word a different ontology than God?
No, it's not different ontology.
Okay, so why do you,
That's why I'm saying only God can have. Therefore, don't give Jesus ontology. Jesus is flesh cannot have ontology. You give Jesus ontology in and of himself. There is only that. Therefore, you're saying there is only one ontology. Jesus there. Go ahead.
No, but you're saying there is only one ontology, and
there's only one ontology.
The same thing, right? He also believes there's only one ontology.
No, he gives Jesus his own ontology. Ask him.
Well, no, the flesh. He talks about
the flesh. He gives the flesh ontology. That's if we can.
Yeah, but that's not part of the Trinity. The flesh is not part of the Trinity. Right? The flesh is not part of the Trinity.
Oh, that's fine.
So yeah, so I'm saying like his belief is very similar to yours.
What is his belief? That yours is polytheistic. His is purely monotheistic.
I don't Christians say that God and Jesus are of the same essence.
That's fine. That's how they.
That's one ontology.
It's one ontology. Yeah.
Not his flesh, but his person. In personhood, yeah. In essence, right?
There's no problem here, except for the only thing I would argue for would be exclusivity given only and only to Jesus. Like this first intellect, right? That if flesh is not or doesn't have ontology in itself, what's the problem?
If you look at if you're assuming classical logic, then it's then there's a problem. So if you look, more and more people are adopting relative identity, right? They're relativizing identity. So they're stepping outside of classical logic to
to justify their distinct attributes, right? Like how you are.
So now we have to deal
believe in
with
the Trinity, basically. The personhood, because you hold distinct attributes and you're giving them relative identity, right? They're relationally, they exist through relational identity, as you're telling me, and they align with the nature of God. You hold to the Trinity, basically, and you then come here and try to destroy the Trinity.
No, they have.
Well, what I hold to is the divinely simple part of the Trinity.
Would it be helpful if I read a definition of this from Britannica, or is that not helpful?
Which definition?
There's logic here. We know what the Trinity is. We're trying to dissect.
Yeah, we know. I can tell you the 7 premises of the Trinity by heart. Like, we know what the Trinity is. Now, if you're talking about relative identity, yeah. So I mean that some people are not familiar with that, but that's what is used now to get
now
a problem.
It has always been used.
Atheism or modalism, partialism.
That relational identity has always been used to explain personhood.
Because they're 3 distinct persons, which also makes it a problem for you because there are 99 distinct attributes. So if relational identity is the freaking inserted word to cope for it, right? And you're inserting the same word to cope for it.
Instead of solving a problem, you punch back.
99 gods.
Come on, now.
They're not making yours 99 gods. So mute your mic, Islamic, because you follow the Trinity too. If relational identity is the word that is being inserted to show relation between distinct persons, right? At least for him, at least for Draco, they all hold the same nature. This is how he gets away with atheism.
At least he's a divine simplest.
Because eventually he goes back to one nature, he goes back to one ontology. You on the other hand, with 99 distinct attributes, right? Making them relationally identical and not the very nature of God. At least he makes it, he gets away with monotheism because he gives the divine natures equal status. You on the other hand, do not make it identical to the very essence of God. I'm sorry, you believe in 99 different gods.
Okay, anyway, so enough of that gibberish. So basically, instead of, kind of admit that, look, yes, what she believes is... Right?
You believe in the Trinity. I believe in the divine simplicity of the Trinity.
I got you. So what I'm saying is, unfortunately, if you just do a basic research and see that attributes are not considered parts, right? Her best shot is partialism. She can't say that each attribute is another God because we don't believe that attributes are another me, right? My attribute of strength is not another me. This is completely ridiculous. She's forcing that upon us because that's the only way her argument works, even though it's not told to, even though she can't show that there's entailment from that, from what we believe. So instead of dealing with your own problems, Nargis, you're trying to point out a problem of God having multiple distinct attributes. Well, the problem is that if he doesn't have multiple distinct attributes, well, if he has the attribute of mercy and he has the attribute of greatness, right? Well, these 2 attributes are not identical. And if God is identical to his attributes, then you have more than one God. So it's actually you who believe in multiple gods, Nargis, because you believe that these attributes are really distinct.
The attributes are identical, and I equate it to the very nature of God. There's always been one divine nature. For you, these distinct persons, aka distinct attributes that you've inserted your neoclassical relational identity, copied Christianity, you piece of shit, that you freaking managed to copy your relational identity and then attribute it out. The problem, Daniel will massacre you with the 99 gods. He'll massacre you.
So that's why, for the time being, he's the only one who's massacred is you, because he agreed with me the other day. So that's what I was asking for. But anyway.
He's trolling you. Look it up. The only ideal freaking model for pure monotheism, aka Tawheed, is absolute divine simplicity. The Christians solve it with divine nature. You, on the other hand, do not equate the attributes to the very nature of God. At all times, Jesus' nature is aligned with the nature of Father. And at no time, this is how they obtain ism. You, on the other hand, cannot obtain that monotheism.
Okay. Is mercy identical to wrath? I guess. Can you answer me that question?
Yes, you lose it by virtue of them being perfect, not by definition. It's a universal, it's not particulars, you idiot.
There is
By
also
virtue of
a
them being perfect, God has perfect mercy. God has perfect compassion. God has perfect justice. By virtue of perfect ontological perfection, I guess.
Clarify that question.
She said there is a real distinction between the attribute of mercy
I
and
did
the
not say
attribute of
there is
wrath.
no distinction between the attribute.
If there was no distinction, it would be the same word.
Ontologically perfect.
That's not a
Yeah,
fair
but their
question.
meaning is not
That's not a
identical,
fair
right?
question.
Their meanings don't matter. You can put a million attributes. Any attribute you put is necessarily perfect.
That's a question that is
What
non-iterative.
are you talking? What are you bringing in this
Their
perfect
meanings don't
language?
make them
I'm just
distinct.
look. Stop
Their
bringing in
meanings
this
don't make them
theory.
distinct. No matter what the attribute is, it will always be perfect because God is ontologically perfect. Bro, you haven't.
Okay.
Like, who
Right,
knows
so
that?
it's perfect. It's perfect. Oh, it gets me out of all the
That
problems.
was a
I say it's
really
perfect.
poorly worded question. I don't think
I
it's
got
fair.
you, man. I got you.
No, you don't, because if we're gonna ask
Let me ask-
questions,
let me ask it better. Let me ask it
Thank
better.
you. Yeah, ask it better.
Okay, but it seems she understood, right? She didn't understand, so she answered it. So,
We have to all
I'd
be
like
on
to
the same page when we're having a conversation, and you have to be clear when you're asking a question. That's all.
Well, you can ask me to reword
All
it.
of us.
That's
It doesn't
fine.
matter what I believe, what you believe, what anyone believes. You have to be clear, right? And I heard that.
Yes.
I heard it wasn't clear,
Yes,
so I'm out.
Okay. Is the meaning of the attribute of mercy identical to the attribute of wrath? So are they identical? The answer is obviously no, right? Mercy is not
Exactly. That's why it's a dumb question.
So hold on one second. But she believes that all of God is identical to his attributes. Okay? So the problem is going to be that she admits there's a distinction, that she has to admit a distinction within God.
But who said that came from God?
She did.
I don't think we're listening.
I don't think. Fine, there's no answer to this critique.
I think that the debate of linguistics and word and verbiage is very different from what we're speaking about, and it can be very, very easy to get confused quickly. And that's okay, that's how language works. But they're very different things. And I'll end there.
I don't even know why you would have to assume classical logic when talking about God. I mean, Muslims believe
What is
that
classical logic?
Like,
you don't have to.
Classical.
No, if we're gonna talk, we have to define
Can I finish? Can I just, like, one sentence in and people already have their mic? Classical logic is just the three laws: identity, excluded middle, non-contradiction, right? What I'm saying is I don't understand why you would have to assume that when talking about God. Muslims already believe that Allah is nothing like his creation. We don't even assume classic logic when it comes to physics, right? So why would we think that we'd have to use this one mode for describing God?
Oh no, we believe that physics do follow the laws of logic as well. Well, maybe not so much. Maybe quantum mechanics. You might have a point that there are some spooky things going on. But in general, that's what we said you have to do. You have to deny classical identity and go with some sort of relative identity.
Yeah, but there's no
fine. Like, we admit that you can do that. Like, we admit that.
Okay, there's no problem then.
Yeah, no, there's no problem when you invoke relative identity. Yeah. There is actually a problem. There are many problems actually, but not the same problem.
When we talk about Allah, we try to when we talk about the idea of being one, it's either this thing is one and it has no other attributes to it or anything that you can connect to it, or it's one in the idea of Gestalt. You gotta be careful with this because we're still focusing on one God. It's not many gods that make up one God or something like that. So there's a nuance to it. And I think it's a very complicated conversation because there really isn't anything that we can picture or point to say, oh, that's what the Trinity is like. So in that sense, there's only one thing that holds this concept, and it is God. And so I think that the mistake is that we try to approach him with the idea of oneness in its simplicity. I don't think that's a good thing. I think it's actually the very opposite.
I don't know. I just think you guys are all really biased because you understand these texts so well that you're not seeing it from an outside point of view.
My issue with Muslims in this Trinity debate is that they just
no, it's all everything you guys are saying.
I thought you made your point. I thought you made your point already.
Okay, I just want to be clear. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was just saying that, like, listening to the debate when it comes to Muslims, Christians over the Trinity, like Muslims just either don't appreciate what Christian theology is about and actually represent them correctly, or their arguments are just bad. Like, if they actually had good arguments against Christians, like, I would, like, say so. Like, I don't really care about who's making the argument. I only care about the argument itself.
Well, one, you said they don't appreciate it.
Most of the arguments I hear coming from Muslims are like, how can God be 3 and be 1? How can you get 3 into 1? When like I said to the other guy earlier, like, Muslims already believe that there's one Quran, but there's somehow multiple modes of narration or whatever. Like, so you already believe that something can be multiple and still be one.
No. All of these questions are good questions, so we have to all back up. We all have to back up and come out of the understanding anything.
Are you serve a God?
I do. I'm not going to answer that question.
All right, so you don't serve a God then. So
what is God? Define God.
Exactly. You just answered my question
twice
now.
No, answer my question. Define God.
I don't need to. You're interjecting an unbelief into people who believe.
I'm not. What I'm questioning is texts I'm questioning the text that we believe
these from. Go read the text.
Honey, I have read some of these texts. What I'm understanding.
Hey, Plum Drop.
Oh my God, you're not listening to me. Please, just give me a second. Right? So what is God? Tell me. No.
God is love.
Okay.
Anyway, I don't wanna get into it here. All I understand is that all of these texts have the same root and understanding, right? So if we can understand that, if we can break down language, if we can break down history, what are we really talking about?
Yeah, well, they're not the same. That's the problem. You've made an assumption that they're all the same if we just break it down. But that's not the reality. The Christians look at the Muslims and say, no, you claim you worship our God.
The texts are different, but God itself is the same.
God is God. We can agree on that. What you say
what
God
is
is,
God?
what the Christians say God is, and what the Muslims say God is not the same.
Okay, but can you define it how you
We can all agree that God is the creator of all things. We could probably agree there. But now what happens is when we go to articulate what is the unique relationship that God has with his creation, now it begins to separate out.
Exactly. You just put it very articulate. Thank you. That's my only point.
But Dr. Z. Dr. Z, is
Thank you.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Nargis.
Hi, Dr. Z. That was a great question you're asking.
What? as to like where in the Bible does Jesus call himself God? The Messiah Jesus call himself God?
That is true.
Yeah, so is there anywhere that he does call himself God?
Yes, no, you should try to read the Bible sometime and figure it out. You could even Google such a question. You could use AI to figure out where it said Jesus said these things. Oh, you're doing it for the Megatron in New Jersey.
I'm gonna witness this.
Are you ready, baby? Are you ready, baby?
I'm ready, baby. Tell me the good news of the gospel, baby. Go ahead and tell me, baby.
John's first verse, which is
Hello?
God is the word, and then the word became flesh, and it's so ambiguous.
Ambiguous? It's pretty fucking transparently clear what you're doing.
In 517 is freaking telling the Muslims that you have called Messiah Allah. Allah's affirming and confirming that they do call Jesus God.
They call Jesus God, but Jesus never called himself God. So Allah is correcting their misconception and correcting their disbelief.
No, but he's saying that they are calling him God, right?
Yeah, but Jesus, but the
So
contradiction.
when you ask them where in the Bible, right, does it say that Jesus called himself God, right? Allah is saying that
don't call him God.
That you say that he is God, right? Whilst the Bible is very clear about Jesus holding all properties of Father. Give me the verse, Stevie.
All properties of Father?
Yeah.
How?
He's quite openly declaring it.
The Quran also mentioned that he has, by the will of God, by the will of Father.
All properties of Allah?
No. By the will of God, Jesus was able to resurrect death from life.
When something is all of another thing, it is that thing itself.
No. Quran doesn't make that claim. Quran only says that.
That's what I'm saying. But the Bible makes the claim. So very often he has declared himself God.
Bible doesn't make that claim. Show me a verse where Bible makes that claim.
The verse.
Off the top of my head, let's go find it. But there are many areas in the Bible.
There are many places where he's completely declaring himself God. Just look it up.
Give me a few verses where Jesus said unambiguously that call me God and I am to be worshipped.
What is that unambiguous? Like what are you talking about?
Where does it say in the Quran? Without ambiguity.
Allah with my own beautiful fiance. Name is Ramona T. Bonilla. I love you, baby. I know you're watching right now. I'm gonna marry that woman. She's with the Chicago GOP, 31st Ward. And she's on the ballot.
He's asking
for District Cook County Commissioner, Republican. And she's going to run for all the person down the line.
Several places.
What kind of questions?
Messenger is
What are you saying?
Man,
what kind of questions is that? Ask for questions.
No, I'm asking for where it actually specifically says it, not alludes to it, not talks about it, not talks around it, not says
Comedy
before
or psychopathology? Comedy or psychopathology?
Yeah, he's a messenger of God, and that he's a man like you. There's no reference of him being anything other than the messenger or a human. Quran is very clear about that.
I am the Father of one. I am the Father of one. John 10:30.
Allah. Quran also says follow the messenger and follow God. Quran says that
Father of one.
So we could
following.
So we could take this in the context that Atiullah, Ati Rasul, when you follow, does it mean that Rasul is God? Because we're supposed to follow the
This is the Jewish leaders use some of blasphemy, right?
No, she got you. Let's just say, yeah, now you got one of those, the Jewish interpretation. Well, they also thought he was crazy, that he was doing magic.
Yeah, that he was blasphemous, right? Because that's the sentence is blasphemous.
He was inspired by the devil. This is what the Jews said about him.
No matter what, he's calling himself God. That's why.
But no, you just said the Jews are saying.
Where he's calling himself God.
Yeah, that's why the Jews said he was blasphemous, was because he equated himself with God. He was taking partnership with God, and more than that, he was saying that he is God. That's why they.
Before Abraham was,
What was he convicted of in the court?
Legally, in one thing. But that's
it doesn't matter. He was calling himself God. Where in the Bible does Jesus call himself God?
Hey, in the courts, Jeffrey Epstein was a horrible person, but now Maxwell, whatever her name is, in prison, but he didn't do anything. So whatever the courts say, they have to say for legal reasons on paper. That's not
They gave a theological reason. No, the court.
He was killed because he was
he said that he was the son of God, right?
No.
And that's what was blasphemy.
No. Well, that's to the Jews. But to the Romans, they killed him because he claimed that he was a king.
Okay. But he was accused of being, right? He was accused of blasphemy because he claimed to be the son of God. It's not because he claimed to be God.
I am the Father of one.
To be the Messiah.
See,
I am the Father of one. 1 second. Yeah. I am the Father of one.
Yeah, he could claim that, but the Romans would not kill him for saying that he was God.
The Jews accused him of blasphemy. The Jews are the one who accused him of blasphemy.
Yes,
and the blasphemy was that he was claiming to be the Messiah, the Son of God.
No.
Visiting Chicago, I am a little biased.
The story of the Jewish blasphemy starts.
Where does it say that he was tried for claiming to be God? No, where? Show me anywhere where it says he was tried for claiming to be God.
Because there are ideas in the Jewish faith that only God.
When the Jewish leaders accused him of blasphemy, stating that he, a man, was making himself out to be God, Jesus did not deny it, but he defended his claim.
That was not
in John 10:30.
That's not what he had to defend himself against in the court. He had to defend himself against being the Messiah, the Son of God. Nobody claiming to be God in the court.
What did they claim him of in front of the Roman courts? Because he was in different courts.
He was the Jews.
Yes. So therefore, that's what they wrote.
Does that necessitate having to be God? No. Does that necessitate having to be God? If you claim that you're the Jews, are you claiming to be God?
I'm going to calm myself down for a second. And let's set the scene correctly, okay?
I have a question.
Hold on, let's get it. Thank you. There are several courts that Jesus chair. One of them was the religious courts among the Jews, and that is there where we're talking about him claiming himself to be God. The other court was, hold on, I will. The other court was within the Roman thing, and that's where they were saying, oh, he says he's a king, okay? And that's what they put him to trial for, was for being the king of the Jews. The Jews, when he went to the Jewish court, that's where they were calling him blasphemous for identifying himself as God, okay?
John 10:33. We are not stoning you for any good work, but
Just
for the
stop. No,
because you.
Just stop. You went. I want to go now. Just stop.
I'm giving you the
what I'm telling you is, can you show me?
the verse.
No, that's not the verse. I'm not asking for that.
John 10:33.
I'm not asking for that. I'm asking for in the court. What was he accused of in the court? And he said,
in the court,
was
the
accused.
trial was
Okay, so I'm asking you. I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you.
You have to understand if you. I'll tell you right now. When he was before Caiaphas,
No, can you give me the verse?
Yeah,
I cannot.
Why can't I even get a question out? Why can't I even get a
You
question out?
interrupted Marcus though.
No, she interrupted me.
No, you asked a question. I was going to answer it. She answered it for me, and I was letting her go. And then
No, she didn't. I asked in the court. I asked in the court.
in the court.
Yeah, what was he accused of in the court?
Is the trial John 10:38. The crowd tries to stone him, explicitly stating, "We are not stoning you for any good work, but for blasphemy, because you, a mere man, claims to be God."
Yes, bro.
No.
Is the
No,
trial
that's not in the court.
multiple earlier attempts?
Oh.
There were multiple courts. There was a political court.
So you're saying when the Jews said
There was
that
a
you being a man, are claiming to be God, when he asked, for what good works do you stone me? You're saying this happened in court.
The Jewish court, yes.
Yes or no? Oh, really?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
He had to go. It wasn't the Roman
I'm
court.
gonna catch you guys out right here.
Okay. Be careful you don't stumble.
I'm very good at
You might hurt your tiny toe.
Oh, yeah, he's good. Let's see what he comes up to.
We never kind of the bottom. The LLS that would like to be you guys want to be even though it's super chat, I'll just say that.
Alright, so here's the answer. You guys ready? I'll give you some clues. This exchange did not take place in a formal court setting. It was happening when Jesus was preaching at the temple. The location, the incident describes happening while Jesus was teaching in the temple area. Right? This was not a court where they had a judge, where he was being accused of something. This was not that. I'm asking you about what happened in court. I'll let you guys try again.
Okay, I'll tell you right now. What happened was when he went before Caiaphas, who was the high priest, then Caiaphas says to Jesus, "I put you under oath." Okay, so we already established it's not a legal court, which is what happened with the Romans, but it was within the temple. Why are you cutting me off, bro? Why don't you expand a little bit on what their court is? Okay, so they brought Jesus before the Jews, the religious leaders, and Caiaphas, who was the head of the religious leaders, said to Jesus, "I put you under oath." What that means is, by Jewish law, if one says to you, "I put you under oath," you must speak the truth.
Fantastic. I agree.
Okay.
Fantastic.
So
I'm asking about what you say legal, quote unquote legal court. What was he accused of there?
he already went there. That he was the king. That he was on trial for being the king of the Jews, and that's what they killed him for. That's what the Romans killed him.
Well, you know, when he said that he is the son of the living God, they said, "Do we need to hear any more?" That they directly accuse him for committing blasphemy by claiming to be the son of God.
The Romans will not say, "Oh, you're committing blasphemy." They can say you're committing treason, that you're rebelling and you're causing some issue against Caesar.
Yeah, he rebelled against Caesar.
Like a lot of things, you Muslims can mix things that shouldn't be mixed.
The Jewish leaders within the religious court, it was blasphemy, and he's right, for the son of God, right?
Well, it was the son of God, it was a son of man, but the
son of man that sits on the right hand of Father and descends from the clouds, right? Yeah. This would be in the religious court, right? Exactly. And in the political court, looks like they wanted to execute him for holding a high status, the king, above Caesar, right?
Yep.
and that would be the Romans. But the Jews prior to that have already they had no rights to courtship. So in the Sanhedrin, right, it looks like it was a religious trial. But when it went all the way to the political court, the ones that the Romans used was the king bigger than Caesar. However, you're right, Islamic. In the court, he's not saying, I am God, right? You're right. In the court, that's not his. But it is not to say that he has not said it in so many words.
I'm saying that in the court,
they can make that freaking argument.
They were putting him on trial for blasphemy, literally blasphemy, and his blasphemous statement was that he was the Son of God, the Messiah. That was his blasphemous statement that they accused him of.
Yeah.
That's why they were like, do we need to hear any more? Like, he just claimed to be the Son of God. Do we need to hear any more than that? No, that's it. He didn't have to claim to be God.
You're comparing the two things.
He's not claiming, however, it's not to say that he did prior to.
But isn't that everybody the Son of God?
One second. These accusations are sort of building up, looks like, from prior. So this trial was like a culmination of like multiple earlier attempts, right? So I mean, they still have it in their scripture, right? Like John 3 freaking and 5:18. I mean, he's clearly saying that where these guys are telling him right after like freaking being ordered for being stoned, where they're saying that we're not stoning you only for your good work, but for the blasphemy because you are just a mere man and you claim to be God. Looks like it either could be that they're accusing him of making that claim, and he's not called himself God. Okay, the two ways of looking at it. Yeah, the two ways of looking at it. He's not done that, or he's really called himself God, and they may be saying this. You would be more
decision, which was what if
you go frontal lobe damage, you're a retard, it's very low IQ. Shut up. I was like, yes! I was like, I'm so happy that you roasted that bitch because she really is fucking deranged and stupid. She says really ridiculous shit about Jews on her and
put him
Eli destroyed her.
That's what they killed. That's what the Romans killed Jesus for. So it is a culmination of things. It's not one trial that he had here.
But does it look like he directly ever referenced himself as God?
Correct. So if they accused him, it doesn't necessarily mean that that's the message he intended.
An accusation.
Yeah, it was an accusation.
Yeah. So, but he seems to be saying that I am the Son of Man. I sit in the right side of God. He's even the one Dr. Z said is actually very good. I am one with Father, one in spirit. It's like you're saying when I'm one with God. When I'm praying, I feel spirit.
Or one with the mission of God also, right? Which was the mission of Muhammad alayhi salatu wasalam.
One with Father
propagate the message of God.
It's not even close. It is so not even close to the same mission.
All messengers came with one message, which is to worship God. That's a common denominator with all the messengers. So
accused of being God is accused of just being higher than Caesar, and he's accused of in the Sanhedrin, he is accused of calling himself Son of Man, sitting on the right hand side of God, and descending from the clouds. None of this indicates godhood.
And Quran then further clarifies this, that you understood, you called him as God. He never said that, and he will make a testimony at the end of
him as God.
No. Quran says, wait a second. Let me finish.
Let's say 5:17.
Let me finish, please.
I have a good argument, but now I'm saying my mind.
I'm saying in the Quran, Allah says that Allah actually gives Jesus his testimony, but he will say that God, I only said what you asked me to say. God is very clear about it. He never said he was God, because that's not the message. That's not the message that prophets delivered. They only deliver the message towards submission to one God. That's the pattern of all the messengers.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. That's the pattern of all the messengers.
That's the false.
They have certainly disbelieved who say that Allah. 1 second. This is 517 from the Quran. They have certainly disbelieved who say that Allah is Christ. He's not saying Allah. Yes, they have certainly disbelieved.
This is a big testimony.
The Son of Mary. This is it.
And Quran consistently calls him the Son of Mary. Consistently refers, also not if consistently, but has also referred to him mostly as Son of Mary, which is this is like a big testimony.
I'm sorry, this is a flawed argument. I thought it was really good, but it's really bad. It's just you have to be very delicate with the words. Like clearly, it's not affirming Jesus is God anymore.
What was the argument you said was bad?
He was saying that most Muslims ask the same question, right? Where exactly in the Bible or any scripture does Jesus ever call himself God? Doesn't look like he's ever directly referred to himself as God. He's always shown himself in relation to something, right? Even when he's saying,
He separated himself from God multiple times.
Yeah.
And not only that, you know that Bart Ehrman, right? Bart Ehrman.
Really loud.
Even when he's saying like Son of Man,
I just want to say
saying
one
I'm
thing.
Son of God. He's saying I'm Son of Man.
Your mic is just like
You have to understand what the Son of Man means.
Yeah, I know that it's an uncreated. I
I'm
understand.
saying that basically, oh man, I forgot now. Go ahead. I'll remember later.
Let's go back to the court real quick.
Oh yeah. Bart Ehrman said that. Yeah, he put out an argument, right? And the argument was that Jesus. The question was, did Jesus know that he was God? And his conclusion is no. His conclusion is no. He doesn't believe Jesus knew that he was God. And he has a whole like teaching lesson around that.
Okay, they made him God. He never was.
He has another book about that too. How they made Jesus God.
Once you understand who Jesus is, then it's hard for you not to see him as God. Because
I would even grant more than like the Suri position, right? I would even grant the sheer position of the first intellect. But even then, the first intellect is never God. There's a clear-cut distinction between that which is Insan al-Kamil, or the highest virtues of God manifested, right? Even then, the Shia will never grant equal standing, the equality with God. He'll say dependence upon God. So this is where like Christianity stands alone in this. And I think Habib was right. It's the only odd one out that is equating, and there's no proof from scripture either. Where are you guys getting it from, man? TV? Where are you guys getting it from?
Right, see, the difference is this. Let me explain something to you guys.
Yeah, I was upset.
You have one scripture that came in. How many years did it take to write that thing? A few years? Okay. Let's say you can kill like one lifetime, one generation. Our scriptures spanned thousands of years. And there are many parts of it that speak to what is to come. A lot. And that is what you guys, you don't get, is that you say, oh, the prophets came to say, oh, worship one God. No, they did not. Sometimes they did. But all of them pointed to the Messiah that was to come. Now, Muhammad points to the Messiah that did come. Okay? So everybody points back to the Messiah. And that's why we stand out from the rest. And the idea that he is called the Son of Man does not mean that he's...
Can I ask one question?
No, you cannot.
Why not?
Because I was in the middle of talking.
Vatten har ju full av.
No, That's exactly right.
Ridiculous reason that is not good enough reason.
But I hear you, DB. You're saying that, all the messengers preached the coming of the Messiah and Jesus was him. I understand, why you feel that way. I'm just saying, like, when we actually read, the scripture, we don't see that, right? We see the importance of there being one God being established. I think it's wrong. You put him down here, DB, what's going on? Why is it still? Anyway. So,
doesn't he have God?
So yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, and yeah, the previous prophets they did. They had an importance of worshiping one God. Like this was, God routinely, goes after the polytheists and the pagans and the idol worshippers. All throughout scriptures, he goes after them and how wrong they are. So it is important to establish one God. I believe Jesus did establish that, or he continued on the message, right? He was there to get the Israel to follow the law again. They were deviating from the law. So his mission was to.
That's where it's not like he did. He came to fulfill.
That's what he said.
He said.
That's what he said.
He said, "I came to fulfill the law."
Yeah, he said that he's here for the lost sheep of the house of Israel, right? Meaning like.
Why does this have to be God?
Because a human can't fulfill the law. That's what the Bible tells us.
I see. That's how they get.
What does with the law, please?
Hello?
Oh, that's how they
What
get
are you
it.
talking about now?
Fulfill the law.
Hope you are enjoying the show. It is so very interesting.
No, say that again. I didn't understand that.
Hello? Let me Google that for you.
Only God could fulfill the law, right? By dying on a cross.
How is the law fulfilled by God's demise? But how is the law fulfilled by God's demise?
Story is the script. Just see the words. If they only God can fulfill the law, therefore only God could do it.
Okay, how is the law fulfilled by God's demise is the question. Like, what is the
It's not about the script. The script could be anything. It is that only God can fulfill the law. So is this necessary, therefore, that God come down? Like as human to fulfill the law? Because has God never achieved anything through, has God never achieved anything through a human? Can God achieve something through a human? This could be another question. A human that is infallible, sinless, for example.
Adam is the representative of God. Does that mean I have to worship Adam as God?
Saying like
no, that isn't
fulfilled under the condition that
what you asked is also directly proportional to this question too, Energist. The same ideology.
Guys, if God can be the only one who can fulfill the law, if God is the only one who can fulfill the law, why didn't Jesus come? Why isn't it that the first thing that happened was that Jesus died on a cross for everyone's sin? That should have been the first thing that happened, because now everybody has a chance to be forgiven. But what you're saying is, in order to be forgiven, the people in the past, before Jesus' arrival, they weren't really forgiven, right? Because God has to fulfill it.
That's a good point. The argument is, does God have to come down to fulfill the law as a human, or can God send an agent through himself? Right? This is how you have to.
That's the assumption that God works on a fixed time. And the book of Revelation already speaks about Jesus being slain from the foundation of the world. So for you to say that, well, it should happen in the beginning, now all these people before are not going to be forgiven is just contrary to the biblical text.
Trying to.
I know it's contrary to the text. That's why I'm bringing it up.
God knowing He would make man.
No human can fulfill the law. So therefore, like even if a human is sent, that's what they mean by only God.
Okay, so let me ask you this, Stevie. So maybe someone can't, follow the law perfectly, but could they follow the law enough to to where they can get into heaven.
No.
Okay, so then that means that all the people that died before Jesus' sacrifice, you're saying that they were not forgiven?
Well,
No.
you just hold on.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Hold on. We just told you that our scriptures teach us that Christ was slain at the foundations of the earth. So before humans were made, grace and redemption was already provided before they fell.
Christ was slain before the earth, before the existence of the earth. So Jesus was crucified before the creation of the earth?
No, that's when the plan came.
Islamics just want to play stupid and act like, you know,
I'm not trying to play stupid. I'm trying to smile. Why you gaslighting?
The plan was always in the mind of
Come on,
God.
Smiley.
And so if God already had a solution, from the beginning, then it doesn't matter at what point in time he's
so those people in the past,
he's a God that is not restricted by time. So
I don't know if it's just me, but you're breaking up. I think you're breaking up.
Well, he shouldn't.
You're in the Matrix. Yeah. So, look, I'm just asking. Okay, one second. So, okay, that's fine. So you're saying that since God knows the future, that all of them were forgiven. Okay, so then what you're saying is people were forgiven, right, without having believed in the sacrifice of Jesus. Because people of the past, they didn't know about the sacrifice of Jesus, right? Not only that,
it's not going to be any different than people today that are stuck on an island that will never hear the word of Jesus. They are under the same situation where God judges them under a different circumstance. And what happens is when he forgives them, the atonement of Christ is applied to them. It doesn't have to be people who acknowledge them and realize and actually heard of them. When God judges somebody as righteous, he will apply the sacrifice of Christ to them. And so whether you live thousands of years before Christ, or if you live on an island right now and you never heard of judgment.
Okay, great. Got you. Thanks for the clarity. So you're saying blood sacrifice is required then, right? Even though David says it's not. That's correct? Is that correct?
Well, wait. Who says there's no sacrifice required?
David?
What was David's?
David, yes. So, what are you referring to?
He said sin sacrifice you do not require.
Bro, pull up the verse and then continue reading the verse. Pull up the verse and continue reading.
Okay, so
pull up the verse and read it.
So when I keep reading, it's going to tell me that sacrifice is required, right?
Yeah, it's still required. Yes.
So he says it's not required, and then he says it is required. Got you. Okay. I mean, there's nothing to argue there, really.
Are you talking about Psalms 51?
Just let him pull it up and read it, because I'm sure he's taking it out of context.
I'm sure you guys know the verse I'm talking about.
No. Pull up the verse. Remember, when non-Muslim makes a claim about Islam, we have the sources. And even in Islam, even Muhammad himself said, the person who makes a claim, the burden of it is on them. That's an Islamic teaching. So when you make a claim, follow your religion and bring the proof. Now go ahead and bring the verse.
Listen, man, you don't need to tell me how to practice my religion.
Okay, then why aren't you doing it then? If I don't even tell you, why aren't you doing it?
I'm driving.
Okay, then, so don't make a claim.
And it's raining a lot.
I'm talking as an atheist. Why you? Because now this whole cope of like putting Islam under the thing is going to happen. That's just why. Islamic, I declare myself an atheist before making any freaking arguments.
Stop it. I'm the Smiler. I don't care about that. Look. I'm the Smiler. All right. I'm trying to figure out, what his understanding is when David says to God, sin sacrifice, you have not required, nor do you desire it. Right? Bring up the verse. This is a foreshadowing of there being no sacrifices required anymore for sin. This is a foreshadowing of it. David, this is a messianic. This is a prophecy. Right, that no more sacrifice, and this prophesizes the coming of Muhammad salam, where there are no more sin sacrifices. Now it's just either
Where's the verse?
That's the prophecy of Muhammad, bro. There's a prophecy of Jesus, because when Jesus became the final sacrifice, we don't need any after Jesus. He is the final sacrifice.
No. He said we don't need sacrifice at all.
No, you preach.
Get the verse. Get the verse, Islamic, because you drive it doesn't matter. You can go to Google. You can go to Google, press the microphone, and you can voice command Google and say, I'm looking for this verse that says this, and then you can click it and let us know what it says.
Yeah, the verse doesn't say anything about one's final sacrifice to end all sacrifices. It doesn't talk about that.
Please,
it just talks about how.
Just get the verse.
That's up to you guys. That's up to you guys.
What are you talking about? You're not going to. So he's not going to follow Muhammad. When Muhammad says the burden of proof is on you when you make a claim, he's not going to follow that.
No. I'm having a conversation. I'm not having a debate.
So what verse did you have in mind when you made that claim? Because you made a claim that we want to verify a claim.
He's typing. If you listen to what my other said, he said just type into Google, right? Sin sacrifice you do not require, and then type in David.
Psalm 51. I have it in front of me. It does not say what you think it says.
Oh, okay. So go ahead and read it.
Yeah, sure. Let's start from the verse that you're talking about, right? This is verse 16 of Psalms 51. For you do not desire sacrifice, or else I would give it. Right? You want to stop here? Because then that proves the point? Okay, great. You do not delight in burnt offerings. The sacrifice of God are a broken spirit, a broken and a contrite heart. These, O God, you do not despise. Now let's keep reading. Do good in your good pleasure to Zion. Build the walls of Jerusalem. Then you shall be pleased with the sacrifices of righteousness, with burnt offerings and the whole burnt offerings. Then he shall offer bulls on your altar.
Yeah.
Great. Where is sacrifice being abolished here? Why does God not require sacrifice?
It's a foreshadowing. It's a foreshadowing of there not being any sacrifices. It's not a foreshadowing of one last sacrifice to end all sacrifices.
Well, that makes no sense. If they're sacrificing, and then you're saying that the day will come where there are no more sacrifices, there has to be a last sacrifice.
No, there doesn't. There doesn't have to be in the sense where one sacrifice to end all sacrifices, not in that sense. Yeah, maybe somewhat. There'll be one day left while they're practicing the routine sacrifice that they've been doing, and that'll stop. But it's not how you mention it. One last sin sacrifice for the whole mankind to end all sacrifices. That's not in this. I'm saying this is a foreshadowing of the future. Just like
I'll tell you why it's the truth.
Hold on. Just give me like 5 seconds. Give me 5 seconds. Islamic, we read the verse, right? And you said this is a verse where sacrifices would somehow be abolished. I'm paraphrasing. But then we continue reading the verse. And then it says, David went on to say, then you will delight in sacrifices. Then we can offer burnt offerings before you. After we have done certain things, after there's a certain requirement met, then we'll continue with the burnt offering and sacrifices. So where does this say what you saying it says? Where does this say what you're saying?
So sin sacrifice you do not require. Did you read that part?
Yeah. You want to stop there and take it out of context, or you want to continue with the whole context?
So you're saying the context of that is it's not required until you do these things first, and then it becomes required again. Right?
Why was this Psalms written?
All the verses
go. No. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. I'll continue.
I would just point out the verse is clearly suggesting that God would prefer the righteousness. That doesn't mean the sacrifice is just completely unnecessary. He would prefer you to just be righteous, so you don't have to make sacrifices. And this is a psalm of David. This is a song from David, talking about how you would prefer me to just have a contrite heart, prefer me to be humble, prefer me to just follow the laws.
And he didn't.
He was not perfect in the laws. So
he was not perfect, but he was forgiven.
The psalmist saying that he prefers you to
forgiven on the sacrifice of Jesus, right?
He doesn't. Hold on a second. Hold on. The psalmist saying God just prefers you to be righteous. He doesn't want you to sin so you can give sacrifices. This isn't like Islam. Hold on, bro. This isn't like Islam. Where in Allah doesn't prefer you to be righteous. He wants you to sin so he can show you mercy. That's not what this is saying. It's saying the opposite.
Yeah, so why does Solomon fail then, Islamic? What happened?
According to you, but anyway. So what I'm saying is the sin sacrifice.
Did he fail because
let me go back to the topic.
No, but can you tell us? But what did you say?
I literally just answered your question.
I didn't hear what you said. I didn't hear what you said. It cocked out.
I said according to you, he failed. According to us, he didn't fail. So now.
Okay, so according to us, how did he fail?
Back to you.
How did he fail, though?
Megatron, hold on, because you'll get him derailed. I wanted to answer something.
I knew you were going to do that, Megatron. Yeah, I knew Megatron was going to do that. It wasn't just one question. He was lying and questioning. See, I knew he was
saying, like, tell us
he's very deceptive. He's very deceptive. Yeah, he's very deceptive. Anyway.
Megatron, hold on, bro. Yeah, go ahead.
So now we're talking about David and Psalms. You're contextualizing it. And I answered a clear question, and I would prefer if you give me a yes or a no. Are you saying that it's not, when he's saying it is not required, you're saying it's not required in the light that he didn't have a contrite heart first, that he didn't do the sacrifices first, that's why it's not required? But then once he does do the sacrifices, then it will become required? That's a yes or no question.
No, that's not what I'm saying, right?
Okay. So what is it what he said?
Could I answer?
Wait. Ella, let me just read a different translation just to add, because whatever translation he's reading is saying that required. My translation says,
you guys can't handle it. That's why I talk to you.
Islamic, be quiet. I'm not talking to you. I'm contributing another translation. So hold on.
Yeah, you're doing a pilot now.
Another translation says you do not delight in sacrifice, or I would bring it. You do not take pleasure in burnt offerings.
And then it says sin sacrifice. Yeah. Anyway,
thanks, man. So Islamic. Do you know why the Psalms was written? It's okay if you don't know. Do you know why the Psalms was written?
It was written so that David can deliver the message to the people through his revelation from God.
No. Why was this specific psalm written? Why did David write this specific one? Okay, it's okay. It's like no your position or anything. So David wrote this after he sinned with Bathsheba. Right, you read the context, it will tell you. This is like a lamentation, right? Great. So this is like a lamentation for adultery that he committed, right? And now he's saying that the offerings, what you're pleased with God, this is verse 16 in context, right? He's saying that what you're pleased with God is not the fact that I'm burning offerings to you and slaughtering bulls and giving it to you. What you're pleased with is my brokenness of my spirit and the crushness of my heart, broken and contrite heart. That's what. Wait, hold on, Islamic, hold on. A broken spirit and a contrite heart. Okay, great. Well, thanks for the agreement, bro. Right. So that's where we get that. That's where we get that context from. And then David says, after you have a broken spirit, after I have a broken spirit, after I have a contrite heart, that's when you're going to delight in my sacrifices. That is a parallel to what happened with Cain and Abel. Cain offered sacrifices.
That's when you will delight in sacrifices. Where does it say that?
Yeah, sure. In literally verse 19. Then you shall be pleased with the sacrifices of righteousness. See? With burnt offerings and with whole burnt offerings, then they shall offer bulls on your altar. See? After you have a broken spirit and a contrite heart.
I got you. So it's not initially required, but then once you have a good heart and then you do the sacrifices, then the sacrifice is required.
No, Islamic. Come on, bro. It is required for forgiveness.
Agree with him.
Here we go.
Just agree, bro. He knows what he's talking about, Elo. Why argue with him?
Hold on, Megatron. No,
why do you have to be right? Let him be right, bro. Let him be right, bro. No, I'm serious. Let him be right. Be quiet. Megatron. Why can't just let him fucking win. Because he knows.
He's gonna crash out. He's gonna crash out.
No, he knows what he's talking about, bro.
Who's
Why you gotta correct the nigga? Like, let him think this. Listen to what he's saying. Bro, listen to what he's saying, bro.
What is wrong with this?
Yo, Islamic. Under your view, explain what the fuck you're saying, bro. Explain to us. Explain to us what you're saying about the sacrifice.
Keep the spit in your mouth.
No. Islamic, please.
Yeah.
Explain to us why you're correct.
I'm gonna tell you.
Yeah.
Keep the spit in your mouth. Yeah.
Go ahead, Islamic. Sorry about that.
So I'm saying that it's not. I'm saying that when he says that you do not require sin sacrifice, you do not require. What is the context in which he's saying it is not required?
It's not required like he's said. Like
he's not saying. Megatron, hold on, Megatron. Megatron will keep asking me that question.
I'm not asking you, Megatron.
Stop. Oh my God, stop. Getting stressed. Stop.
Yeah, could you repeat the question, Islamic?
Is Marathon crying? Is he getting a heart attack?
Yeah, so anyway, what I'm saying is that at one point, when he says sin sacrifice you do not require, what is the context in which sin sacrifice is not required?
No, it's not saying required, it's saying please with meaning that that's not the thing that, that's not the thing that you're looking for. What you're looking for, or what pleases you, God, is a broken spirit and a contrite heart. You're not pleased with my sacrifices until I have a broken. Wait, hold on, Islamic, because you're saying something different than what I'm saying. So I want you to listen to my point, bro. Revont it in full. So he's saying, David is saying, you're not pleased with the sacrifices if my heart condition, if my heart posture isn't right. If I get my heart posture right, then you will be pleased with my sacrifices. Do you understand the position now?
Yeah, I've understood the position from the beginning. I'm just getting you to understand it. Because that's what I've been saying, right? Psalms 40, verse 6, he says, burnt offerings and sin offerings you did not require. Right? Psalms 40, verse 6, you did not require. So what is the context in which he doesn't, or what is the context in which burnt offerings and sin offerings God did not require? What is the context?
I'm sorry, Psalms 40, verse 6?
Yes.
Let me turn to that real quick, because I don't understand what you're asking right now.
The sacrifice offering you did not desire, but my ears you have opened. Burnt offerings and sin offerings you did not require.
He is saying, imagine if you have a kid. Hold on. Imagine if you have a kid, and the kid keeps misbehaving. And every time the kid misbehaves, he runs back and says, "Oh, I'm sorry, Daddy. I'll clean my bedroom." At some point, the kid may do something very egregious, like David did here, where you're like, whoa, little Johnny, cleaning your room ain't gonna cut it, bro. Saying sorry ain't gonna cut it. You just ran over the neighbor's dog. Like, doing this little sacrifice and going through these little routines ain't gonna cut it.
It's not answering my question.
Yeah, I did not understand that analogy. So let me answer it from the book, brother. So
yeah,
I'm going to.
Can you repeat my question back to me, so I know we don't get off the track?
Yeah, burnt and sin offerings you do not require. So it's saying that why is it no longer required? Why is sacrifice and sin offering
No, that's not my question. My question is, what is the context in which sin sacrifice and burnt offerings are not required by God?
Oh, okay, cool, no problem. So it's sin offering and burnt offerings is for the forgiveness of sin. God doesn't require them when your heart position is not right. This is by the context of this particular scripture that he brought out. Sacrifice and offerings you do not desire. My ears you have opened.
burnt offering and sin offering you not required. God opened his ears not because of the sacrifices that he did. God opened his ears because, I guess, of God's sovereignty. So, yeah, that's it. That's it.
Make sure your point.
So
yeah, sure.
Well, that didn't quite answer, because look, if you're saying that it's only required after the person has a good heart, then it's been required the whole time, right? It's just that to get to God's forgiveness, it is required to get to God's forgiveness, right? Because first you have to have a good heart. First you have to have a good heart, and then the sin sacrifices are required, because he went on to do that. You agree with me so far, right? Hello? Right.
Yeah.
Hold on. So what do you say in the context?
Wait, Islamic, hold on. Before I fully agree with you, why is the sin offering necessary? Why are we supposed to sacrifice? No, Islamic, that was never my position. Why is sin offering necessary?
I know that's not what I'm giving you ever. Right?
So answer my question directly now, please. Sin offering necessary.
Why is sin offering necessary? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Or why is sacrifice necessary?
My position is that you have to prove that it is.
What from my dilemma, right? Why is sin offering necessary? From what my book says, my Bible.
Sin offering is necessary. It depends. There are multiple theories. It's because it's a way for some unintentional sins to be forgiven. So now, even in that case, it's not necessary. So I don't believe that. So in your own paradigm, why is it necessary? I don't know. It depends on the type of question you.
One is not when you read according to the Old Testament laws. When you read according to the Old Testament laws.
So it's going to be about following the law and doing the temple sacrifices.
A combination of following the law means
meaning the Torah. Does the Torah mention sin sacrifices, or does it mention law as well?
No, I'm asking you. Okay, so let me rephrase the question.
required sacrifices, that is that you cannot even offer even if you want. So
that is just expiation for that sin. Expiation for that sin cannot be expiated by sin sacrifice.
no, it cannot be executed by nothing. You because the law requires for you to die if you commit those sins.
Yes, Islamic, we're asking for an example of a sin that's not violated. Islamic, we're asking for an example. Islamic.
Yeah, dude, I'm saying it. Look, I'll give you more. I gave you 4. I'll give you more. I'll give you more. Look at Exodus. In the book of Exodus.
Hold on. I don't want you to give me examples to something that we're not looking for. I'm asking for examples of sin that will require a sacrifice for.
I just gave you some. I'll give you more. Yes. That's what the book says. Let's look at the Lord. Let's look at this book of Exodus, chapter 21.
Correct.
That's the claim. Yeah, it's the whole So, okay, I'll give you more. No problem. How about kidnapping? Book of Exodus, chapter 21, verse 16. As a kidnapping, a person was punishable by death. There was no prescribed sacrifice to erase the crime, cursing or striking of the parents. Book of Exodus, chapter 21, verse 15, 17 lists striking a person one's father or mother as a capital offense, false prophecy in God's name, witchcraft, sorcery, incest, and certain private sexual acts, desecrating the Sabbath, eating blood, breaking a covenant oath or sacred vow. Like, you can't. These are sins that cannot be forgiven through a sin sacrifice.
Brother, hold on. I love you all too, but what are you comparing the law?
Someday you're just gonna get up and he's gonna explain to us. Okay, so now since you can't do that, Islamic keep going and now exegete. Why
Eating blood, chapter 17, verse 10. Consuming blood is a serious covenant violation, right? And they might be cut off and not killed. There's no expiation for that. So what do you want exactly?
Awesome. Thank you so much for that Islamic, bro. You're beautiful. Good.
Okay, so Islamic, yeah, that's the point. The point is that death is a requirement for sin. The soul that sins shall die. That's what Ezekiel says. So as soon as you die, no, but this is what God told Adam and Eve again, right? That you need to fully to die. So the penalty punishment for sin is death, no matter what sin that you commit. As long as you transgress the law, because that's what sin is. Falling short, transgressing God's law. As long as you transgress God's law, the requirement is death.
The worst is, but the death expedited them, right? They didn't die. Like if someone commits adultery, they're to be stoned to death. They don't die as a disbeliever and go to hell. They paid via punishment for their crime without doing any sacrifice.
What?
What was animal sacrifice? So you're telling me that if a person commits a sin, and they come back to God and honestly, right, without deception, come back to God and they do good deeds, they help people, they read scripture, any sin. Let's just say they sin against God, and it's not a major sin, whatever, it's a sin, right? So
and sin is death. Once you come into sin, you literally die. Hold on, Islamic, hold on. Let me answer your question in full. Because you asked me a question in full question, I want to give you a full answer. Right? The penalty for any sin is death, no matter what that sin is. God in His grace gave us a way to pay for our sins without involving our own life. Right? Without us giving up our life to atone for sin. Because at the time we give up our life to atone for it, guess what? We are no longer in good standards with God. We are no longer qualified to enter the lives. Okay, great. Well, I don't understand the question. Right? So the atonement that Lord gave, hold on, yeah, I don't understand why you asked the question in the first place. If you know the narrative, but anyways, let me answer you full. So the atonement that God gave in the Old Testament is that He provided offerings, sacrificial offerings for sin, as according to the laws in Leviticus 17. God provides different animals. Okay, great, amazing, right? So those requirements requirement means that it's absolutely necessary in order for sin to be forgiven. Just telling God, I know I messed up, but I'm real sorry and forgive me, will not fly with God, because in God's law, God's standard, if you sin, something has to die. Okay, you understand?
Yeah, so there's no forgiveness in that respect. Okay. Yeah, but here's the thing. Here's what I'm saying. You're shifting from animal sacrifice to a human sacrifice. Right? You're making that shift. And I'm saying this is absolutely ridiculous to make that shift. Animal sacrifice is one thing. Right? So animals are here for that purpose. But then to have practice this new thing of human sacrifice, this cannot be found in any of the prophets. You study the prophets, well, Jeremiah, Isaiah, everyone. Like, you study any of them. None of them preached or believed in a human sacrifice. Now, where do we find that in history? We find it with the pagan. We find that the ones who practiced it were pagan idol worshippers. They were trees as well. Isaiah 53, right? And Isaiah sacrificed a human being in Isaiah 53. Isaiah 53, the human being sacrificed the iniquities of Israel. Isaiah 53. That's your dogmatic meaning. That they're not sacrificing a dogmatic meaning. That's your meaning. Yeah. Listen, your dogmatic meaning of it is that this is speaking about human sacrifice. Now, I dare you to find a single Jew, a single rabbinic Jew, or a single any Jew at the time, or any of the classical Jewish scholars that interpreted that, oh yeah, Isaiah was meant that a human sacrifice was coming.
It does not matter if Jews agree or not. Jews completely missed the Messiah coming. So whether or not Jews agree or they don't agree that Isaiah 53 is not the Lord that He made us, wait, hold on. So whether or not a Jew agree or doesn't agree that a human sacrifice, that a human is going to be sacrificed for the sins of Israel, that has nothing to do with the fact that the theology, Christian theology, is that Isaiah 53 is implying, well, not implying, it's explicitly stating that a human being is going to sacrifice for the iniquity of Israel. That's very clear in Scripture.
Where do we find that? Yeah, where do we find that in history? I already read it plenty of times. At least you agree with me with this, that not a single messenger of God ever practiced it, correct?
Practice killing themselves so that they
yes. Practiced human sacrifice. That's a sin sacrifice.
God gave up more than let me answer this question because it's not done in the one.
No, can you please answer this question, bro? Just it's really simple.
Yes. Human sacrifice was not a practice.
Not practice any messenger of the past. Okay, great. Why did now that gives more credence. And Isaiah is not suddenly switching it up and saying now a human's gonna be sacrificed. No, God detests what this idea of human sacrifices, right? In the Old Testament especially. So I don't see where you're getting this from. How you're interpreting Isaiah with the dogma of your Christian church instead of interpreting it in the light of how Jews saw it.
Jesus God. Jesus God is not.
According to you, yeah.
Jesus God according to Jews. Jesus God according to Jews. Great. So that's what we're interpreting it different. That's what we're interpreting it different.
that's also another blunder, bro. You attribute Messiah to be God. Like that's also another blunder. There's nothing in the Old Testament that's gonna tell you that.
Wait a second. How sure do you want to go to the Old Testament and find out where the Messiah is God? Wait. Allah says the Messiah is God. Yes.
Read 5:17. Read 5:17 again. I read it. Read 5:17. Let me read 5:17 for you.
What does he say that we think? Congress?
They are certainly the
Who's they? Who's they?
They who the people. You who's the people.
The people who claim what he's about to say.
What does he say?
They have displeased that Allah is the Messiah.
Who said that? Who said that?
They the people who forgive me.
No, I'm asking you. It's Allah.
You're an idiot. The people who claim this is what they're saying.
Why they just what they say? Why is what they say?
Allah is Messiah, they're disbelievers.
Why are they disbelievers? Who says Allah is the Messiah?
They who are the disbelievers.
What? Who says that Allah is the Messiah?
They the
Believers, not disbelievers.
Who says it? Who is saying?
I read the Arabic. One second. I read the Arabic on the second one. Disbelievers, they the disbelievers.
Who's calling them disbelievers? Because they are saying that.
They are Allah is called them because they're saying Allah is the Messiah.
Thank you. So now, they are disbelievers if they say Allah is the Messiah. Who is they? Who is they? Who are they talking to?
Whoever claims that the Messiah is God.
Okay, exactly. So who says the Messiah is God?
You do.
Okay, so then we do say exactly. So we would be considered disbelievers according to your God, correct?
Correct. Absolutely.
Why?
It's everybody's.
Why?
It's everybody's. Because you disbelieve in his revelation.
Thank you. So there's people who believe the Messiah is God, correct?
Yes.
And Allah calls those people disbelievers. Correct? Okay, why?
Because they're calling Allah the Messiah.
Calling Allah Messiah.
Yes.
Correct.
They're calling him out.
Just like you. Just like what you do.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Why is this a problem?
Anyway.
So what's the problem?
Continue. I can't with you, man. Elio, go ahead, man.
What is the problem? I just don't get it.
Hold on, Megatron. Yeah, Islamic. So I think the problem you have is that you're saying that this can't be applied. Isaiah 53 can't be applied to Jesus because nowhere is it foreshadowing a coming Messiah, right? Or a Messiah.
Nowhere does it say that a Messiah is going to be a man God. And a man God is coming down to be sacrificed for your sins as a sin sacrifice. This is nowhere in the Old Testament.
Does it say that God is going to come down to be the sacrifice for sin at all? Or God is going to come down?
It's going to be an agent of God, as they always are. Always are. God sends agents to do what he tells them to do.
Wait, who says the Messiah is God?
Hold on, Megatron. Let's go through this. Because this is a really good point. So God sends agents to do what God wants to do. Okay? So God doesn't send himself. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, God himself, right? Even what's his name? Not just Martyr, but there's other guy, other church father who said that even the people of smallest of intelligence would not say that the Father came down and was visible on a little place on earth. He says even the most stupidest people wouldn't say that, right? That God himself, the God, the Father, will come down.
Okay, no problem at all. So let's go to Isaiah 48. I really want you to give me who this is, right? Who this person that's speaking here is.
God, right? I just have to show you that it's not a
okay,
man.
Islamic, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So go to verse 12 right now, right? And read from verse 12 up to verse 17, and then tell me who the speaker is.
I believe it's about Hezekiah. So the Isaiah 53 most closely matches Hezekiah, the one where it says
Isaiah
like
48. No, we're on Isaiah 48 right now.
48. What does 48 say?
From verse 12 to verse 17. Could you give that a read and then tell me who the speaker is, please?
Oh, God. If you mind, I'm listening. If you read it, I'll listen.
He's got to read from verse 1, bro. He's got to read from verse 1 to 12 to understand.
That is true. That is true. But 12 to 17 emphasizes my point.
From 12 to 17.
No, I think he was.
He's a Muslim, bro. What do you expect, man? Come on, man.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm listening, Elio. Go ahead. Don't worry about Bart. Okay. Don't worry about it. Go ahead.
I don't want him to lose the plot, Megatron. So I just want to start from 12. But if he doesn't get it, we'll go back to 1. We'll go back to the ABCs, fundamental. Right. So let's go from verse 12. Listen to me, O Jacob, and Israel my called. I am he. I am the first. I am also the last. So this is verse 12. Who is speaking there, Islamic?
It's a prophet of God is speaking there. Is that Isaiah?
Okay. Let's read it again. Listen to me. Listen to me. Just clock in Islamic. Just clock in a little bit.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Track a little bit. Listen to me, O Jacob, and Israel my called. I am he. I am the first. I am also the last. Who is that speaking?
So this is being spoken about. Who is giving this? Who is saying this through one of his messengers on earth?
Cool. It doesn't matter who is saying it through, because I could write a letter, but I could be the one speaking in the letter. I'm just writing it by the answer of somebody else, but I'm the one that's speaking. Who is speaking? That's all I'm asking.
Right.
Who is speaking?
Yeah, it's God. God is speaking through one of his messengers.
Okay, well, whose words are these?
These are the words of God being spoken through the messenger.
Okay, no problem. Indeed, my hand has laid the foundations of the earth, and my right hand has stretched out the heavens. When I call to them, they stand up together. All of you assemble yourselves and hear. Hold on. Who among them has declared this? The Lord loves him. He shall do his pleasure on Babylon, and his arm shall be against the Chaldeans. Even I, have spoken. Yes, I have called him. I have brought him, and his way will prosper. Is this still God speaking?
Of course. Yeah.
Okay. Great. Let's keep going. Verse 16. Come near to me. Hear this. I have not spoken in secret. From the beginning, from the time that it was, I was there. And now the Lord God and his Spirit have sent me. Who's that speaking?
That is his messenger.
Go to the next verse. Read 17.
This is 17. Thus says the Lord God, your Redeemer, the Holy One of Israel. I am the Lord your God.
Exactly. So he speaks. So is this voice coming out of the sky, or is this coming through a person? Are these words coming from the sky?
Who's the
Now we're getting somewhere. You see, when you dodge my question, watch this. When you dodge my question, now you're gonna start going to laughing, rhetoric, but the question stands, right? The question is, why isn't this God speaking through a messenger? Are you saying that words just came down from the sky and everyone was hearing it, or are you saying this was being said through a messenger? Which one is it? Answer this question, please.
I'm that's such a smart. That's so smart.
I'm asking Elio. Hey,
so smart. I love the hands up, Rose.
Don't like night.
I'm going around the room.
Give me like 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I got you. And Rosie and Nargis, the both of yous, giving the thumbs up to Islamic. That was amazing. No, I love
You don't
it.
agree with Islamic ideology or even.
No, I'm agreeing. So why, wait. Why are you adding your theology? Why are you supposed
to? He directly says, I am God. There's nowhere where he directly says that.
Marcus,
no, 1 second, Megatron, like, please. Can you just wake up and like pick a side? Because yesterday you were saying that the only religion that's most clear and explains it perfectly is Catholicism. That's the best version of Christianity. Yeah, that's what now you over here saying there's nowhere that says I am God worship. Like, can you pick a side? Catholicism. So can you pick a side? The best version of
He's not going to pick a side.
So if Catholicism is the best version of Christianity, why are you saying today that there's no way that Jesus says he's God?
Metaphysics is best. It's just to make a mess
so how are you saying
every room.
How are you saying today there's no verse where Jesus says that he's God?
It's the truest. Am I saying it's true? I'm saying it's the best religion that explains Christianity.
So the best religion that explains Christianity, according to you, is the one that goes against what you just said, where it doesn't say Jesus is God.
Metaphysics is refined. Its metaphysics is good.
No, like you should take a side, bro.
Side of what? It is the best representation.
Now today you're saying nowhere it says he's God. So what is it?
In and of itself, the best version of it is Catholicism.
Okay.
Yeah, he does not proclaim.
So now,
but
you realize, right?
Yes, and then tomorrow Christian, and then she's gonna be Sunni, and then she's gonna be a philosopher. What is it?
Any messenger.
Utilized by mind.
Any messenger. Listen to what he said. Any messenger can say that he is the first and he is the last. Any messenger can say this.
You heard what he said, right?
No. That's what he said. No. Marcus, you gave the thumbs up.
The messenger is saying.
You gave the thumbs up, just like any messenger could say, all that the Father has is mine, right? Just because he's speaking the words of God, because Moses the word of God. Allah the word of God.
Yeah, you know the truth.
Muhammad the word of God.
You're fine.
He said the word of God.
Don't forget.
Abraham the word of God.
Augustine.
Everybody the word of God.
Don't forget. Justin Martyr. Hippo. I think in that of Alexandria. Philo of Alexandria. Augustine of Hippo and Justin Martyr.
Okay, so let me give you something. Hello, right? Hello. So
you were Googling?
That nigga was Googling. What?
No. I did that. You really want to know what I was doing? I was using the bathroom.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine.
You want me to give you details of me using the bathroom now?
Yeah, number 1 or number 2?
Alright, so now.
Did you walk into the bathroom with your left foot first? Like,
Wasn't the word of God?
Y'all see these Mountain Dew teeth? Tell us what number and pander.
Oh, Daniel's here. Now it's a party. Alright.
It's a party. Hey, Dan.
I'm destroying Smiler.
Yeah, and then as long as what are you talking about? He agreed with me.
Islamic ideology to agree with the point he just made.
I think he honestly.
I don't his metaphysics to agree with the point he just made.
What point did he make? What point did he make?
One brief comment.
Don't bully him. He's pretty much on point with us. He's saying
Marius. We have Persian teeth. Come on. Look. He made a good point. He said produce a syllogism. Was able to produce the syllogism or the contradiction. So he wanted a contradiction. It was the, what is it called?
I appreciate that, Daniel, man.
But Daniel, what Islam is saying that any messenger can say that he is the first, and they'll say as a messenger
gets the message
that
wrong
he is the first and the last. Now I'm lying.
Can I just give a little bit?
I'm lying now?
Come on, man.
Oh, okay.
I thought he said God through his agent.
He said, yeah, they speak through the agent, but exactly, but they could say
Where he's talking to God.
everybody's the one.
Everybody's
the
agent.
Anybody can say
And the agent says that you have sent me, and the brother Elos, who was speaking there, he's like, it's the messenger. But it's the messenger speaking who God is saying. So it's still God saying.
Keep explaining it.
You're such bad faith, man. Anyway.
All right,
let me go back to Ellen.
Like, even an Islamic is biased for indoctrination. I'm an onlooker, right? And I can see through them.
Wait, let's
Deep down, you like me, Smiler. Deep down, I refuse to believe that you don't like me. Deep down.
No, I do. I never said I don't like you. I like you. The only person on this app I don't like is Rashad. So,
okay.
Other than that, I haven't found anybody else I don't like.
I thought you were Rashad.
And you try to act like Rashad. That's what
What if I tell you I am Rashad?
I hate all of you.
My God, dog is good with that. She really
Any messenger doesn't even need to be a prophet. Any messenger could say he is the first.
All right, man. That's not.
Yeah, no, you said messenger
Listen to
before.
what I'm saying, bro. Listen to what I'm saying. Okay. Now you know of the passage. When Moses went to Pharaoh. If we go to him, meaning the Pharaoh, the Lord, the God of Hebrews, has sent me to say to you, let my people go, so that they may worship me in the wilderness. Right? Coming out of the mouth of Moses, Moses is saying, let my people, so that they may worship me in the wilderness.
Where Moses said?
Oh wait, let me finish. You know how
this is fucking weird, yo. It's like, why do you have that shit, bro?
Yo, can you
You have no idea what the fuck you're talking
about. Look at this guy. He's scared.
Wait. Wait, it's like you were asking me a question earlier? Yeah, my internet was up. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. So, exit
on it. Oh, you read it? Because my internet literally just come back on it.
Okay, I can read it again. That's all right. So, I'm setting the stage. Moses was sent to Pharaoh, right? By God? Right? To preach to him? Right? Okay, you know about this, right? So, so in Exodus chapter 7, the Lord, the God of the Hebrews, has sent me to say to you. Then he quotes God. Let my people go so that they may worship me in the wilderness. Is Moses asking them to worship Moses, or is he asking them to worship God?
Yeah, well, it's a quote. So when you're
quoting. Exactly. But until now, you have not listened. This is what the Lord says. Listen to this. This is what the Lord says. It's very interesting, right? This is what the Lord says. By this you know that I am the Lord. With the staff that is in my hand, I will strike the water of the Nile, and it will change into blood. Who is going?
Sure. Moses struck
the Nile. And it's a staff. Oh, that's not my point. I'm not. Oh, I got you. Okay. Sorry. The reason I'm elevating my voice is for Smiler and only Smiler. So,
okay, yeah, ready.
Nile. This is how you will know that I am your Lord, right? This is what he's saying. He's quoting God. Let's see what Jesus says. Okay. Jesus says in John 8:40, I'm a man who has told you the truth that I heard from God. Whatever he's telling you, he heard from God. So when he says I am the first and the last, he's quoting God. When he does a miracle, he's doing it through God because God allowed him to. Authority was given to him. Everything was given to him. You don't have to jump to polytheism, bro. You don't have to do that. You don't have to jump to polytheism.
Hold on.
The Jews never jumped to polytheism, so you don't have to either.
Hold on, Islamic. So when Jesus said, therefore the Son of Man is also...
Let's read it.
Just like let him win.
Okay. See, this is what I'm feeling. Enterprise so uttered by all...
Matthew. Son of Man is also Lord of Sabbath, Matthew.
What?
Matthew, because that's what I was quoting. Yeah, Matthew 12.
There's no nuance English in America is like disgusting. Like there's no linguistic like element to it anyway. That he is simply telling you what he heard from God, just like Moses did, right? Just like Moses did. So whatever he said, speak, right? What God tells him to speak. So we don't have to jump to this. He's another God. He's a God man. We don't have to jump to that.
Islamic, is that to your point? Jesus is, yes, but to your point, Islamic is that Jesus is described as the word of God. So of course he speaks and brings across.
Like I'm giving you the justification for my view, right? I'm saying that Moses spoke in the same way, and it doesn't necessitate that Moses is claiming to be.
You ready? Okay, great.
Who's got a swing in the background? Is that you, Elo?
A swing? No. I have a fun.
Oh, that's squeaking. That's just squeaking. Oh, it's not alright.
Oh, my bad. No. The phone kind of silent. I don't know. No. It's probably something outside. My bad. I can't hear it, but yeah, probably something outside.
But you might need to anoint it with some dawa oil.
It's the most annoying sound. It sounds like it's swinging outside. How do you not hear that, bro?
Today, Smiler. I'm coming at you hard today, Smiler.
Yet I say to you that in this place, listen, this is the key verse. Yet I say to you that in this place there is one greater than the.
It's squeaking in the. No matter how much I lower it, it sounds louder than you,
I don't know.
What is
a different place where that sounding?
No, I don't think it's a sound because I'm not hearing anything. It's the internet. How do we do it?
Squeaking? No, we hear squeaking noises.
Alright, well,
come back just to see if it'll shut off.
Alright, well,
come back just to see if it'll shut off.
Yeah, I want to. Okay, let me do it.
If it's an Islamic alarm clock.
Yeah, I want to. Okay, let me do it.
If it's an Islamic alarm clock, I would pretend to.
He's saying that any prophet could say. He's saying that any prophet could say he is the first, he is the last. Right? And any messenger, any prophet can say it. Yeah, any prophet. Yeah, he can say it. Yeah, he can just say it.
Exactly.
And Moses, and because Moses said, exactly, and because Moses said that he is God to the Pharaoh,
you will know who I am.
That any prophet could say that he is God.
That's a straw man.
There's no straw man. I can call it phenomenal. Like, I don't know. It's hard to explain.
Wait, what's phenomenal?
Who's collard greens? Collard greens.
Did you make them?
No, I went to work at Ethiopian place.
I knew she had to get it from a black person. The only way they're good.
No, my granny used to make good collards, but she's dead.
Yeah, right. Ain't no white people
She's from
making good
Eastern
collard
Tennessee. She knows how to make good greens.
I take that back.
I was going to say, you ain't never like Louisiana or anything like that.
So Jason, he said that Isaiah 53, right? No, not Isaiah 53. Isaiah 48, right? And that a messenger. Yes, he's not quoting God. No.
It says here, a man who has told you the truth that I heard from God. This is what Jesus said verbatim. Jesus.
Right? And
I'm
this is
teaching
the reason why.
about Jesus before you hijacked him. You hijacked Jesus, right? You literally did that. Jesus. You won't get me dismissed. Context. Yeah, Moses was speaking. Moses said, Moses said, this is how you know that I am the Lord. Through the staff that is in my hand.
Essentially, you're saying a prophet can never say shirk.
No, not at all. If the prophet teaches something other than God told him to teach, that's shit.
You don't know that though, because everything says. Everything that a prophet
you qualify that's a false prophet. What you're talking about is a false prophet. Someone who doesn't teach what God told him to teach. Why would we follow a false prophet? How do we tell? We test the person to see if they're a prophet or not.
How do you do that?
But Jason, do you see this? Look, Jesus literally said in John 8:40.
Can we say in
a man who has told you the truth who has told you the truth that I heard from God, right? He's telling you that whatever he's telling you, he's just the message. He's just telling you what God told him. He's just telling you that, which at times means he's quoting him. At times he's teaching, right? So it's the only, if you're telling me, can a messenger, right, claim to be God, right? How are we going to tell between a messenger who is claiming to be God and a messenger who is not? Well, yeah, if the messenger explicitly says, I am your God, I am your God along with the Father, that would be clear. It means he's saying that he's God with the Father, right? That's one way you could claim to be God.
I'm God with the Father. Just say it, I am all powerful. You need those exact words?
Of course he can say that. Of course he can say I am all powerful, but he's quoting God. Because he said, you know why? You know why? What qualifies the statement? The statement in John 8:40 where it says, I am a man who has told you the truth.
No. Is he because him saying I am a man, is that a quote from God?
No, that's a quote from Jesus.
Okay, so there's a distinction between when Jesus talking.
Of course, I never said there wasn't.
Of course, there's some how do you know? Okay, how do you know the difference?
How do I know the difference between what?
When Jesus is talking about himself and when he's talking about God?
You just look at the context. When Jesus is talking about himself, he'll say things like, I am a man, because everybody knows God is not a man, so he can't be talking about God, right? Who has told you the truth that I heard from God. He's separating himself from God. He's saying, I heard it from God. God is not going to say, I heard this from God. God is not going to say that. That doesn't make any sense.
What if God is swears by his name? This is. Of course. What do you mean? What if God swears by his name? Can God do that? Can he swear by his name?
Yeah, of course he can. But he's not going to say. God is not going to say to you, "I heard this from God." God is not going to tell that to you. That's not going to be a quote of God.
So that's a double standard.
It's going to be a quote of a man. Like this is. Come on, guys.
Yeah. So when Jesus. Yeah, I know. So when Jesus says, "Honor me," the way you honor the Father. Who is he quoting the Father, or is that Jesus talking?
No, that's Jesus talking. And it's just like when the women were told to obey your husbands like you obey Jesus, like you obey God.
Okay.
Right? That doesn't mean that their husband is God, because you obey him like he's God. This is what the Scripture says. For the wife to obey her husband like he is God.
What Scripture is that?
He's talking about says the wife shall obey her husband in all things except to the Lord. I think it's 1 Corinthians.
Yeah, the wife submits to the husband like the church submits to Jesus.
Exactly. So you don't know your own Bible, sir. Come on now.
No, because I was trying to figure out the quote that you used.
Yeah, it doesn't say God, it says Lord.
Any chance you could put black seed oil and bless that fan? Yeah, so submitting to the Lord, the church submitting to the Lord, that's talking about Jesus.
Our husbands.
Wait, I'll give you the verse, Jason.
Yeah, our husband's God like Jesus is God.
Yeah, he's all over the place, man. He's
Everyone is following except for you. You and your white knighting.
Yeah, this is just talking about submission.
Submitting to their husbands like they submit to God, right?
No, it doesn't say God.
Who is the Lord?
Jesus.
Okay, so is Jesus God?
The church has to submit to him, yeah.
Okay, good. So are the husbands God like Jesus is God? Are they equal to Jesus?
Husbands God. Can you show us in the verse there? Because the wife is called to submit to her husband.
Like he's Jesus, right? Like she submits to Jesus.
Like the church submits to Jesus.
Exactly, and the church submits to Jesus, right? Like they're submitting to God, correct? Okay. So if we were to take your interpretation of this idea of honoring someone, if you honor the Father means that he's equal to the Father. Okay, great. And honoring, then obeying your husband like you obey God, well then that's just because your husband's equal to God.
So, does the soldier submit to the drill sergeant like he said, drop the general? Does the general and the drill sergeant have the same role?
This would be analogous if they said, obey your drill sergeant like you obey God. Then you'd be saying, okay, well then you're equating your drill sergeant to God. That would be an analogous analogy. But what you provided is not analogous.
Because it doesn't say in the Bible like you're submitting to God as they say.
So you would say in one sense,
Yes. Okay. Well then, are you going to worship all the husbands now?
I'm not married to the husband.
What's the matter? You submit to Jesus. You're not married to Jesus. He's the one that you honor the Father. It does not necessitate that this person is in any way, shape, or form equal to the Father, right? This is basically like saying, if you've honored me, you've honored the Father, right? Basically what he's saying, because that's in another place, right? So basically he's saying God is equal to Jesus Christ, right? In terms of worship, in terms of being God, and stuff like that. That's all.
The difference between the word honor and the word obey. I'm hoping for on the word obey implies that you submit your mind and you follow specific commands. Honor involves more than just following specific commands. Honor involves devoting time, seeing that they should be treated the same way. I want to answer your question directly. No, the husbands don't have more authority than Jesus.
So all I'm saying is that when you do something like you do it for the Father, whatever the thing is that you're doing, that doesn't mean that's worship. No, honor does not have worship. We honor our parents. That doesn't mean we worship our parents. We obey our parents. We obey our parents. That doesn't mean we worship our parents.
Well, honor is not about what glory. Do we glorify our parents the same way we glorify God?
Sure. If you can do it for a man, you can do it for a man. And just like you can obey your husband, obey God.
Yeah, literally just commit your congrats. Good job.
I'm saying according to your framework, you can give honor and you can give obedience, right, to someone, right, equally to God. That doesn't mean that someone is equal to God. See, I'm driving something, and you're not driving something. That's all.
Is that you can't glorify man the same way you glorify God. You can't honor men the same way you honor God.
Well, you definitely worship. Does honor mean worship?
How do you define worship?
No, to you, honestly, about your paradigm. Does honor
answer your question, but give me a definition of worship.
The idea is that we're trying to demonstrate that Jesus is equal with God, right? Right. We're trying to demonstrate that. What would it take for us to be able to demonstrate that Jesus is equal to God?
You would have to demonstrate where Jesus claims
That's the
Right.
point that I'm pointing out to you. So if
So
you
here's the and. You see, there's an and here. It's pointing out two objects.
Yeah.
When the Shema is that your Lord, your God is one Lord.
Right. So now, why is Paul now saying that we have one God and one Lord Jesus Christ?
So you understand that's a different claim from the Shema. Did you hear? Okay. Let me tell you what's different about it. Okay. Paul says that there is one God and one Lord.
Correct.
When the Shema says that your Lord, your God, is one Lord.
Exactly.
Right? Meaning the one Lord, the one God is your Lord. Like
right. So
he's not saying and. He's not saying there's a Lord and there's a God and you have to believe in. No. He says your Lord, who is one God.
Hold on. So here's what I'm going to show you. So he is quoting the Shema. He's actually utilized. He thought not the equality with God. So now here's the problem you're going to have.
So he's not an equality with God.
Well, hold on. No. That's not what it says at all. Don't try to twist what I'm saying.
I thought that's what you just read.
No.
Being the form of God, he did not find it.
I'm noticing that you're over talking me the most because you can't pull this Christian don't know his Bible. So now here's the bust here. So now if Paul meant it that Lord is outside of the construct of God, Paul would not have called Christ God, great God, and Jesus Christ, Romans 9:5. And he would not have said in Philippians 2:5, let this mind be in you, which is also in Christ Jesus, who though he is in the form of God, the Greek there's morphe theou, he thought not equality with God a thing to be grasped, but lowered himself by taking on the form of a man, morphe,
The same word.
Same word. Yes. The author believed that he is God in a sense. My contention was when you try to relate it to the Shema.
Okay,
that was my contention.
Okay, so if the authors believe he is God in a sense, then what? Please tell me what God creates all things.
The Father.
Okay, so why in John 1 and in Colossians chapter 1
and Corinthians in that passage that we're talking about, it's explaining existence. So he's saying from the Father, right? It says from whom, it's talking about the Father, all things and for whom we exist, and one Lord, Jesus Christ.
So from who? From the Father.
From the Father.
Well, hold on, bro. He's going back to the 1 Corinthians 8:6 that you tried to say that he was separating it. If you look at that, Paul's actually attributing creation to the two of them.
To existence, to both of them.
Because Paul believes that, look, I know a lot more than you think. You believe that everything was created through Jesus.
Okay, bro. Hold on. Okay, whoa. Okay, let's stop for a second. So now let's examine that. Everything was created through Jesus, correct?
Yes. Could Jesus have created if the Father did not create through him?
Hold on. John 1:1 said.
Go ahead.
It says, in the beginning
was the Word.
The Word was with
God. The Word was God.
The Word was. Okay.
Right? All things were created through him, right?
Bro. You're panicking now. Hold on a second. Just calm down. We'll get to it. So it says all things were made through him.
Oh, don't do that, man. I can play the rhetoric.
Panicking again. You're interrupting.
I can play the rhetoric game. Just as easy.
Hold on. So it says all things were made through
him. I know your scripture.
Okay, bro. Okay, hold on. If you know, hold on, man. Question. What kind of being do you have to be to precede all things and to be necessary for all things to exist?
So he didn't precede all things. He didn't precede the Father. Right?
Okay,
so he preceded creation.
We didn't say creation. We said all. No, the word there, see, you don't know the Bible. The word there is.
Agree with me when I said that.
No, bro. Notice he says he's not. Notice he said he's not above all things because he's not above the Father. But then agrees that it's talking about all things in relation to all things created. Was the Father created?
Yeah. What you have to be.
I
agree with you. I agree with you. Wait, come on, man. Can I have a turn?
Listen,
hold on. You were interrupting, bro. In order for us to have a dialogue, you gotta be able to interrupt.
So the context of John 1 and 1 Corinthians 8 is existence, things coming into existence. Correct. This would necessitate that there and the Son are not part of
John
things to existence.
In John 1 specifically, you didn't answer my question. Let me just ask my question again. I want you to answer. You can do what you do. So in John 1, in John 1:3,
what do you have to be in order to precede all creation? What do you have to be? I know what you're saying, dude. You guys don't have to ping pong back and forth with each other.
Okay, let me just type of being you have to be to
to precede all things created and it be necessary for all things being created.
Good. But nowhere does this say he's equal to the Father.
I just
as a matter of fact, Paul says, hold on a second. As a matter of fact, Paul says, right? Paul quotes Jesus as saying, so they know being the Father, the only true God, and Jesus Christ, whom you have sent. Meaning you get one God and one Lord, right? So now that one Lord is distinct, separate from the one God, right? Now in this way, right? You see, even Justin Martyr says Jesus is subject to the maker of all things, meaning he's saying Jesus is not the maker of all things, he is subject to the maker of all things, which makes him a lesser.
Okay, let me respond to that because I like how people speak as if they know everything. First off, let's deal with Justin Martyr. And his dialogue with Trypho between chapters 58 and 64. It was Justin Martyr that literally says, questioning Trypho, who then is the Holy Spirit calling God? Ooh, you didn't think of that, did you? God, Son, Word. It's right there in chapter 58 down to 64. Check it out if you like. So Justin Martyr wasn't offsetting him as not being God. In fact, that's the point of his dialogue with Trypho. I'll let you speak. Now, you can look at a dialogue with Trypho, chapters 58 to 64. Justin Martyr was actually saying is the very God that is the Father. That was the argument that they were having back and forth. Okay, now, dealing with, I'll get, right? Trying to pull the whole, I know you don't know Trump. All right, now, when you went into the scripture and you try to exegete what John 1 and 3 is, he says he's a type of God. That's interesting. Let me just ask you this quick question before I continue. Is a type of God created or uncreated?
Well, Jesus was generated, so whatever you want to make of that.
All right, well, let's examine that because I want to see how that is.
Do you mind if I get an answer to my question I asked earlier?
Bro, you just went on and you answered. Bro, you're being a coward. You just went on and answered.
No, you're moving on. You're moving on. That's why I didn't want to let you talk. You're moving on.
Everything that you, bro. Let me just finish. You ain't got to interrupt, right? You thought you had this the whole thing about, okay, what you know, this, that, and the third. Let me continue what I'm saying. Now, going back to John 1, 1 through 3.
Don't ask me any questions, go ahead.
Okay. All right, so now, you haven't read John, obviously.
Don't ask me any questions, go ahead.
Okay, bro, can I finish what I'm saying? It's that simple. All right, so now, when we go to John 1, 1 through 3, it says, in the beginning was the Word was with God, the Word was God. It's qualitative because it lacks a definite article. The same was in the beginning with God. Verse 3, all things were made through him, and without him was anything made that was made.
Which means he's a type of God, yeah.
Okay, bro. He can't have a conversation, bro. He can't have it. You're nervous, bro. See, when you talk mess, and you thought people didn't know their Bible, now you with somebody that you know because you want to interrupt every single time. All right, so bro, it's real simple. It's real simple. So now, let's deal with something even more deeper than since you want to do that. There's a lot of talk.
No, I want to change to speak and address what you said.
Man, this dude's
don't ask me any questions.
You a coward?
Yeah, that's fine. Anyway, so you can't deal with my point, so I'm a coward. Interesting.
Well, I would love to deal with
what I'm saying is that what you're establishing is that Justin Martyr believed that Jesus was a God. He was another God.
He didn't believe that.
That's what he says. And then you said you had the unmitigated gall to say that Justin Martyr believed that the Son, Jesus, was the Father. Like,
no one said that.
Dumb do you have to be?
Why would I
say that? Exactly. Why would you say that?
Hey, bro,
you literally said that. That Jesus is the Father?
No.
You said,
bro, listen, bro.
I said you believe that Justin Martyr. I said that you believe that Justin Martyr said that Jesus is the Father.
No,
and you said yes, which is why immediately
you're a coward, bro.
Which is why immediately.
You're a straw man. What I say?
It's my turn, right? It's my turn, right? It's my turn. Hey, Kevin, it's my turn now.
No,
it's my. No, what do you mean it's not? You get to read me. I'm not gonna let you speak. I'm not gonna let you speak.
Bro, you just lied.
You haven't even let me make my case,
bro.
So I'm saying, fine. If you don't believe, look, if that was a mistake, that's fine. Look, soon as you gotta be quiet, man. You gotta wait, bro. How a conversation works, after you're done talking, and then I get to talk. I get to make my case. As soon as he said that, right? As soon as he said that, I was like, what? What is he talking about? So then I went right as soon as he said that, I asked the question. Does Justin Martyr believe that Jesus is the Father?
Equal
Justin,
with the Father.
He's a liar. Stop.
Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. He said it fucking 12 times already, and this guy wants to get the fuck out. The whole time. Nargis, why do you entertain this bullshit? He's up here like literally misrepresenting. We're at Isaiah 48, and now we made full circle around the whole fucking Bible.
Right.
Can we just stay on Isaiah 48? Isaiah 48, Elo was asking him about Isaiah 48. He went to Matthew, he went to this verse, he went to that verse. It was first about the sacrifice. He blundered on that. He doesn't stick to one point. He wants to keep jumping around like a fucking atheist. Go to Andrew's room, bro.
No,
Go to Andrew's room.
Hey, yo, let me do this right quick, bro, because this dude, man, listen, there's some heavy hitters in here. See, you probably been spending your time on BSing with people that's not familiar with what you're talking about. Now, notice what he said. He said Justin Martyr never said that Christ is God, right? I'm going to show you an exact quote from Trifo. He doesn't know what he's talking about, bro. This dude's a charlatan. He's a fake. He don't know what he's talking about. He's one of them cats that step up there and he think he can show Christians what it means. Now, he bounced out of here, but what I'm going to do is give you guys some info, and I want y'all to say this.
I dropped him.
Oh, you dropped him?
I dropped him because he's just straight up lying. Like, you guys, you just hear him lie?
Yeah, he's a liar, bro. He don't know what he's talking about. All right, now check it out, right?
Fucking liar, yo.
Yeah, I got
you. You can follow his ass, too. You want both sides, just people sit up lying. I don't give a shit.
Hey, you know,
shit gets boring.
I'm happy since the Knicks one, bro. Like, what you?
I'm not happy. I'm upset that Elo was explaining to the brother, took his time to explain to him Isaiah 48. Then he jumped somewhere else. He's mad. He's upset because his book already tells him what we believe.
Yeah, but
right?
But Mark, did you notice the shift though, right? This is the goalpost shifting right here. First, he's asking us to prove that Jesus is God. Then he concedes that Jesus is able. You see how he goalpost shifted? I agree, bro. He said it's able God. Yeah, bro. But at first, though, he was denying the divinity altogether. Yeah, goalpost shifted. You don't know what he's talking about. Man, bro, look at my PC.
He did the Lupiano.
He says your God has anointed you with oil of gladness above your fellows. The highlighted part. If therefore you assert that the Holy Spirit calls above one God and Lord, beside the Father of all things and his Christ, answer me, for I'll undertake to prove to you from Scripture themselves that he whom the Scripture calls Lord is not one of those two angels that went to Sodom. He that was called God and appeared to Abraham. The Lord is straight up. He never read New Testament.